Section 12 of The Confidence Man. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by M.B. The Confidence Man, His Masquerade, by Herman Melville. Chapter 23, in which the powerful effect of natural scenery is evinced in the case of the Missourian, who, in view of the region round about Cairo, has a return of his chilly fit. At Cairo, the old established firm of fever and ague is still settling up its unfinished business. That Creole gravedigger, Yellow Jack, his hand at the mattock and spade has not lost its cunning, while Don Saturninus Typhus, taking his constitutional with Death, Calvin Edson, and 3 undertakers, in the morass, snuffs up the mephitic breeze with zest. In the dank twilight, fanned with mosquitoes, and sparkling with fireflies, the boat now lies before Cairo. She has landed certain passengers, and tarries for the coming of expected ones. Leaning over the rail on the inshore side, the Missourian eyes through dubious medium that swampy and squalid domain, and over it audibly mumbles his cynical mind to himself, as Apermantus' dog may have mumbled his bone. He bethinks him that the man with the brass plate was to land on this villainous bank, and for that cause, if no other, begins to suspect him. Like one beginning to rouse himself from a dose of chloroform treacherously given, he half divines, too, that he, the philosopher, had unwittingly been betrayed into being an unphilosophical dupe. To what vicissitudes of light and shade is man subject? He ponders the mystery of human subjectivity in general. He thinks he perceives with Crossbones, his favorite author, that, as one may wake up well in the morning, very well indeed, and brisk as a buck, I thank you, but ere bedtime get under the weather, there is no telling how, so one may wake up wise and very slow of assent, very slow and very wise, I assure you, and for all that, before night, by like trick in the atmosphere, be left in the lurch a ninny. Health and wisdom equally precious, and equally little as unfluctuating possessions to be relied on. But where was slipped in the entering wedge? Philosophy, knowledge, experience, were those trusty knights of the castle recreant? No, but unbeknown to them, the enemy stole on the castle's south side, its genial one, where Suspicion, the warder, parleyed. In fine, his too indulgent, too artless and companionable nature betrayed him. Admonished by which, he thinks he must be a little splenetic in his intercourse henceforth. He revolves the crafty process of sociable chat, by which, as he fancies, the man with the brass plate wormed into him, and made such a fool of him as insensibly to persuade him to waive, in his exceptional case, that general law of distrust systematically applied to the race. He revolves, but cannot comprehend, the operation, still less the operator. Was the man a trickster, it must be more for the love than the lucre. 2 or 3 dirty dollars the motive to so many nice wiles? And yet, how full of mean needs his seeming. Before his mental vision, the person of that threadbare Talleyrand, that impoverished Machiavelli, that seedy Rosicrucian, for something of all these he vaguely deems him, passes now in puzzled review. Fain in his disfavor would he make out a logical case. The doctrine of analogies recurs. Fallacious enough doctrine when wielded against one's prejudices, but in corroboration of cherished suspicions, not without likelihood. Analogically, he couples the slanting cut of the equivocator's coat tails with the sinister cast in his eye. He weighs Slyboot's sleek speech in the light imparted by the oblique import of the smooth slope of his worn boot heels. The insinuator's undulating flunkeyisms dovetail into those of the flunky beast that windeth his way on his belly. From these uncordial reveries he is roused by a cordial slap on the shoulder, accompanied by a spicy volume of tobacco smoke, out of which came a voice sweet as a seraph's. A penny for your thoughts, my fine fellow. Chapter 24. A philanthropist undertakes to convert a misanthrope, but does not get beyond confuting him. "Hands off!" cried the bachelor, involuntarily covering dejection with moroseness. "Hands off? That sort of label won't do in our fair. Whoever in our fair has fine feelings loves to feel the nap of fine cloth, especially when a fine fellow wears it." "And who of my fine fellow species may you be? From the Brazils, ain't ye? Toucan fowl. Fine feathers on foul meat." This ungentle mention of the toucan was not improbably suggested by the party-hued and rather plumagey aspect of the stranger, no bigot, it would seem, but a liberalist in dress, and whose wardrobe, almost anywhere then on the liberal Mississippi, used to all sorts of fantastic informalities, might, even to observers less critical than the bachelor, have looked, if anything, a little out of the common; but not more so, perhaps, than, considering the bear and raccoon costume, the bachelor's own appearance. In short, the stranger sported a vesture barred with various hues, that of the cochineal predominating, in style participating of a Highland plaid, emir's robe, and French blouse. From its plaited sort of front peeped glimpses of a flowered regatta shirt, while, for the rest, white trousers of ample duck flowed over maroon-colored slippers, and a jaunty smoking cap of regal purple crowned him off at top. King of traveled good fellows, evidently. Grotesque as all was, nothing looked stiff or unused. All showed signs of easy service, the least wonted thing setting like a wonted glove. That genial hand, which had just been laid on the ungenial shoulder, was now carelessly thrust down before him, sailor fashion, into a sort of Indian belt, confining the redundant vesture. The other held, by its long, bright cherry stem, a Nuremberg pipe in blast, its great porcelain bowl painted in miniature with linked crests and arms of interlinked nations, a florid show. As by subtle saturations of its mellowing essence the tobacco had ripened the bowl, so it looked as if something similar of the interior spirit came rosily out on the cheek. But rosy pipe bowl or rosy countenance, all was lost on that unrosy man the bachelor, who, waiting a moment till the commotion, caused by the boat's renewed progress, had a little abated, thus continued: "Hark ye," jeeringly eyeing the cap and belt, "did you ever see Signor Marzetti in the African pantomime?" "No. Good performer?" "Excellent. Plays the intelligent ape till he seems it. With such naturalness can a being endowed with an immortal spirit enter into that of a monkey. But where's your tail? In the pantomime, Marzetti, no hypocrite in his monkery, prides himself on that." The stranger, now at rest, sideways and genially on one hip, his right leg cavalierly crossed before the other, the toe of his vertical slipper pointed easily down on deck, whiffed out a long, leisurely sort of indifferent and charitable puff, betokening him more or less of the mature man of the world, a character which, like its opposite, the sincere Christian's, is not always swift to take offense, and then, drawing near, still smoking, again laid his hand, this time with mild impressiveness, on the ursine shoulder, and not unamiably said: "That in your address there is a sufficiency of the fortiter in re, few unbiased observers will question; but that this is duly attempered with the suaviter in modo, may admit, I think, of an honest doubt. My dear fellow," beaming his eyes full upon him, "what injury have I done you that you should receive my greeting with a curtailed civility?" "Off hands!" once more shaking the friendly member from him. "Who in the name of the great chimpanzee, in whose likeness you, Marzetti, and the other chatterers are made, who in thunder are you?" "A cosmopolitan, a Catholic man, who, being such, ties himself to no narrow tailor or teacher, but federates, in heart as in costume, something of the various gallantries of men under various suns. Oh, one roams not over the gallant globe in vain. Bred by it is a fraternal and fusing feeling. No man is a stranger. You accost anybody. Warm and confiding, you wait not for measured advances. And though, indeed, mine, in this instance, have met with no very hilarious encouragement, yet the principle of a true citizen of the world is still to return good for ill. My dear fellow, tell me how I can serve you." "By dispatching yourself, Mr. Popinjay of the world, into the heart of the lunar mountains. You are another of them. Out of my sight." "Is the sight of humanity so very disagreeable to you, then? Ah, I may be foolish, but for my part, in all its aspects, I love it. Served up a la Pole or a la Moor, a la Ladrone or a la Yankee, that good dish man still delights me. Or rather is man a wine I never weary of comparing and sipping. Wherefore am I a pledged cosmopolitan, a sort of London dock vault connoisseur, going about from Teheran to Nakatash, a taster of races. In all his vintages, smacking my lips over this racy creature, man, continually. But as there are teetotal palates which have a distaste even for Amontillado, so I suppose there may be teetotal souls which relish not even the very best brands of humanity. Excuse me, but it just occurs to me that you, my dear fellow, possibly lead a solitary life." "Solitary?" starting as at a touch of divination. "Yes, in a solitary life one insensibly contracts oddities. Talking to one's self, now." "Been eavesdropping, eh?" "Why, a soliloquist in a crowd can hardly but be overheard, and without much reproach to the hearer." "You are an eavesdropper." "Well, be it so." "Confess yourself an eavesdropper." "I confess that when you were muttering here, I, passing by, caught a word or two, and, by like chance, something previous of your chat with the intelligence office man. A rather sensible fellow, by the way. Much of my style of thinking. Would for his own sake he were of my style of dress. Grief to good minds to see a man of superior sense forced to hide his light under the bushel of an inferior coat. Well, from what I heard, I said to myself, here now is one with the unprofitable philosophy of disesteem for man; which disease in the main I have observed, excuse me, to spring from a certain lowness, if not sourness, of spirits inseparable from sequestration. Trust me, one had better mix in and do like others. Sad business, this holding out against having a good time. Life is a picnic en costume. One must take a part, assume a character, stand ready in a sensible way to play the fool. To come in plain clothes with a long face, as a wiseacre, only makes one a discomfort to himself and a blot upon the scene. Like your jug of cold water among the wine flasks, it leaves you unelated among the elated ones. No, no, this austerity won't do. Let me tell you, too, en confiance, that while revelry may not always merge into ebriety, soberness, in too deep potations, may become a sort of sottishness; which sober sottishness, in my way of thinking, is only to be cured by beginning at the other end of the horn, to tipple a little." "Pray, what society of vintners and old topers are you hired to lecture for?" "I fear I did not give my meaning clearly. A little story may help. The story of the worthy old woman of Goshen, a very moral old woman, who wouldn't let her shotes eat fattening apples in fall, for fear the fruit might ferment upon their brains, and so make them swinish. Now, during a green Christmas, inauspicious to the old, this worthy old woman fell into a moping decline, took to her bed, no appetite, and refused to see her best friends. In much concern, her good man sent out for the doctor, who, after seeing the patient and putting a question or two, beckoned the husband out, and said, 'Deacon, do you want her cured?' Indeed I do. Go directly, then, and buy a jug of Santa Cruz. Santa Cruz? My wife drink Santa Cruz? Either that or die. But how much? As much as she can get down. But she'll get drunk. That's the cure. Wise men, like doctors, must be obeyed. Much against the grain, the sober deacon got the unsober medicine, and, equally against her conscience, the poor old woman took it. But by doing so, ere long recovered health and spirits, famous appetite, and glad again to see her friends; and having by this experience broken the ice of arid abstinence, never afterwards kept herself a cup too low. This story had the effect of surprising the bachelor into interest, though hardly into approval. "If I take your parable right," said he, sinking no little of his former churlishness, "the meaning is, that one cannot enjoy life with gusto unless he renounce the too sober view of life. But since the too sober view is, doubtless, nearer true than the too drunken, I, who rate truth, though cold water, above untruth, though Tokay, will stick to my earthen jug." "I see," slowly spurting upward a spiral staircase of lazy smoke, "I see, you go in for the lofty." "How?" "Oh, nothing. But if I wasn't afraid of prosing, I might tell another story about an old boot in a pieman's loft, contracting there between sun and oven an unseemly, dry-seasoned curl and warp. You've seen such leathery old garreteers, haven't you? Very high, sober, solitary, philosophic, grand old boots, indeed. But I, for my part, would rather be the pieman's trodden slipper on the ground. Talking of pieman, humble pie before proud cake for me. This notion of being lone and lofty is a sad mistake. Men I hold in this respect to be like roosters. The one that betakes himself to a lone and lofty perch is the henpecked one, or the one that has the pip." "You are abusive," cried the bachelor, evidently touched. "Who is abused? You or the race? You won't stand by and see the human race abused? Oh, then, you have some respect for the human race." I have some respect for myself," with a lip not so firm as before. "And what race may you belong to? Now, don't you see, my dear fellow, in what inconsistencies one involves himself by affecting disesteem for men? To a charm my little stratagem succeeded. Come, come, think the better of it, and, as a first step to a new mind, give up solitude. I fear, by the way, that you have at some time been reading Zimmerman, that old Mr. Megrims of a Zimmerman, whose book on solitude is as vain as Hume's on suicide, as Bacon's on knowledge, and like these will betray him who seeks to steer soul and body by it, like a false religion. All they, be they what boasted ones you please, who to the yearning of our kind after a founded rule of content, offer aught not in the spirit of fellowly gladness, based on due confidence in what is above, away with them for poor dupes, or still poorer impostors." His manner here was so earnest that scarcely an auditor, perhaps, but would have been more or less impressed by it, while, possibly, nervous opponents might have a little quailed under it. Thinking within himself a moment, the bachelor replied: "Had you experience, you would know that your tippling theory, take it in what sense you will, is poor as any other, and Rabelais' pro-wine Koran no more trustworthy than Mahomet's anti-wine one." "Enough," for a finality knocking the ashes from his pipe. "We talk and keep talking, and still stand where we did. What do you say for a walk? My arm, and let's a turn. They are to have dancing on the hurricane deck to night. I shall fling them off a Scotch jig, while, to save the pieces, you hold my loose change. And following that, I propose to you, my dear fellow, stack your gun and throw your bearskins in a sailor's hornpipe, I holding your watch. What do you say?" At this proposition the other was himself again, all raccoon. "Look you," thumping down his rifle, "are you Jeremy Diddler No. 3? "Jeremy Diddler? I have heard of Jeremy the prophet, and Jeremy Taylor the divine, But your other Jeremy is a gentleman I am unacquainted with." "You are his confidential clerk, aren't you?" "Whose, pray? Not that I think myself unworthy of being confided in, but I don't understand." "You are another of them. Somehow I meet with the most extraordinary metaphysical scamps to day. Sort of visitation of them. And yet that herb doctor diddler somehow takes off the raw edge of the diddlers that come after him." "Herb doctor? Who is he?" "Like you, another of them." "Who?" Then drawing near, as if for a good long explanatory chat, his left hand spread, and his pipe stem coming crosswise down upon it like a ferule. "You think amiss of me. Now, to undeceive you, I will just enter into a little argument, and—" "No, you don't. No more little arguments from me. Had too many little arguments to day." "But put a case. Can you deny, I dare you to deny, that the man leading a solitary life is peculiarly exposed to the sorriest misconceptions touching strangers?" "Yes, I do deny it," again in his impulsiveness snapping at the controversial bait, "and I will confute you there in a trice. Look you." Now, my dear fellow," thrusting out both vertical palms for double shields, "you crowd me too hard, you don't give one a chance. Say what you will, to shun a social proposition like mine, to shun society in any way, evinces a churlish nature, cold, loveless; as to embrace it, shows one warm and friendly, in fact, sunshiny." Here the other, all agog again in his perverse way, launched forth into the unkindest references to deaf old worldlings keeping in the deafening world, and gouty gluttons limping to their gouty gormandizings, and corseted coquettes clasping their corseted cavaliers in the waltz, all for disinterested society's sake, and thousands, bankrupt through lavishness, ruining themselves out of pure love of the sweet company of man. No envies, rivalries, or other unhandsome motive to it. Ah, now," deprecating with his pipe, "irony is so unjust. Never could abide irony. Something satanic about irony. God defend me from irony, and satire his bosom friend." "A right knave's prayer, and a right fool's too," snapping his rifle lock. "Now be frank. Own that was a little gratuitous. But no, you don't mean it anyway. I can make allowances. Ah, but did you know it, how much pleasanter to puff at this philanthropic pipe than still to keep fumbling at that misanthropic rifle. As for your worldling, glutton, and coquette, though doubtless being such, they may have their little foibles, as who has not, yet not one of these three can be reproached with that awful sin of shunning society. Awful I call it, for not seldom it presupposes a still darker thing than itself, remorse." "Remorse drives man away from man? How came your fellow creature Cain, after the first murder, to go and build the first city? And why is it that the modern Cain dreads nothing so much as solitary confinement?" "My dear fellow, you get excited. Say what you will, I for one must have my fellow creatures round me. Thick, too. I must have them thick." "The pickpocket, too, loves to have his fellow creatures round him. Tut, man. No one goes into the crowd but for his end. And the end of too many is the same as the pickpocket's, a purse." "Now, my dear fellow, how can you have the conscience to say that, when it is as much according to natural law that men are social, as sheep gregarious? But I grant that, in being social, each man has his end. Do you, upon the strength of that, do you yourself, I say, mix with man, now, immediately, and be your end a more genial philosophy. Come, let's take a turn." Again he offered his fraternal arm, but the bachelor once more flung it off, and raising his rifle in energetic invocation, cried, "Now the high constable catch and confound all knaves in towns, and rats in grain bins, and if in this boat, which is a human grain bin for the time, any sly, smooth, philandering rat be dodging now, Pin him, thou high rat-catcher, against this rail. A noble burst! Shows you at heart a trump. And when a card's that, little matters it whether it be spade or diamond. You are good wine, that, to be still better, only needs a shaking up. Come, let's agree that we'll to New Orleans, and there embark for London. I staying with my friends nigh Primrose Hill, and you putting up at the Piazza, Covent Garden. Piazza, Covent Garden. For tell me, since you will not be a disciple to the full, tell me, was not that humor of Diogenes, which led him to live a merry andrew in the flower market, better than that of the less wise Athenian, which made him a skulking scarecrow in pine barrens? An injudicious gentleman, Lord Timon. Your hand, seizing it. Bless me, how cordial a squeeze. It is agreed that we shall be brothers, then? As so much as a brace of misanthropes can be, with another and terrific squeeze. I had thought that the moderns had degenerated beneath the capacity of misanthropy. Rejoiced, though in but one instance, and that disguised, to be undeceived. The other stared in blank amaze. Won't do. You are Diogenes. Diogenes in disguise, I say. Diogenes masquerading as a cosmopolitan. With a ruefully altered mien, the stranger still stood mute awhile. At length, in a pained tone, spoke. How hard the lot of that pleader, who, in his zeal conceding too much, is taken to belong to a side which he but labors, however ineffectually, to convert. Then, with another change of air, to you, an Ishmael, disguising in sportiveness my intent, I came ambassador from the human race, charged with an assurance that for your mislike they bore no answering grudge, but sought to conciliate accord between you and them. Yet you take me not for the honest envoy, but I know not what sort of unheard of spy. Sir, he less lowly added, this mistaking of your man should teach you how you may mistake all men. For God's sake, laying both hands upon him, get you confidence. See how distrust has duped you. I, Diogenes, I, he who, going a step beyond misanthropy, was less a man-hater than a man-hooter, better were I stark and stiff. With which the philanthropist moved away, less lightsome than he had come, leaving the discomfited misanthrope to the solitude he held so sapient. End of Section 12. Section 13 of The Confidence Man. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by M.B. The Confidence Man, His Masquerade, by Herman Melville. Chapter 25. The Cosmopolitan Makes an Acquaintance. In the act of retiring, the Cosmopolitan was met by a passenger, who, with the bluff abord of the West, thus addressed him, though a stranger. Queer coon, your friend. Had a little scrimmage with him myself. Rather entertaining old coon, if he wasn't so deuced analytical. Reminded me somehow of what I've heard about Colonel John Moredock of Illinois, only your friend ain't quite so good a fellow at bottom, I should think. It was in the semicircular porch of a cabin, opening a recess from the deck, lit by a zoned lamp swung overhead, and sending its light vertically down, like the sun at noon. Beneath the lamp stood the speaker, affording to any one disposed to it no unfavorable chance for scrutiny. But the glance now resting on him betrayed no such rudeness. A man neither tall nor stout, neither short nor gaunt, but with a body fitted as by measure to the service of his mind. For the rest, one less favored perhaps in his features than his clothes, and of these the beauty may have been less in the fit than the cut, to say nothing of the fineness of the nap seeming out of keeping with something the reverse of fine in the skin, and the unsuitableness of a violet vest, sending up sunset hues to a countenance betokening a kind of bilious habit. But, upon the whole, it could not be fairly said that his appearance was unprepossessing. Indeed, to the congenial, it would have been doubtless not uncongenial. while to others it could not fail to be at least curiously interesting, from the warm air of florid cordiality contrasting itself with one knows not what kind of aguish sallowness of saving discretion lurking behind it. Ungracious critics might have thought that the manner flushed the man, something in the same fictitious way that the vest flushed the cheek. And though his teeth were singularly good, those same ungracious ones might have hinted that they were too good to be true, or rather were not so good as they might be, since the best false teeth are those made with at least 2 or 3 blemishes, the more to look lifelike. But fortunately for better constructions, no such critics had the stranger now in eye, only the cosmopolitan, who, after, in the first place, acknowledging his advances with a mute salute, in which acknowledgment, if there seemed less of spirit than in his way of accosting the Missourian, it was probably because of the saddening sequel of that late interview, thus now replied: "Colonel John Moredock," repeating the words abstractedly, "that surname recalls reminiscences. Pray," with enlivened air, "was he any way connected with the Moredocks of Moredock Hall, Northamptonshire, England?" "I know no more of the Moredocks of Moredock Hall than of the Burdocks of Burdock Hut," returned the other, with the air somehow of one whose fortunes had been of his own making. "All I know is, that the late Colonel John Moredock was a famous one in his time, eye like Lochiel's, finger like a trigger, nerve like a catamount's, and with but 2 little oddities, seldom stirred without his rifle, and hated Indians like snakes." "Your Moredock, then, would seem a Moredock of Misanthrope Hall, the woods. No very sleek creature, the colonel, I fancy." "Sleek or not, he was no uncombed one, but silky bearded and curly headed, and to all but Indians juicy as a peach." But Indians, how the late Colonel John Moredock, Indian hater of Illinois, did hate Indians, to be sure. "Never heard of such a thing. Hate Indians? Why should he or anybody else hate Indians? I admire Indians. Indians I have always heard to be one of the finest of the primitive races, possessed of many heroic virtues. Some noble women, too. When I think of Pocahontas, I am ready to love Indians. Then there is Massasoit, and Philip of Mount Hope, and Tecumseh, and Red Jacket, and Logan, all heroes. And there's the 5 Nations, and Araucanians, federations and communities of heroes. God bless me, hate Indians? Surely the late Colonel John Moredock must have wandered in his mind." "Wandered in the woods considerably, but never wandered elsewhere, that I ever heard." "Are you in earnest? Was there ever one who so made it his particular mission to hate Indians, that, to designate him, a special word has been coined? Indian hater?" "Even so." "Dear me, you take it very calmly. But really, I would like to know something about this Indian hating. I can hardly believe such a thing to be. Could you favor me with a little history of the extraordinary man you mentioned?" "With all my heart," and immediately stepping from the porch, gestured the cosmopolitan to a settee near by on deck. "There, sir, sit you there, and I will sit here beside you. You desire to hear of Colonel John Moredock. Well, a day in my boyhood is marked with a white stone. The day I saw the colonel's rifle, powder horn attached, hanging in a cabin on the west bank of the Wabash River. I was going westward a long journey through the wilderness with my father. It was high noon, and we had stopped at the cabin to unsaddle and bait. The man at the cabin pointed out the rifle and told whose it was, adding that the colonel was that moment sleeping on wolf-skins in the corn loft above, so we must not talk very loud, for the colonel had been out all night hunting, Indians, mind, and it would be cruel to disturb his sleep. Curious to see one so famous, we waited 2 hours over, in hopes he would come forth. But he did not. So, it being necessary to get to the next cabin before nightfall, we had at last to ride off without the wished for satisfaction. though, to tell the truth, I, for one, did not go away entirely ungratified, for, while my father was watering the horses, I slipped back into the cabin, and stepping a round or two up the ladder, pushed my head through the trap, and peered about. Not much light in the loft, but off in the further corner I saw what I took to be the wolf-skins, and on them a bundle of something like a drift of leaves, and at one end what seemed a moss-ball, and over it deer antlers branched. And close by, a small squirrel sprang out from a maple bowl of nuts, brushed the moss-ball with his tail, through a hole, and vanished, squeaking. That bit of woodland scene was all I saw. No Colonel Moredock there, unless that moss-ball was his curly head seen in the back view. I would have gone clear up, but the man below had warned me that though, from his camping habits, the Colonel could sleep through thunder, he was for the same cause amazing quick to waken at the sound of footsteps, however soft, and especially if human. "Excuse me," said the other, softly laying his hand on the narrator's wrist, "but I fear the Colonel was of a distrustful nature, little or no confidence. He was a little suspicious-minded, wasn't he?" "Not a bit. Knew too much. Suspected nobody, but was not ignorant of Indians. Well, though, as you may gather, I never fully saw the man, yet have I, one way and another, heard about as much of him as any other. In particular, I have heard his history again and again from my father's friend James Hall, the judge, you know. In every company being called upon to give this history, which none could better do, the judge at last fell into a style so methodic, you would have thought he spoke less to mere auditors than to an invisible amanuensis. Seemed talking for the press. Very impressive way with him, indeed. And I, having an equally impressible memory, think that, upon a pinch, I can render you the judge upon the Colonel, almost word for word." "Do so, by all means," said the cosmopolitan, well pleased. "Shall I give you the judge's philosophy and all?" "As to that," rejoined the other gravely, pausing over the pipe bowl he was filling, "the desirableness, to a man of a certain mind, of having another man's philosophy given, depends considerably upon what school of philosophy the other man belongs to. Of what school or system was the judge, pray?" "Why, though he knew how to read and write, the judge never had much schooling. But I should say he belonged, if anything, to the free school system. Yes, a true patriot, the judge went in strong for free schools." "In philosophy? The man of a certain mind, then, while respecting the judge's patriotism, and not blind to the judge's capacity for narrative, such as he may prove to have, might, perhaps, with prudence, waive an opinion of the judge's probable philosophy. But I am no rigorist. Proceed, I beg, his philosophy or not, as you please." "Well, I would mostly skip that part. Only, to begin, some reconnoitering of the ground in a philosophical way the judge always deemed indispensable with strangers. For you must know that Indian hating was no monopoly of Colonel Moredock's, but a passion in one form or other, and to a degree, greater or less, largely shared among the class to which he belonged. And Indian hating still exists, and no doubt will continue to exist so long as Indians do. Indian hating, then, shall be my first theme, and Colonel Moredock, the Indian hater, my next and last." With which the stranger, settling himself in his seat, commenced, the hearer paying marked regard, slowly smoking, his glance, meanwhile, steadfastly abstracted towards the deck, but his right ear so disposed towards the speaker, that each word came through as little atmospheric intervention as possible. To intensify the sense of hearing, he seemed to sink the sense of sight. No complaisance of mere speech could have been so flattering or expressed such striking politeness as this mute eloquence of thoroughly digesting attention. Chapter 26. Containing the metaphysics of Indian hating, according to the views of one evidently not so prepossessed as Rousseau in favor of savages. The judge always began in these words: "The backwoodsman's hatred of the Indian has been a topic for some remark. In the earlier times of the frontier, the passion was thought to be readily accounted for. But Indian rapine having mostly ceased through regions where it once prevailed, the philanthropist is surprised that Indian hating has not in like degree ceased with it. He wonders why the backwoodsman still regards the red man in much the same spirit that a jury does a murderer, or a trapper a wild cat, a creature in whose behalf mercy were not wisdom. Truce is vain, he must be executed." A curious point, the judge would continue, which perhaps not everybody, even upon explanation, may fully understand, while, in order for any one to approach to an understanding, it is necessary for him to learn, or if he already know, to bear in mind, what manner of man the backwoodsman is. As for what manner of man the Indian is, many know, either from history or experience. The backwoodsman is a lonely man. He is a thoughtful man. He is a man strong and unsophisticated. Impulsive, he is what some might call unprincipled. At any rate, he is self-willed, being one who less hearkens to what others may say about things than looks for himself to see what are things themselves. If in straits there are few to help, he must depend upon himself, he must continually look to himself. Hence self-reliance, to the degree of standing by his own judgment, though it stand alone. Not that he deems himself infallible. Too many mistakes in following trails prove the contrary. But he thinks that nature destines such sagacity as she has given him, as she destines it to the possum. To these fellow beings of the wilds, their untutored sagacity is their best dependence. If with either it prove faulty, if the possums betray it to the trap, or the backwoodsman's mislead him into ambuscade, there are consequences to be undergone, but no self-blame. As with the possum, instincts prevail with the backwoodsman over precepts. Like the possum, the backwoodsman presents the spectacle of a creature dwelling exclusively among the works of God. Yet these, truth must confess, breed little in him of a godly mind. Small bowing and scraping is his, further than when with bent knee he points his rifle or picks its flint. With few companions, solitude by necessity his lengthened lot, he stands the trial. No slight one, since next to dying, solitude rightly borne is perhaps of fortitude the most rigorous test. But not merely is the backwoodsman content to be alone, but in no few cases is anxious to be so. The sight of smoke 10 miles off is provocation to one more removed from man, one step deeper into nature. Is it that he feels that whatever man may be, man is not the universe? That glory, beauty, kindness are not all engrossed by him? That, as the presence of man frights birds away, so many bird-like thoughts? But, be that how it will, the backwoodsman is not without some fineness to his nature. Hairy Orson as he looks, it may be with him as with the Shetland seal, beneath the bristles lurks the fur. Though held in a sort a barbarian, the backwoodsman would seem to America what Alexander was to Asia, captain in the vanguard of conquering civilization. Whatever the nation's growing opulence or power, does it not lackey his heels? Pathfinder, provider of security to those who come after him, for himself he asks nothing but hardship. Worthy to be compared with Moses in the Exodus, or the Emperor Julian in Gaul, who on foot and bare browed, at the height of covered or mounted legions, marched so through the elements day after day. The tide of emigration, let it roll as it will, never overwhelms the backwoodsman into itself. He rides upon advance, as the Polynesian upon the comb of the surf. Thus, though he keep moving on through life, he maintains with respect to nature much the same unaltered relation throughout. With her creatures, too, including panthers and Indians. Hence, it is not unlikely that, accurate as the theory of the Peace Congress may be with respect to those two varieties of beings, among others, yet the backwoodsman might be qualified to throw out some practical suggestions. As the child born to a backwoodsman must in turn lead his father's life, a life which, as related to humanity, is related mainly to Indians, it is thought best not to mince matters out of delicacy, but to tell the boy pretty plainly what an Indian is, and what you must expect from him. For however charitable it may be to view Indians as members of the Society of Friends, yet to affirm them such to one ignorant of Indians, whose lonely path lies a long way through their lands, this, in the event, might prove not only injudicious, but cruel. At least something of this kind would seem the maxim upon which backwoods education is based. Accordingly, if in youth the backwoodsman incline to knowledge, as is generally the case, he hears little from his schoolmasters, the old chroniclers of the forest, but histories of Indians lying, Indian theft, Indian double-dealing, Indian fraud and perfidy, Indian want of conscience, Indian bloodthirstiness, Indian diabolism, histories which, though of wild woods, are almost as full of things unangelic as the Newgate Calendar or the annals of Europe. In these Indian narratives and traditions the lad is thoroughly grounded. As the twig is bent, the tree's inclined. The instinct of antipathy against an Indian grows in the backwoodsman with the sense of good and bad, right and wrong. In one breath he learns that a brother is to be loved, and an Indian to be hated. Such are the facts, the judge would say, upon which, if one seek to moralize, he must do so with an eye to them. It is terrible that one creature should so regard another, should make it conscience to abhor an entire race. It is terrible, but is it surprising? Surprising that one should hate a race which he believes to be red from a cause akin to that which makes some tribes of garden insects green. A race whose name is upon the frontier a memento mori, painted to him in every evil light, now a horse thief like those in Moyamensing, now an assassin like a New York rowdy, now a treaty breaker like an Austrian, now a palmer with poisoned arrows, now a judicial murderer and Jeffreys, after a fierce farce of trial condemning his victim to bloody death, or a Jew with hospitable speeches cousining some fainting stranger into ambuscade, there to burk him and account it a deed grateful to Manitou, his god. Still, all this is less advanced as truths of the Indians than as examples of the backwoodsman's impression of them, in which the uncharitable may think he does them some injustice. Certain it is, the Indians themselves think so, quite unanimously too. The Indians indeed protest against the backwoodsman's view of them, and some think that one cause of their returning his antipathy so sincerely as they do is their moral indignation at being so libeled by him, as they really believe and say. But whether, on this or any point, the Indians should be permitted to testify for themselves, to the exclusion of other testimony, is a question that may be left to the Supreme Court. At any rate, it has been observed that when an Indian becomes a genuine proselyte to Christianity, such cases, however, not being very many, though indeed entire tribes are sometimes nominally brought to the true light, he will not in that case conceal his enlightened conviction that his race's portion of nature is total depravity, and in that way as much admits that the backwoodsman's worst idea of it is not very far from true. While, on the other hand, those red men who are the greatest sticklers for the theory of Indian virtue and Indian loving kindness are sometimes the arrantest horse thieves and tomahawkers among them. So at least avers the backwoodsman. And though, knowing the Indian nature, as he thinks he does, he fancies he is not ignorant that an Indian may in some points deceive himself almost as effectually as in bush tactics he can another, yet his theory and his practice, as above contrasted, seem to involve an inconsistency so extreme, that the backwoodsman only accounts for it on the supposition that when a tomahawking red man advances the notion of the benignity of the red race, it is but part and parcel with that subtle strategy which he finds so useful in war, in hunting, and the general conduct of life. In further explanation of that deep abhorrence with which the backwoodsman regards the savage, the judge used to think it might perhaps a little help to consider what kind of stimulus to it is furnished in those forest histories and traditions before spoken of; in which behalf he would tell the story of the little colony of Wrights and Weavers, originally 7 cousins from Virginia, who, after successive removals with their families, at last established themselves near the southern frontier of the bloody ground, Kentucky. They were strong, brave men, but unlike many of the pioneers in those days, theirs was no love of conflict for conflict's sake. Step by step they had been lured to their lonely resting place by the ever beckoning seductions of a fertile and virgin land, with a singular exemption, during the march, from Indian molestation. But clearings made and houses built, the bright shield was soon to turn its other side. After repeated persecutions and eventual hostilities, forced on them by a dwindled tribe in their neighborhood, persecutions resulting in loss of crops and cattle, hostilities in which they lost 2 of their number, illy to be spared, besides others getting painful wounds, the 5 remaining cousins made, with some serious concessions, a kind of treaty with Mocmohoc, the chief, being to this induced by the harryings of the enemy, leaving them no peace. But they were further prompted, indeed, first incited, by the suddenly changed ways of Mocmohoc, who, though hitherto deemed a savage almost perfidious as Caesar Borgia, yet now put on a seeming reverse of this, engaging to bury the hatchet, smoke the pipe, and be friends forever. Not friends in the mere sense of renouncing enmity, but in the sense of kindliness, active and familiar. But what the chief now seemed, did not wholly blind them to what the chief had been, so that, though in no small degree influenced by his change of bearing, they still distrusted him enough to covenant with him, among other articles on their side, that though friendly visits should be exchanged between the wigwams and the cabins, yet the 5 cousins should never, on any account, be expected to enter the chief's lodge together. The intention was, though they reserved it, that if ever under the guise of amity the chief should mean them mischief, and effect it, it should be but partially, so that some of the 5 might survive, not only for their families' sake, but also for retribution's. Nevertheless, Mocmohoc did upon a time, with such fine art and pleasing carriage, win their confidence, that he brought them all together to a feast of bear's meat, and there by stratagem ended them. Years after, over their calcined bones, and those of all their families, the chief, reproached for his treachery by a proud hunter whom he had made captive, jeered out, "Treachery, pale face! 'Twas they who broke their covenant first, in coming all together. They that broke it first in trusting Mocmohoc." At this point the judge would pause, and lifting his hand and rolling his eyes, exclaim in a solemn enough voice, "Circling wiles and bloody lusts, the acuteness and genius of the chief but make him the more atrocious." After another pause, he would begin an imaginary kind of dialogue between a backwoodsman and a questioner. But are all Indians like Mocmohoc? Not all have proved such, but in the least harmful may lie his germ. There is an Indian nature. Indian blood is in me, is the half-breed's threat. But are not some Indians kind? Yes, but kind Indians are mostly lazy and reputed simple; at all events, are seldom chiefs. chiefs among the red men being taken from the active and those accounted wise. Hence, with small promotion, kind Indians have but proportionate influence, and kind Indians may be forced to do unkind biddings. So, beware the Indian, kind or unkind, said Daniel Boone, who lost his sons by them. But have all you backwoodsmen been some way victimized by Indians? No. Well, and in certain cases, may not at least some few of you be favored by them? Yes, but scarce one among us so self-important or so selfish-minded as to hold his personal exemption from Indian outrage such a set-off against the contrary experience of so many others, as that he must needs in a general way think well of Indians. Or if he do, an arrow in his flank might suggest a pertinent doubt. In short, according to the judge, if we at all credit the backwoodsman, his feeling against Indians, to be taken aright, must be considered as being not so much on his own account as on others, or jointly on both accounts. True it is, scarce a family he knows but some member of it or connection has been by Indians maimed or scalped. What avails then that some one Indian or some 2 or 3 treat a backwoodsman friendly like? He fears me, he thinks. Take my rifle from me, give him motive, and what will come? Or if not so, how know I what involuntary preparations may be going on in him for things as unbeknown in present time to him as me? A sort of chemical preparation in the soul for malice, as chemical preparation in the body for malady. Not that the backwoodsman ever used those words, you see, but the judge found him expression for his meaning. And this point he would conclude with, saying that what is called a friendly Indian is a very rare sort of creature, and well it was so, for no ruthlessness exceeds that of a friendly Indian turned enemy. A coward friend he makes a valiant foe. But, thus far, the passion in question has been viewed in a general way as that of a community. When to his due share of this the backwoodsman adds his private passion, we have then the stock out of which is formed, if formed at all, the Indian hater par excellence. The Indian hater par excellence the judge defined to be one who, having with his mother's milk drank in small love for red men, in youth or early manhood, ere the sensibilities become osseous, receives at their hands some signal outrage, or, which in effect is much the same, some of his kin have, or some friend. Now, nature all around him, by her solitudes wooing or bidding him muse upon this matter, he accordingly does so, till the thought develops such attraction, that, much as straggling vapors troop from all sides to a storm cloud, so straggling thoughts of other outrages troop to the nucleus thought, assimilate with it, and swell it. At last, taking counsel with the elements, he comes to his resolution. An intenser Hannibal, he makes a vow, the hate of which is a vortex from whose suction scarce the remotest chip of the guilty race may reasonably feel secure. Next, he declares himself, and settles his temporal affairs. With the solemnity of a Spaniard turned monk, he takes leave of his kin, or rather, these leave-takings have something of the still more impressive finality of death-bed adieus. Last, he commits himself to the forest primeval, there, so long as life shall be his, to act upon a calm, cloistered scheme of strategical, implacable, and lonesome vengeance. Ever on the noiseless trail, cool, collected, patient, less seen than felt, snuffing, smelling, a leather-stalking nemesis. In the settlements he will not be seen again. In the eyes of old companions tears may start at some chance thing that speaks of him, but they never look for him, nor call. They know he will not come. Suns and seasons fleet. The tiger-lily blows and falls. Babes are born and leap in their mother's arms, but the Indian hater is gone as good to his long home, and terror is his epitaph. Here the judge, not unaffected, would pause again, but presently resume. How evident that in strict speech there can be no biography of an Indian hater par excellence, any more than one of a swordfish or other deep sea denizen; or, which is still less imaginable, one of a dead man. The career of the Indian hater par excellence has the impenetrability of the fate of a lost steamer. Doubtless, events, terrible ones, have happened, must have happened, but the powers that be in nature have taken order that they shall never become news. But, luckily for the curious, there is a species of diluted Indian hater, one whose heart proves not so steely as his brain. Soft enticements of domestic life, too, often draw him back from the ascetic trail, a monk who apostatizes to the world at times. Like a mariner, too, though much abroad, he may have a wife and family in some green harbor which he does not forget. It is with him as with the papist converts in Senegal. Fasting and mortification prove hard to bear. The judge, with his usual judgment, always thought that the intense solitude to which the Indian hater consigns himself has, by its overawing influence, no little to do with relaxing his vow. He would relate instances where, after some months' lonely scoutings, the Indian hater is suddenly seized with a sort of calenture, hurries openly towards the first smoke, though he knows it is in Indians, announces himself as a lost hunter, gives the savage his rifle, throws himself upon his charity, embraces him with much affection, imploring the privilege of living a while in his sweet companionship. What is too often the sequel of so distempered a procedure may be best known by those who best know the Indian. Upon the whole, the judge, by 32 good and sufficient reasons, would maintain that there was no known vocation whose consistent following calls for such containings as that of the Indian hater par excellence. In the highest view, he considered such a soul one peeping out but once an age. For the diluted Indian hater, although the vacations he permits himself impair the keeping of the character, yet it should not be overlooked that this is the man who, by his very infirmity, enables us to form surmises, however inadequate, of what Indian hating, in its perfection, is. "One moment," gently interrupted the cosmopolitan here, "and let me refill my calumet." Which being done, the other proceeded. CHAPTER 27. Some account of a man of questionable morality, but who, nevertheless, would seem entitled to the esteem of that eminent English moralist who said he liked a good hater. Coming to mention the man to whose story all thus far said was but the introduction, the judge, who, like you, was a great smoker, would insist upon all the company taking cigars, and then, lighting a fresh one himself, rise in his place, and with the solemnest voice say, "Gentlemen, let us smoke to the memory of Colonel John Moredock." When, after several whiffs taken standing in deep silence and deeper reverie, he would resume his seat and his discourse, something in these words: "Though Colonel John Moredock was not an Indian hater par excellence, he yet cherished a kind of sentiment towards the red man, and in that degree, and so acted out his sentiment as sufficiently to merit the tribute just rendered to his memory. John Moredock was the son of a woman married thrice, and thrice widowed by a tomahawk. The 3 successive husbands of this woman had been pioneers, and with them she had wandered from wilderness to wilderness, always on the frontier. With 9 children, she at last found herself at a little clearing, afterwards Vincennes. There she joined a company about to remove to the new country of Illinois. On the eastern side of Illinois there were then no settlements, but on the west side, the shore of the Mississippi, there were, near the mouth of the Kaskaskia, some old hamlets of French. To the vicinity of these hamlets, very innocent and pleasant places, a new Arcadia, Mrs. Moredock's party was destined. For thereabouts among the vines they meant to settle. They embarked upon the Wabash in boats, proposing descending that stream into the Ohio, and the Ohio into the Mississippi, and so northwards, towards the point to be reached. All went well till they made the rock of the Grand Tower on the Mississippi, where they had to land and drag their boats round a point swept by a strong current. Here a party of Indians lying in wait rushed out and murdered nearly all of them. The widow was among the victims, with her children, John excepted, who, some 50 miles distant, was following with the second party. He was just entering upon manhood, when thus left in nature sole survivor of his race. Other youngsters might have turned mourners. He turned avenger. His nerves were electric wires, sensitive, but steel. He was one who, from self-possession, could be made neither to flush nor pale. It is said that when the tidings were brought him, he was ashore sitting beneath a hemlock, eating his dinner of venison. And as the tidings were told him, after the first start he kept on eating, but slowly and deliberately, chewing the wild news with the wild meat, as if both together, turned to chyle, together should sinew him to his intent. From that meal he rose an Indian hater. He rose, got his arms, prevailed upon some comrades to join him, and without delay started to discover who were the actual transgressors. They proved to be a band of 20 renegades from various tribes, outlaws even among Indians, and had formed themselves into a marauding crew. No opportunity for action being at the time presented, he dismissed his friends, told them to go on, thanking them, and saying he would ask their aid at some future day. For upwards of a year, alone in the wilds, he watched the crew. Once, what he thought a favorable chance having occurred, it being midwinter and the savages encamped apparently to remain so, he anew mustered his friends, and marched against them. But, getting wind of his coming, the enemy fled, and in such panic that everything was left behind but their weapons. During the winter, much the same thing happened upon 2 subsequent occasions. The next year he sought them at the head of a party pledged to serve him for 40 days. At last the hour came. It was on the shore of the Mississippi. From their covert, Moredock and his men dimly descried the gang of Cains in the red dusk of evening, paddling over to a jungled island in mid-stream, there the more securely to lodge. For Moredock's retributive spirit in the wilderness spoke ever to their trepidations now, like the voice calling through the garden. Waiting until the dead of night, the whites swam the river, towing after them a raft laden with their arms. On landing, Moredock cut the fastenings of the enemy's canoes, and turned them with his own raft adrift, resolved that there should be neither escape for the Indians, nor safety except in victory for the whites. Victorious the whites were, but 3 of the Indians saved themselves by taking to the stream. Moredock's band lost not a man. 3 of the murderers survived. He knew their names and persons. In the course of 3 years, each successively fell by his own hand. All were now dead. But this did not suffice. He made no avowal, but to kill Indians had become his passion. As an athlete he had few equals, as a shot none, in single combat not to be beaten. Master of that woodland cunning enabling the adept to subsist where the tyro would perish, and expert in all those arts by which an enemy is pursued for weeks, perhaps months, without once suspecting it, he kept to the forest. The solitary Indian that met him died. When a murder was descried, he would either secretly pursue their track for some chance to strike at least one blow, or if, while thus engaged, he himself was discovered, he would elude them by superior skill. Many years he spent thus, and though after a time he was, in a degree, restored to the ordinary life of the region and period, yet it is believed that John Moredock never let pass an opportunity of quenching an Indian. Sins of commission in that kind may have been his, but none of omission. It were to suppose, the judge would say, that this gentleman was naturally ferocious, or peculiarly possessed of those qualities which, unhelped by provocation of events, tend to withdraw man from social life. On the contrary, Moredock was an example of something apparently self-contradicting, certainly curious, but at the same time undeniable, namely, that nearly all Indian haters have at bottom loving hearts, or at any rate, hearts, if anything, more generous than the average. Certain it is, that, to the degree in which he mingled in the life of the settlements, Moredock showed himself not without humane feelings. No cold husband or colder father he, and though often and long away from his household, bore its needs in mind and provided for them. He could be very convivial, told a good story, though never of his more private exploits, and sung a capital song. Hospitable, not backward to help a neighbor, by report benevolent, as retributive in secret, while, in a general manner, though sometimes grave, as is not unusual with men of his complexion, a sultry and tragical brown, yet with nobody, Indians excepted, otherwise than courteous in a manly fashion. A moccasined gentleman, admired and loved, in fact, no one more popular, as an incident to follow may prove. His bravery, whether in Indian fight or any other, was unquestionable. An officer in the ranging service during the War of 1812, he acquitted himself with more than credit. Of his soldierly character this anecdote is told. Not long after Hull's dubious surrender at Detroit, Moredock, with some of his rangers, rode up at night to a log house, there to rest till morning. The horses being attended to, supper over, and sleeping places assigned the troop, the host showed the colonel his best bed, not on the ground like the rest, but a bed that stood on legs, but out of delicacy the guest declined to monopolize it, or indeed to occupy it at all. When, to increase the inducement, as the host thought, he was told that a general officer had once slept in that bed. "Who, pray?" asked the colonel. "General Hull." "Then you must not take offense," said the colonel, buttoning up his coat, "but really no coward's bed for me, however comfortable." Accordingly, he took up with Valor's bed, a cold one on the ground. At one time the colonel was a member of the Territorial Council of Illinois, and at the formation of the State government was pressed to become candidate for governor, but begged to be excused. And, though he declined to give his reasons for declining, yet by those who best knew him the cause was not wholly unsurmised. In his official capacity he might be called upon to enter into friendly treaties with Indian tribes, a thing not to be thought of; and even did no such contingency arise, yet he felt there would be an impropriety in the governor of Illinois stealing out now and then, during a recess of the legislative bodies, for a few days' shooting at human beings, within the limits of his paternal chief magistracy. If the governorship offered large honors, from Moredock it demanded larger sacrifices. These were incompatibles. In short, he was not unaware that to be a consistent Indian hater involves the renunciation of ambition, with its objects, the pomps and glories of the world. And since religion, pronouncing such things vanities, accounts it merit to renounce them, therefore, so far as this goes, Indian hating, whatever may be thought of it in other respects, may be regarded as not wholly without the efficacy of a devout sentiment. Here the narrator paused. Then, after his long and irksome sitting, started to his feet, and regulating his disordered shirt frill, and at the same time adjustingly shaking his legs down in his rumpled pantaloons, concluded, "There, I have done; having given you, not my story, mind, or my thoughts, but another's. And now, for your friend Coonskins, I doubt not that, if the judge were here, he would pronounce him a sort of comprehensive Colonel Moredock, who, too much spreading his passion, shallows it." CHAPTER XXVIII. Moot points touching the late Colonel John Moredock. "Charity, charity," exclaimed the cosmopolitan, "never a sound judgment without charity. When man judges man, charity is less a bounty from our mercy than just allowance for the insensible leeway of human fallibility. God forbid that my eccentric friend should be what you hint. You do not know him, or but imperfectly. His outside deceived you. At first it came near deceiving even me. But I seized a chance when, owing to indignation against some wrong, he laid himself a little open. I seized that lucky chance, I say, to inspect his heart, and found it an inviting oyster in a forbidding shell. His outside is but put on. Ashamed of his own goodness, he treats mankind as those strange old uncles in romances do their nephews, snapping at them all the time, and yet loving them as the apple of their eye. Well, my words with him were few. Perhaps he is not what I took him for. Yes, for aught I know, you may be right. Glad to hear it. Charity, like poetry, should be cultivated, if only for its being graceful. And now, since you have renounced your notion, I should be happy, would you, so to speak, renounce your story, too. That story strikes me with even more incredulity than wonder. To me some parts don't hang together. If the man of hate, how could John Moredock be also the man of love? Either his lone campaigns are fabulous as Hercules, or else, those being true, what was thrown in about his geniality is but garnish. In short, if ever there was such a man as Moredock, he, in my way of thinking, was either misanthrope or nothing, and his misanthropy the more intense from being focused on one race of men. Though, like suicide, man-hatred would seem peculiarly a Roman and a Grecian passion, that is, pagan, yet the annals of neither Rome nor Greece can produce the equal in man-hatred of Colonel Moredock, as the judge and you have painted him. As for this Indian-hating in general, I can only say of it what Dr. Johnson said of the alleged Lisbon earthquake. Sir, I don't believe it. Didn't believe it? Why not? Clashed with any little prejudice of his? Dr. Johnson had no prejudice, but, like a certain other person, with an ingenuous smile, he had sensibilities, and those were pained. Dr. Johnson was a good Christian, wasn't he? He was. Suppose he had been something else? Then small incredulity as to the alleged earthquake. Suppose he had been also a misanthrope? Then small incredulity as to the robberies and murders alleged to have been perpetrated under the pall of smoke and ashes. The infidels of the time were quick to credit those reports, and worse. So true it is that, while religion, contrary to the common notion, implies in certain cases a spirit of slow reserve as to assent, infidelity, which claims to despise credulity, is sometimes swift to it. You rather jumble together misanthropy and infidelity. I do not jumble them, they are coordinates. For misanthropy, springing from the same root with disbelief of religion, is twin with that. It springs from the same root, I say. For set aside materialism, and what is an atheist but one who does not, or will not, see in the universe a ruling principle of love? And what a misanthrope but one who does not or will not see in man a ruling principle of kindness? Don't you see, in either case the vice consists in a want of confidence. What sort of a sensation is misanthropy? Might as well ask me what sort of sensation is hydrophobia. Don't know, never had it, but I have often wondered what it can be like. Can a misanthrope feel warm, I ask myself? Take ease. Be companionable with himself. Can a misanthrope smoke a cigar and muse? How fares he in solitude? Has the misanthrope such a thing as an appetite? Shall a peach refresh him? The effervescence of champagne, with what eye does he behold it? Is summer good to him? Of long winters, how much can he sleep? What are his dreams? How feels he, and what does he, when suddenly awakened alone at dead of night by fusillades of thunder? Like you, said the stranger, I can't understand the misanthrope. So far as my experience goes, either mankind is worthy one's best love, or else I have been lucky. Never has it been my lot to have been wronged, though but in the smallest degree. Cheating, backbiting, superciliousness, disdain, hard-heartedness, and all that brood, I know but by report. Cold regards tossed over the sinister shoulder of a former friend, ingratitude in a beneficiary, treachery in a confidant. Such things may be, but I must take somebody's word for it. Now, the bridge that has carried me over so well, shall I not praise it? Ingratitude to the worthy bridge not to do so. Man is a noble fellow, and in an age of satirists, I am not displeased to find one who has confidence in him, and bravely stands up for him. Yes, I always speak a good word for man, and what is more, am always ready to do a good deed for him. You are a man after my own heart, responded the cosmopolitan with a candor which lost nothing by its calmness. Indeed, he added, our sentiments agree so, that were they written in a book, whose was whose, few but the nicest critics might determine. Since we are thus joined in mind, said the stranger, why not be joined in hand? My hand is always at the service of virtue, frankly extending it to him as to virtue personified. And now, said the stranger, cordially retaining his hand, you know our fashion here at the West. It may be a little low, but it is kind. Briefly, we being newly made friends, must drink together. What say you? Thank you, but indeed you must excuse me. Why? Because, to tell the truth, I have to-day met so many old friends, all free-hearted, convivial gentlemen, that really, though for the present I succeed in mastering it, I am at bottom almost in the condition of a sailor, who, stepping ashore after a long voyage, ere night reels with loving welcomes, his head of less capacity than his heart. At the allusion to old friends, the stranger's countenance a little fell, as a jealous lover's might at hearing from his sweetheart of former ones. But rallying, he said, no doubt they treated you to something strong. But wine, surely that gentle creature wine. Come, let us have a little gentle wine at one of these little tables here. Come, come. Then essaying to roll about like a full pipe in the sea, sang in a voice which had had more of good fellowship, had there been less of a latent squeak to it. Let us drink of the wine of the vine benign, that sparkles warm in suns of wine. The cosmopolitan, with longing eye upon him, stood as sorely tempted and wavering a moment, then, abruptly stepping towards him, with a look of dissolved surrender, said, when mermaid songs move figureheads, then may glory-golded women try their blandishments on me. But a good fellow singing a good song, he woos forth my every spike, so that my whole hull, like a ship's, sailing by a magnetic rock, caves in with acquiescence. Enough. When one has a heart of a certain sort, it is in vain trying to be resolute. End of section 13. Section 14 of The Confidence Man. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by M.B. The Confidence Man, His Masquerade, by Herman Melville. Chapter 29. The Boon Companions. The wine, port, being called for, and the two seated at the little table, a natural pause of convivial expectancy ensued. The stranger's eye turned towards the bar near by, watching the red-cheeked, white-aproned man there, blithely dusting the bottle and invitingly arranging the salver and glasses, when, with a sudden impulse, turning round his head towards his companion, he said, ours is friendship at first sight, ain't it? It is, was the placidly pleased reply, and the same may be said of friendship at first sight as of love at first sight. It is the only true one, the only noble one. It bespeaks confidence. Who would go sounding his way into love or friendship like a strange ship by night into an enemy's harbor? Right! Boldly in before the wind. Agreeable how we always agree. By the way, though but a formality, friends should know each other's names. What is yours, pray? Francis Goodman, but those who love me call me Frank. And yours? Charles Arnold Noble, but do you call me Charlie? I will, Charlie. Nothing like preserving in manhood the fraternal familiarities of youth. It proves the heart a rosy boy to the last. Ha! My sentiments again! Ah! It was a smiling waiter with the smiling bottle, the cork drawn. A common quart bottle, but for the occasion fitted at bottom into a little bark basket, braided with porcupine quills, gaily tinted in the Indian fashion. This being set before the entertainer, he regarded it with affectionate interest, but seemed not to understand, or else to pretend not to, a handsome red label pasted on the bottle, bearing the capital letters P.W. "P.W.?" said he at last, perplexedly eyeing the pleasing poser. "Now what does P.W. mean?" "Shouldn't wonder," said the cosmopolitan gravely, "if it stood for port wine. You called for port wine, didn't you?" "Why, so it is, so it is." "I find some little mysteries not very hard to clear up," said the other, quietly crossing his legs. This commonplace seemed to escape the stranger's hearing, for, full of his bottle, he now rubbed his somewhat sallow hands over it, and with a strange sort of cackle, meant to be a chirrup, cried, "Good wine, good wine! Is it not the peculiar bond of good feeling?" Then, brimming both glasses, pushed one over, saying, with what seemed like an intended air of fine disdain, "Ill betide those gloomy skeptics who maintain that nowadays pure wine is unpurchasable, that almost every variety on sale is less the vintage of vineyards than laboratories, that most barkeepers are but a set of male Brinvilliarses, with complacent arts practicing against the lives of their best friends, their customers." A shade passed over the cosmopolitan. After a few minutes' downcast musing, he lifted his eyes and said, "I have long thought, my dear Charlie, that the spirit in which wine is regarded by too many in these days is one of the most painful examples of want of confidence. Look at these glasses. He who could mistrust poison in this wine would mistrust consumption in Hebe's cheek. While, as for suspicion against the dealers in wine and sellers of it, those who cherish such suspicions can have but limited trust in the human heart. Each human heart they must think to be much like each bottle of port. Not such port as this, but such port as they hold to. Strange traducers who see good faith in nothing, however sacred. Not medicines, not the wine in sacraments has escaped them. The doctor with his vial and the priest with his chalice they deem equally the unconscious dispensers of bogus cordials to the dying. Dreadful!" "Dreadful indeed," said the cosmopolitan solemnly. "These distrusters stab at the very soul of confidence. If this wine," impressively holding up his full glass, "if this wine, with its bright promise, be not true, how shall man be, whose promise can be no brighter? But if wine be false, while men are true, whither shall fly convivial geniality? To think of sincerely genial souls drinking each other's health at unawares in perfidious and murderous drugs! Horrible!" "Much too much so to be true, Charlie. Let's forget it. Come, you are my entertainer on this occasion, and yet you don't pledge me. I've been waiting for it." Pardon," half confusedly and half ostentatiously lifting his glass. "I pledge you, Frank, with my whole heart, believe me," taking a draught too decorous to be large, but which, small though it was followed by a slight involuntary wryness to the mouth. "And I return you the pledge, Charlie, heart-warm as it came to me, and honest as this wine I drink it in," reciprocated the cosmopolitan with princely kindness in his gesture, taking a generous swallow, concluding in a smack, which, though audible, was not so much so as to be unpleasing. "Talking of alleged spuriousness of wines," said he, tranquilly setting down his glass, and then sloping back his head, and with friendly fixedness eyeing the wine, "perhaps the strangest part of those allegings is, that there is, as claimed, a kind of man, who, while convinced that on this continent most wines are shams, yet still drinks away at them, accounting wine so fine a thing that even the sham article is better than none at all. And if the temperance people urge that by this course he will sooner or later be undermined in health, he answers, 'And do you think I don't know that? But health without cheer I hold a bore, and cheer, even of the spurious sort, has its price, which I am willing to pay.' Such a man, Frank, must have a disposition ungovernably bacchanalian." "Yes, if such a man there be, which I don't credit. It is a fable, but a fable from which I once heard a person of less genius than grotesqueness draw a moral even more extravagant than the fable itself. He said that it illustrated, as in a parable, how that a man of a disposition ungovernably good-natured might still familiarly associate with men, though at the same time he believed the greater part of men false-hearted, accounting society so sweet a thing that even the spurious sort was better than none at all. And if the Rochefoucauldites urge that by this course he will sooner or later be undermined in security, he answers, 'Don't you think I don't know that? But security without society I hold a bore, and society, even of the spurious sort, has its price, which I am willing to pay.'" "A most singular theory," said the stranger, with a slight fidget, eyeing his companion with some inquisitiveness. "Indeed, Frank, a most slanderous thought," he exclaimed in sudden heat, and with an involuntary look, almost of being personally aggrieved. "In one sense it merits all you say, and more," rejoined the other with wonted mildness. "But for a kind of drollery in it, charity might, perhaps, overlook something of the wickedness. Humor is, in fact, so blessed a thing, that even in the least virtuous product of the human mind, if there can be found but 9 good jokes, some philosophers are clement enough to affirm that those 9 good jokes should redeem all the wicked thoughts, though plenty as the populace of Sodom. At any rate, this same humor has something, there is no telling what, of beneficence in it. It is such a catholicon and charm, nearly all men agreeing in relishing it, though they may agree in little else. And in its way it undeniably does such a deal of familiar good in the world, that no wonder it is almost a proverb, that a man of humor, a man capable of a good laugh, seem how he may in other things, can hardly be a heartless scamp." "Ha, ha, ha!" laughed the other, pointing to the figure of a pale pauper boy on the deck below, whose pitiableness was touched, as it were, with ludicrousness, by a pair of monstrous boots, apparently some mason's discarded ones, cracked with drought, half eaten by lime, and curled up about the toe like a bassoon. "Look, ha, ha, ha!" "I see," said the other, with what seemed quiet appreciation, but of a kind expressing an eye to the grotesque, without blindness to what in this case accompanied it. "I see. And the way in which it moves you, Charlie, comes in very apropos to point the proverb I was speaking of. Indeed, had you intended this effect, it could not have been more so. For who that heard that laugh, but would as naturally argue from it a sound heart as sound lungs? True, it is said that a man may smile and smile and smile and be a villain. But it is not said that a man may laugh and laugh and laugh and be one, is it, Charlie?" "Ha, ha, ha! No, 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 no." "Why, Charlie, your explosions illustrate my remarks almost as aptly as the chemist's imitation volcano did his lectures. But even if experience did not sanction the proverb, that a good laugher cannot be a bad man, I should yet feel bound in confidence to believe it, since it is a saying current among the people, and I doubt not originated among them, and hence must be true. For the voice of the people is the voice of truth. Don't you think so?" "Of course I do. If truth don't speak through the people, it never speaks at all. So I heard one say." "A true saying. But we stray. The popular notion of humor considered as index to the heart, would seem curiously confirmed by Aristotle. I think in his Politics, a work, by the by, which, however it may be viewed upon the whole, yet, from the tenor of certain sections, should not, without precaution, be placed in the hands of youth, who remarks that the least lovable of men in history seem to have had for humor not only a disrelish, but a hatred, and this, in some cases, along with an extraordinary dry taste for practical punning. I remember it is related of Phalaris, the capricious tyrant of Sicily, that he once caused a poor fellow to be beheaded on a horse block, for no other cause than having a horse laugh. Funny Phalaris. Cruel Phalaris. As after firecrackers, there was a pause, both looking downward on the table as if mutually struck by the contrast of exclamations, and pondering upon its significance, if any. So, at least, it seemed, but on one side it might have been otherwise, for presently glancing up, the cosmopolitan said, in the instance of the moral, drolly cynic, drawn from the queer bacchanalian fellow we were speaking of, who had his reasons for still drinking spurious wine, though knowing it to be such, there, I say, we have an example of what is certainly a wicked thought, but conceived in humor. I will now give you one of a wicked thought conceived in wickedness. You shall compare the two, and answer whether in the one case the sting is not neutralized by the humor, and whether in the other the absence of humor does not leave the sting free play. I once heard a wit, a mere wit, mind, an irreligious Parisian wit, say, with regard to the temperance movement, that none, to their personal benefit, joined it sooner than niggards and knaves, because, as he affirmed, the one by it saved money, and the other made money, as in shipowners cutting off the spirit ration without giving its equivalent, and gamblers and all sorts of subtle tricksters sticking to cold water the better to keep a cool head for business. A wicked thought, indeed, cried the stranger feelingly. Yes, leaning over the table on his elbow, and genially gesturing at him with his forefinger. Yes, and as I said, you don't remark the sting of it? I do, indeed. Most calumnious thought, Frank. No humor in it? Not a bit. Well now, Charlie, eyeing him with moist regard, let us drink. It appears to me that you don't drink freely. Oh, indeed, I am not backward there. I protest, a freer drinker than friend Charlie you will find nowhere, with a feverish zeal snatching his glass, but only in the sequel to dally with it. By the way, Frank, he said, perhaps or perhaps not, to draw attention from himself, by the way, I saw a good thing the other day, capital thing, a panegyric on the press. It pleased me so, I got it by heart at 2 readings. It is a kind of poetry, but in a form which stands in something the same relation to blank verse which that does to rhyme. A sort of free and easy chant with refrains to it. Shall I recite it? Anything in praise of the press I shall be happy to hear, rejoined the cosmopolitan. The more so, he gravely proceeded, as of late I have observed in some quarters a disposition to disparage the press. Disparage the press? Even so. Some gloomy souls affirming that it is proving with that great invention as with brandy or eau de vie, which, upon its first discovery, was believed by the doctors to be, as its French name implies, a panacea, a notion which experience, it may be thought, has not fully verified. You surprise me, Frank. Are there really those who so decry the press? Tell me more. Their reasons. Reasons they have none, but affirmations they have many. Among other things, affirming that, while under dynastic despotisms the press is to the people little but an improvisatore, under popular ones it is too apt to be their Jack Cade. In fine, these sour sages regard the press in the light of a Colt's revolver, pledged to no cause but his in whose chance hands it may be, deeming the one invention an improvement upon the pen, much akin to what the other is upon the pistol. involving, along with the multiplication of the barrel, no consecration of the aim. The term freedom of the press they consider on a par with freedom of Colt's revolver. Hence, for truth and the right, they hold to indulge hopes from the one is little more sensible than for Kossuth and Mazzini to indulge hopes from the other. Heartbreaking views enough, you think, but their refutation is in every true reformer's contempt. Is it not so? Without doubt. But go on, go on. I like to hear you, flatteringly brimming up his glass for him. For one, continued the cosmopolitan, grandly swelling his chest, I hold the press to be neither the people's improvisatore, nor Jack Cade, neither their paid fool, nor conceited drudge. I think interest never prevails with it over duty. The press still speaks for truth, though impaled, in the teeth of lies, though entrenched. Disdaining for it the poor name of cheap diffuser of news, I claim for it the independent apostleship of advancer of knowledge. The iron Paul, I say, for not only does the press advance knowledge, but righteousness. As in the press, as in the sun, resides, my dear Charlie, a dedicated principle of beneficent force and light. For the satanic press, by its co-appearance with the apostolic, it is no more an aspersion to that, than to the true sun is the co-appearance of the mock one. For all the baleful-looking parhelion, God Apollo dispenses the day. In a word, Charlie, what the sovereign of England is titularly, I hold the press to be actually. Defender of the faith in the final triumph of truth over error, metaphysics over superstition, theory over falsehood, machinery over nature, and the good man over the bad. Such are my views, which, if stated at some length, you, Charlie, must pardon, for it is a theme upon which I cannot speak with cold brevity. And now I am impatient for your panegyric, which I doubt not will put mine to the blush. It is rather in the blush-giving vein, smiled the other, but such as it is, Frank, you shall have it. Tell me when you're about to begin, said the cosmopolitan, for, when at public dinners the press is toasted, I always drink the toast standing, and shall stand while you pronounce the panegyric. Very good, Frank. You may stand up now. He accordingly did so, when the stranger likewise rose, and uplifting the ruby wine flask, began. Chapter 30, opening with a poetical eulogy of the press, and continuing with talk inspired by the same. Praise be unto the press, not Faust's, but Noah's. Let us extol and magnify the press, the true press of Noah, which breaketh the true morning. Praise be unto the press, not the black press, but the red. Let us extol and magnify the press, the red press of Noah, from which cometh inspiration. Ye pressmen of the Rhineland and the Rhine, join in with all ye who tread out the glad tidings on Isle Madeira or Metylene. Who giveth redness of eyes by making men long to tarry at the fine print? Praise be unto the press, the rosy press of Noah, which giveth rosiness of hearts by making men long to tarry at the rosy wine. Who hath babblings and contentions? Who without cause inflicteth wounds? Praise be unto the press, the kindly press of Noah, which knitteth friends, which fuseth foes. Who may be bribed? Who may be bound? Praise unto the press, the free press of Noah, which will not lie for tyrants, but make tyrants speak the truth. Then praise be unto the press, the frank old press of Noah. Then let us extol and magnify the press, the brave old press of Noah. Then let us with roses garland and enwreath the press, the grand old press of Noah, from which flows streams of knowledge which give man a bliss no more unreal than his pain. You deceived me, smiled the cosmopolitan, as both now resumed their seats. You roguishly took advantage of my simplicity. You archly played upon my enthusiasm. But never mind. The offense, if any, was so charming, I almost wish you would offend again. As for certain poetic left-handers in your panegyric, those I cheerfully concede to the indefinite privileges of the poet. Upon the whole, it was quite in the lyric style, a style I always admire on account of that spirit of sibyllic confidence and assurance which is, perhaps, its prime ingredient. But come," glancing at his companion's glass, "for a lyrist, you let the bottle stay with you too long." "The lyre and the vine forever!" cried the other in his rapture, or what seemed such, heedless of the hint. "The vine, the vine! Is it not the most graceful and bounteous of all growths? And, by its being such, is not something meant, divinely meant? As I live, a vine, a Catawba vine, shall be planted on my grave." "A genial thought. But your glass there." "Oh, taking a moderate sip. But why don't you drink?" "You have forgotten, my dear Charlie, what I told you of my previous convivialities to day." "Oh," cried the other, now in a manner quite abandoned to the lyric mood, not without contrast to the easy sociability of his companion, "oh, one can't drink too much of good old wine, the genuine, mellow old port. Pooh, drink away." "Then keep me company." "Of course," with a flourish, taking another sip. "Suppose we have cigars. Never mind your pipe there, a pipe is best when alone. I say, waiter, bring some cigars, your best." They were brought in a pretty little bit of western pottery, representing some kind of Indian utensil, mummy–colored, set down in a mass of tobacco leaves, whose long green fans, fancifully grouped, formed with peeps of red the sides of the receptacle. Accompanying it were two accessories, although bits of pottery, but smaller, both globes. One in guise of an apple flushed with red and gold to the life, and, through a cleft at top, you saw it was hollow. This was for the ashes. The other, gray, with wrinkled surface, in the likeness of a wasp's nest, was the match–box. "There," said the stranger, pushing over the cigar–stand, "help yourself, and I will touch you off," taking a match. "Nothing like tobacco," he added, when the fumes of the cigar began to wreathe, glancing from the smoker to the pottery. "I will have a Virginia tobacco plant set over my grave, beside the Catawba vine." "Improvement upon your first idea, which by itself was good. But you don't smoke." "Presently. Let me fill your glass again. You don't drink." "Thank you, but no more just now. Fill your glass." "Presently. Do you drink on. Never mind me. Now that it strikes me, let me say that he who, out of superfine gentility or fanatic morality, denies himself tobacco, suffers a more serious abatement in the cheap pleasures of life than the dandy in his iron boot, or the celibate on his iron cot. While for he who would fain revel in tobacco, but cannot, it is a thing at which philanthropists must weep to see such an one again and again madly returning to the cigar, which for his incompetent stomach he cannot enjoy, while still after each shameful repulse the sweet dream of the impossible good goads him on to his fierce misery once more. Poor eunuch." "I agree with you," said the cosmopolitan, still gravely social, "but you don't smoke." "Presently. Do you smoke on. As I was saying about. But why don't you smoke? Come. You don't think that tobacco, when in league with wine, too much enhances the latter's vinous quality? In short, with certain constitutions tends to impair self–possession, do you?" "To think that were treason to good fellowship," was the warm disclaimer. No. But the fact is, there is an unpropitious flavor in my mouth just now. Ate of a diabolical ragout at dinner, so I shan't smoke till I have washed away the lingering memento of it with wine. But smoke away, you, and pray don't forget to drink. By the way, while we sit here so companionably, giving loose to any companionable nothing, your uncompanionable friend, Coonskins, is, by pure contrast, brought to recollection. If he were here but now, he would see how much of a real heart-joy he denies himself by not hobnobbing with his kind. Why," with loitering emphasis, slowly withdrawing his cigar, "I thought I had undeceived you there. I thought you had come to a better understanding of my eccentric friend." "Well, I thought so too, but first impressions will return, you know. In truth, now that I think of it, I am led to conjecture from chance things which dropped from Coonskins during the little interview I had with him, that he is not a Missourian by birth, but years ago came west here, a young misanthrope from the other side of the Alleghanies, less to make his fortune than to flee man. Now, since they say trifles sometimes effect great results, I shouldn't wonder if his history were probed, it would be found that what first indirectly gave his sad bias to Coonskins was his disgust at reading in boyhood the advice of Polonius to Laertes, advice which, in the selfishness it inculcates, is almost on par with a sort of ballad upon the economies of money-making, to be occasionally seen pasted upon the desk of small retail traders in New England. "I do hope now, my dear fellow," said the cosmopolitan, with an air of bland protest, "that, in my presence at least, you will throw out nothing to the prejudice of the sons of the Puritans." "Heyday and high times, indeed!" exclaimed the other, nettled. "Sons of the Puritans, forsooth! And who be Puritans, that I, an Alabamian, must do them reverence? A set of sourly conceited old Malvolios, who Shakespeare laughs his fill at in his comedies." "Pray, what were you about to suggest with regard to Polonius?" observed the cosmopolitan with quiet forbearance, expressive of the patience of a superior mind at the petulance of an inferior one. "How do you characterize his advice to Laertes?" "As false, fatal, and calumnious," exclaimed the other, with a degree of ardor befitting one resenting a stigma upon the family escutcheon. "And for a father to give his son? Monstrous! The case, you see, is this: the son is going abroad, and for the first, what does the father? Invoke God's blessing upon him? Put the blessed Bible in his trunk? No, crams him with maxims smacking of my Lord Chesterfield, with maxims of France, with maxims of Italy. No, be charitable, not that. Why, does he not among other things say, 'The friends thou hast, and their adoption tried, grapple them to thy soul with hooks of steel'? Is that compatible with maxims of Italy?" "Yes, it is, Frank. Don't you see? Laertes is to take the best of care of his friends, his proved friends, on the same principle that a wine corker takes the best of care of his proved bottles. When a bottle gets a sharp knock and don't break, he says, 'I'll keep that bottle.' Why, because he loves it? No, he has particular use for it." "Dear," appealingly turning in distress, that kind of criticism is, in fact, it won't do." "Won't truth do, Frank? You are so charitable with everybody, do but consider the tone of the speech. Now, I put it to you, Frank, is there anything in it hortatory to high, heroic, disinterested effort? Anything like sell all thou hast and give to the poor? And in other points, what desire seems most in the father's mind, that his son should cherish nobleness for himself, or be on his guard against the contrary thing in others? An irreligious warner, Frank. No devout counselor is Polonius. I hate him. Nor can I bear to hear your veterans of the world affirm that he who steers through life by the advice of old Polonius will not steer among the breakers." No, I hope nobody affirms that," rejoined the cosmopolitan with tranquil abandonment, sideways reposing his arm at full length upon the table. "I hope nobody affirms that, because if Polonius's advice be taken in your sense, then the recommendation of it by men of experience would appear to involve more or less of an unhandsome sort of reflection upon human nature. And yet," with a perplexed air, "your suggestions have put things in such a strange light to me, as in fact a little to disturb my previous notions of Polonius and what he says. To be frank, By your ingenuity you have unsettled me there to that degree that, were it not for our coincidence of opinion in general, I should almost think I was now at length beginning to feel the ill effect of an immature mind, too much consorting with a mature one, except on the ground of first principles in common." "Really and truly," cried the other, with a kind of tickled modesty and pleased concern, "mine is an understanding too weak to throw out grapnels and hug another to it. I have indeed heard of some great scholars in these days, whose boast is less that they have made disciples than victims. But for me, had I the power to do such things, I had not the heart to desire." "I believe you, my dear Charlie. And yet, I repeat, by your commentaries on Polonius, you have, I know not how, unsettled me, so that now I don't exactly see how Shakespeare meant the words he put in Polonius' mouth." "Some say that he meant them to open people's eyes, but I don't think so." "Open their eyes?" echoed the cosmopolitan, slowly expanding his. "What is there in this world for one to open his eyes to? I mean in the sort of invidious sense you cite." "Well, others say he meant to corrupt people's morals, and still others that he had no express intention at all, but in effect opens their eyes and corrupts their morals in one operation, all of which I reject." "Of course you reject so crude an hypothesis. And yet, to confess, in reading Shakespeare in my closet, struck by some passage, I have laid down the volume and said, this Shakespeare is a queer man. At times seeming irresponsible, he does not always seem reliable. There seems to be a certain, what shall I call it, hidden sun, say, about him, at once enlightening and mystifying. Now, I should be afraid to say what I have sometimes thought that hidden sun might be." "Do you think it was the true light?" with clandestine geniality, again filling the other's glass. "I would prefer to decline answering a categorical question there. Shakespeare has got to be a kind of deity. Prudent minds, having certain latent thoughts concerning him, will reserve them in a condition of lasting probation. Still, as touching avowable speculations, we are permitted a tether. Shakespeare himself is to be adored, not arraigned. But, so we do it with humility, we may a little canvass his characters. There's his Autolycus, now, a fellow that always puzzled me. How is one to take Autolycus? A rogue so happy, so lucky, so triumphant, of so almost captivatingly vicious a career, that a virtuous man reduced to the poorhouse, were such a contingency conceivable, might almost long to change sides with him. And yet, to see the words put into his mouth. 'Oh,' cries Autolycus, as he comes galloping, gay as a buck, upon the stage, 'oh, he laughs! Oh, what a fool is honesty, and trust, his sworn brother, a very simple gentleman.' Think of that! That! Trust, that is, confidence, that is, the thing in this universe the sacredest, is rattlingly pronounced the simplest, and the scenes in which the rogue figures seem purposely devised for verification of his principles. Mind, Charlie, I do not say it is so, far from it, but I do say it seems so. Yes, Autolycus would seem a needy varlet, acting upon the persuasion that less is to be got by invoking pockets than picking them, more to be made by an expert knave than a bungling beggar. And for this reason, as he thinks, that the soft heads outnumber the soft hearts. The devil's drilled recruit, Autolycus is joyous, as if he wore the livery of heaven. When disturbed by the character and career of one thus wicked and thus happy, my sole consolation is in the fact that no such creature ever existed, except in the powerful imagination which evoked him. And yet, a creature, a living creature, he is, though only a poet was his maker. It may be that in that paper and ink investiture of his, Autolycus acts more effectively upon mankind than he would in a flesh and blood one. Can his influence be salutary? True, in Autolycus there is humor, but though, according to my principle, humor is in general to be held a saving quality, because it is his humor which, so to speak, oils his mischievousness. The bravadoing mischievousness of Autolycus is slid into the world on humor, as a pirate schooner with colors flying is launched into the sea on greased ways." "I approve of Autolycus as little as you," said the stranger, who, during his companion's commonplaces, had seemed less attentive to them than to maturing within his own mind the original conceptions destined to eclipse them. But I cannot believe that Autolycus, mischievous as he must prove upon the stage, can be near so much so as such a character as Polonius." "I don't know about that," bluntly, and yet not impolitely, returned the cosmopolitan. "To be sure, accepting your view of the old courtier, then if between him and Autolycus you raise the question of unprepossessingness, I grant you the latter comes off best. For a moist rogue may tickle the midriff, while a dry worldling may but wrinkle the spleen." "But Polonius is not dry," said the other excitedly, "he drools. One sees the fly-blown old fop drool and look wise. His vile wisdom is made the viler by his roominess. The bowing and cringing, time-serving old sinner. Is such an one to give manly precepts to youth? The discreet, decorous old dotard of state, senile prudence, fatuous soullessness. The old ribanded old dog is paralytic all down one side, and that the side of nobleness. His soul is gone out. Only nature's automatism keeps him on his legs. As with some old trees, the bark survives the pith, and will still stand stiffly up, though but to rim round punk, so the body of old Polonius has outlived his soul." "Come, come," said the cosmopolitan with serious air, almost displeased, "though I yield to none in admiration of earnestness, yet I think even earnestness may have its limits. To human minds, strong language is always more or less distressing. Besides, Polonius is an old man, as I remember him upon the stage, with snowy locks. Now charity requires that such a figure, think of it how you will, should at least be treated with civility. Moreover, old age is ripeness, and I once heard say, better ripe than raw." "But not better rotten than raw," bringing down his hand with energy on the table. "Why, bless me," in mild surprise contemplating his heated comrade, "how you fly out against this unfortunate Polonius, a being that never was nor will be. And yet, viewed in a Christian light," he added pensively, "I don't know that anger against this man of straw is a whit less wise than anger against a man of flesh. Madness to be mad with anything." "That may be or may not be," returned the other, a little testily perhaps, "but I stick to what I said, that it is better to be raw than rotten. And what is to be feared on that head may be known from this, that it is with the best of hearts as with the best of pears, a dangerous experiment to linger too long upon the scene. This did Polonius. Thank fortune, Frank, I am young, every tooth sound in my head, and if good wine can keep me where I am, long shall I remain so." "True," with a smile, "but wine to do good must be drunk. You have talked much and well, Charlie, but drunk little and indifferently. Fill up." "Presently," with a hasty and preoccupied air. "If I remember right, Polonius hints as much as that one should, under no circumstances, commit the indiscretion of aiding in a pecuniary way an unfortunate friend. He drools out some stale stuff about loan losing both itself and friend, don't he? But our bottle, is it glued fast? Keep it moving, my dear Frank. Good wine, and upon my soul I begin to feel it, and through me old Polonius. Yes, this wine, I fear, is what excites me so against that detestable old dog without a tooth." Upon this, the cosmopolitan, cigar in mouth, slowly raised the bottle and brought it slowly to the light, looking at it steadfastly, as one might at a thermometer in August, to see not how low it was, but how high. Then, whiffing out a puff, set it down, and said, "Well, Charlie, if what wine you have drunk came out of this bottle, in that case I should say that supposing a case, that if one fellow had an object in getting another fellow fuddled, and this fellow to be fuddled was of your capacity, the operation would be comparatively inexpensive. What do you think, Charlie?" "Why, I think I don't much admire the supposition," said Charlie, with a look of resentment. "It ain't safe, depend upon it, Frank, to venture upon too jocose suppositions with one's friends." "Why, bless you, Frank, my supposition wasn't personal, but general. You mustn't be so touchy." "If I am touchy, it is the wine. Sometimes, when I freely drink, it has a touchy effect on me, I have observed." Freely drink. You haven't drunk the perfect measure of one glass yet, while for me this must be my fourth or fifth, thanks to your importunity, not to speak of all I drank this morning for old acquaintance' sake. Drink, drink, you must drink." "Oh, I drink while you are talking," laughed the other. "You have not noticed it, but I have drunk my share. Have a queer way I learned from a sedate old uncle, who used to tip off his glass unperceived. Do you fill up, and my glass too. There. Now away with that old stump, and have a new cigar. Good fellowship forever," again in the lyric mood. "Say, Frank, are we not men? I say, are we not human? Tell me, were they not human who engendered us, as before heaven I believe they shall be whom we shall engender? Fill up, up, my friend. Let the ruby tide aspire, and all ruby aspirations with it. Up, fill up. Be we convivial. And conviviality, what is it? The word, I mean, what expresses it? A living together. But bats live together, and did you ever hear of convivial bats?" "If I ever did," observed the cosmopolitan, "it has quite slipped my recollection." "But why did you never hear of convivial bats, nor anybody else? Because bats, though they live together, live not together genially. Bats are not genial souls, but men are. And how delightful to think that the word which among men signifies the highest pitch of geniality, implies as indispensable auxiliary the cheery benediction of the bottle. Yes, Frank, to live together in the finest sense, we must drink together. And so, what wonder that he who loves not wine, that sober wretch, has a lean heart, a heart like a wrung-out old bluing bag, and loves not his kind. Out upon him, and to the rag-house with him. Hang him, the ungenial soul." "Oh, now, can't you be convivial without being censorious? I like easy, unexcited conviviality. For the sober man, really, though for my part I naturally love a cheerful glass, I will not prescribe my nature as the law to other natures. So don't abuse the sober man. Conviviality is one good thing, and sobriety is another good thing. So don't be one-sided." "Well, if I am one-sided, it is the wine. Indeed, I have indulged too genially. My excitement upon slight provocation shows it. But yours is a stronger head. Drink you. By the way, talking of geniality, it is much on the increase in these days, ain't it?" "It is, and I hail the fact. Nothing better attests the advance of the humanitarian spirit. In former and less humanitarian ages, the ages of amphitheaters and gladiators, geniality was mostly confined to the fireside and table. But in our age, the age of joint stock companies and free and easies, it is with this precious quality as with precious gold in old Peru, which Pizarro found making up the scullion's sauce-pot as the Inca's crown. Yes, we golden boys the moderns have geniality everywhere, a bounty broadcast like moonlight." True, my sentiments again. Geniality has invaded each department and profession. We have genial senators, genial authors, genial lecturers, genial doctors, genial clergymen, genial surgeons, and the next thing we shall have genial hangmen." "As to the last sort of person," said the cosmopolitan, "I trust that the advancing spirit of geniality will at last enable us to dispense with him. No murderers, no hangmen. And surely, when the whole world shall have been genialized, it will be as out of place to talk of murderers as in a Christianized world to talk of sinners." "To pursue the thought," said the other, "every blessing is attended with some evil, and—" "Stay," said the cosmopolitan, "that may be better let pass for a loose saying than for a hopeful doctrine." "Well, assuming the saying's truth, it would apply to the future supremacy of the genial spirit, since then it will fare with the hangman as it did with the weaver when the spinning jenny whizzed into the ascendant. Thrown out of employment, what could Jack Ketch turn his hand to? Butchering?" "That he could turn his hand to it seems probable, but that under the circumstances it would be appropriate might in some minds admit of a question. For one, I am inclined to think, and I trust it will not be held fastidious, that it would hardly be suitable to the dignity of our nature that an individual, once employed in attending the last hours of human unfortunates, should, that office being extinct, transfer himself to the business of attending the last hours of unfortunate cattle. I would suggest that the individual turn valet. a vocation to which he would, perhaps, appear not wholly inadapted by his familiar dexterity about the person, in particular, for giving a finishing tie to a gentleman's cravat. I know few who would in all likelihood be, from previous occupation, better fitted than the professional person in question." "Are you in earnest?" regarding the serene speaker with unaffected curiosity. "Are you really in earnest?" "I trust I am never otherwise," was the mildly earnest reply. "But, talking of the advance of geniality, I am not without hope that it will eventually exert its influence even upon so difficult a subject as the misanthrope." "A genial misanthrope? I thought I had stretched the rope pretty hard in talking of genial hangmen. A genial misanthrope is no more conceivable than a surly philanthropist." "True," lightly depositing in an unbroken little cylinder the ashes of his cigar, "true, the two you name are well opposed." "Why, you talk as if there was such a being as a surly philanthropist." "I do. My eccentric friend, whom you call Coonskins, is an example. Does he not, as I explained to you, hide under a surly air a philanthropic heart? Now, the genial misanthrope, when in the process of eras he shall turn up, will be the converse of this. Under an affable air, he will hide a misanthropical heart. In short, the genial misanthrope will be a new kind of monster, but still no small improvement upon the original one, since, instead of making faces and throwing stones at people, like that poor old crazy man Timon, he will take steps, fiddle in hand, and set the tickled world a-dancing. In a word, as the progress of Christianization mellows those in manner whom it cannot mend in mind, much the same will it prove with the progress of genialization. And so, thanks to geniality, the misanthrope, reclaimed from his boorish address, will take on refinement and softness, to so genial a degree, indeed, that it may possibly fall out that the misanthrope of the coming century will be almost as popular as, I am sincerely sorry to say, some philanthropists of the present time would seem not to be, as witness my eccentric friend, named before." "Well," cried the other, a little weary, perhaps, of a speculation so abstract, "well, however it may be with the century to come, certainly in the century which is, whatever else one may be, he must be genial, or he is nothing. So fill up, and be genial." "I am trying my best," said the cosmopolitan, still calmly companionable. "A moment since we talked of Pizarro, gold, and Peru. No doubt now you remember that when the Spaniard first entered Atahalpa's treasure chamber and saw such profusion of plate stacked up right and left, with the wantonness of old barrels in a brewer's yard, the needy fellow felt a twinge of misgiving, of want of confidence as to the genuineness of an opulence so profuse. He went about rapping the shining vases with his knuckles. But it was all gold, pure gold, good gold, sterling gold, which how cheerfully would have been stamped such at Goldsmiths' Hall. And just so those needy minds, which, through their own insincerity, having no confidence in mankind, doubt lest the liberal geniality of this age be spurious, they are small Pizarros in their way, by the very princeliness of men's geniality, stunned into distrust of it." "Far be such distrust from you and me, my genial friend," cried the other fervently. "Fill up, fill up." "Well, this all along seems a division of labor," smiled the cosmopolitan. "I do about all the drinking, and you do about all the genial. But yours is a nature competent to do that to a large population. And now, my friend," with a peculiarly grave air, evidently foreshadowing something not unimportant, and very likely of close personal interest, "wine, you know, opens the heart, and—" "Opens it!" with exultation. "It thaws it right out. Every heart is ice bound till wine melt it and reveal the tender grass and sweet herbage budding below, with every dear secret, hidden before like a dropped jewel in a snow bank, lying there unsuspected through winter till spring." "And just in that way, my dear Charlie, is one of my little secrets now to be shown forth." "Ah!" eagerly moving round his chair, "what is it?" "Be not so impetuous, my dear Charlie, let me explain. You see, naturally, I am a man not over gifted with assurance. In general, I am, if anything, diffidently reserved. So, if I shall presently seem otherwise, The reason is, that you, by the geniality you have evinced in all your talk, and especially the noble way in which, affirming your good opinion of men, you intimated that you could never prove false to any man, but most by your indignation at a particularly illiberal passage of Polonius's advice, in short, with extreme embarrassment, how shall I express what I mean, unless I add that by your whole character you impel me to throw myself upon your nobleness, in one word, put confidence in you, a generous confidence." I see, with heightened interest. Something of moment you wish to confide. Now, what is it, Frank? Love affair? No, not that. What then, my dear Frank? Speak. Depend upon me to the last. Out with it. Out it shall come, then, said the cosmopolitan. I am in want, urgent want, of money. End of section 14. Section 15 of The Confidence Man. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by M.B. The Confidence Man, His Masquerade, by Herman Melville. Chapter 31. A metamorphosis more surprising than any in Ovid. In want of money? Pushing back his chair as from a suddenly disclosed man-trap or crater. Yes, naively assented the cosmopolitan, and you are going to lend me $50. I could almost wish I was in need of more, only for your sake. Yes, my dear Charlie, for your sake, that you might the better prove your noble kindliness, my dear Charlie. None of your dear Charlies, cried the other, springing to his feet and buttoning up his coat as if hastily to depart upon a long journey. Why? Painfully looking up. None of your whys, tossing out a foot. Go to the devil, sir. Beggar, impostor, never so deceived in a man in my life. Chapter 32. Showing that the age of magic and magicians is not yet over. While speaking, or rather hissing these words, the boon companion underwent much such a change as one reads of in fairy books. Out of old materials sprang a new creature. Cadmus glided into the snake. The cosmopolitan rose, the traces of previous feeling vanished, looked steadfastly at his transformed friend a moment, then, taking 10 half-eagles from his pocket, stooped down and laid them one by one in a circle round him, and, retiring a pace, waved his long tasseled pipe with the air of a necromancer, an air heightened by his costume, accompanying each wave with a solemn murmur of cabalistical words. Meantime, he within the magic ring stood suddenly rapt, exhibiting every symptom of a successful charm. A turned cheek, a fixed attitude, a frozen eye, spellbound not more by the waving wand than by the 10 invincible talismans on the floor. Reappear, O my former friend! Replace this hideous apparition with thy blessed shape, and be the token of thy return the words, My dear Frank. My dear Frank, now cried the restored friend, cordially stepping out of the ring, with regained self-possession, regaining lost identity. My dear Frank, what a funny man you are, full of fun as an egg of meat. How could you tell me that absurd story of your being in need? But I relish a good joke too well to spoil it by letting on. Of course I humored the thing, and, on my side, put on all the cruel airs you would have me. Come, this little episode of fictitious estrangement will but enhance the delightful reality. Let us sit down again and finish our bottle. With all my heart, said the cosmopolitan, dropping the necromancer with the same facility with which he had assumed it. Yes, he added, soberly picking up the gold pieces, and returning them with a chink to his pocket. Yes, I am something of a funny man, now and then. While for you, Charlie, eyeing him in tenderness, "what you say about your humoring the thing is true enough. Never did a man second a joke better than you did just now. You played your part better than I did mine. You played it, Charlie, to the life." "You see, I once belonged to an amateur play company. That accounts for it. But come, fill up, and let's talk of something else." "Well," acquiesced the cosmopolitan, seating himself and quietly brimming his glass, "what shall we talk about?" "Oh, anything you please," a sort of nervously accommodating. "Well, suppose we talk about Charlemont." "Charlemont? What's Charlemont? Who's Charlemont?" "You shall hear, my dear Charlie," answered the cosmopolitan. "I will tell you the story of Charlemont, the gentleman madman." Chapter 33, which may pass for whatever it may prove to be worth. But ere be given the rather grave story of Charlemont, a reply must in civility be made to a certain voice which methinks I hear, that, in view of past chapters, and more particularly the last, where certain antics appear, exclaims, "How unreal is all this! Who did ever dress or act like your cosmopolitan? And who, it might be returned, did ever dress or act like Harlequin?" Strange, that in a work of amusement this severe fidelity to real life should be exacted by any one who, by taking up such a work, sufficiently shows that he is not unwilling to drop real life, and turn for a time to something different. Yes, it is, indeed, strange that any one should clamor for the thing he is weary of; that any one who, for any cause, finds real life dull, should yet demand of him who is to divert his attention from it, that he should be true to that dullness. There is another class, and with this class we side, who sit down to a work of amusement tolerantly as they sit at a play, and with much the same expectations and feelings. They look that fancy shall evoke scenes different from those of the same old crowd round the custom-house counter, and same old dishes on the boarding-house table, with characters unlike those of the same old acquaintances they meet in the same old way every day in the same old street. And as in real life the proprieties will not allow people to act out themselves with that unreserve permitted to the stage, so in books of fiction they look not only for more entertainment, but at bottom even for more reality than real life itself can show. Thus, though they want novelty, they want nature too, but nature unfettered, exhilarated, in effect transformed. In this way of thinking, the people in a fiction, like the people in a play, must dress as nobody exactly dresses, talk as nobody exactly talks, act as nobody exactly acts. It is with fiction as with religion. It should present another world, and yet one to which we feel the tie. If, then, something is to be pardoned to well-meant endeavor, surely a little is to be allowed to that writer who, in all his scenes, does but seek to minister to what, as he understands it, is the implied wish of the more indulgent lovers of entertainment, before whom Harlequin can never appear in a coat too party-colored, or cut capers too fantastic. One word more. Though every one knows how bootless it is to be in all cases vindicating one's self, never mind how convinced one may be that he is never in the wrong, yet, so precious to man is the approbation of his kind, that to rest, though but under an imaginary censure, applied to but a work of imagination, is no easy thing. The mention of this weakness will explain why such readers as may think they perceive something harmonious between the boisterous hilarity of the cosmopolitan with the bristling cynic, and his restrained good nature with the boon companion, are now referred to that chapter where some similar apparent inconsistency in another character is, on general principles, modestly endeavored to be apologized for. Chapter 34, in which the cosmopolitan tells the story of the gentleman madman. Charlemont was a young merchant of French descent, living in St. Louis, a man not deficient in mind, and possessed of that sterling and captivating kindness, seldom in perfection seen but in youthful bachelors, united at times to a remarkable sort of gracefully devil-may-care and witty good-humor. Of course, he was admired by everybody, and loved, as only mankind can love, by not a few. But in his 29th year a change came over him. Like one whose hair turns gray in a night, so in a day Charlemont turned from affable to morose. His acquaintances were passed without greeting, while, as for his confidential friends, them he pointedly, unscrupulously, and with a kind of fierceness, cut dead. One, provoked by such conduct, would fain have resented it with words as disdainful; while another, shocked by the change, and in concern for a friend magnanimously overlooking affronts, implored to know what sudden secret grief had distempered him. But from resentment and from tenderness Charlemont alike turned away. Ere long, to the general surprise, the merchant Charlemont was gazetted, and the same day it was reported that he had withdrawn from town, but not before placing his entire property in the hands of responsible assignees for the benefit of creditors. Whither he had vanished, none could guess. At length, nothing being heard, it was surmised that he must have made away with himself, a surmise doubtless originating in the remembrance of the change some months previous to his bankruptcy, a change of a sort only to be ascribed to a mind suddenly thrown from its balance. Years passed. It was springtime, and lo, one bright morning, Charlemont lounged into the St. Louis coffee houses, gay, polite, humane, companionable, and dressed in the height of costly elegance. Not only was he alive, but he was himself again. Upon meeting with old acquaintances, he made the first advances, and in such a manner that it was impossible not to meet him half-way. Upon other old friends, whom he did not chance casually to meet, he either personally called, or left his card and compliments for them, and to several sent presents of game or hampers of wine. They say the world is sometimes harshly unforgiving, but it was not so to Charlemont. The world feels a return of love for one who returns to it as he did. Expressive of its renewed interest was a whisper, an inquiring whisper, how now exactly, so long after his bankruptcy, it fared with Charlemont's purse. Rumor, seldom at a loss for answers, replied that he had spent 9 years in Marseilles in France, and there acquiring a second fortune, had returned with it, a man devoted henceforth to genial friendships. Added years went by, and the restored wanderer still the same, or rather by his noble qualities grew up like golden maize in the encouraging sun of good opinions. But still the latent wonder was, what had caused that change in him, at a period when, pretty much as now, he was, to all appearance, in the possession of the same fortune, the same friends, the same popularity. But nobody thought it would be the thing to question him here. At last, at a dinner at his house, when all the guests but one had successively departed, this remaining guest, an old acquaintance, being just enough under the influence of wine to set aside the fear of touching upon a delicate point, ventured, in a way which perhaps spoke more favorably for his heart than his tact, to beg of his host to explain the one enigma of his life. Deep melancholy overspread the before cheery face of Charlemont. He sat for some moments tremulously silent. Then, pushing a full decanter towards the guest, in a choked voice said, "No, no. When by art and care and time flowers are made to bloom over a grave, who would seek to dig all up again, only to know the mystery? The wine." When both glasses were filled, Charlemont took his, and lifting it, added lowly, "If ever, in days to come, you shall see ruin at hand, and thinking you understand mankind, shall tremble for your friendships, and tremble for your pride, and partly through the love for the one and fear for the other, shall resolve to be beforehand with the world, and save it from a sin, by prospectively taking that sin to yourself, then will you do as one I now dream of once did, and like him you will suffer. But how fortunate and how grateful should you be, if like him, after all that had happened, you could be a little happy again." When the guest went away, it was with the persuasion that though outwardly restored in mind as in fortune, yet some taint of Charlemont's old malady survived, and that it was not well for friends to touch one dangerous string. Chapter 35, in which the cosmopolitan strikingly evinces the artlessness of his nature. "Well, what do you think of this story of Charlemont?" mildly asked he who had told it. "A very strange one," answered the auditor, who had been such, not with perfect ease. "But is it true?" "Of course not. It is a story which I told with the purpose of every story-teller, to amuse. Hence, if it seems strange to you, that strangeness is the romance. It is what contrasts it with real life. It is the invention, in brief, the fiction as opposed to the fact. For do but ask yourself, my dear Charlie," lovingly leaning over towards him, "I rest it with your own heart now, whether such a forearching motive as Charlemont hinted he had acted on in his change, whether such a motive, I say, were a sort of one at all justified by the nature of human society. Would you, for one, turn the cold shoulder to a friend? A convivial one, say, whose pennilessness should suddenly be revealed to you?" "How can you ask me, my dear Frank? You know I would scorn such meanness." But rising somewhat disconcerted, "Really, early as it is, I think I must retire. My head," putting up his hand to it, "feels unpleasantly. This confounded elixir of logwood, little as I drank of it, has played the deuce with me." "Little as you drank of this elixir of logwood? Why, Charlie, you are losing your mind, to talk so of the genuine, mellow old port. Yes, I think that by all means you had better away, and sleep it off. There, don't apologize, don't explain. Go, go, I understand you exactly. I will see you to-morrow." Chapter 36, in which the cosmopolitan is accosted by a mystic, whereupon ensues pretty much such talk as might be expected. As, not without some haste, the boon companion withdrew, a stranger advanced, and touching the cosmopolitan, said, "I think I heard you say you would see that man again, but be warned, don't you do so." He turned, surveying the speaker, a blue-eyed man, sandy-haired and Saxon-looking, perhaps 45, tall, and but for a certain angularity, well made. Little touch of the drawing-room about him, but a look of plain propriety of a Puritan sort, with a kind of farmer dignity. His age seemed more betokened by his brow, placidly thoughtful, than by his general aspect, which had that look of youthfulness in maturity, peculiar sometimes to habitual health of body, the original gift of nature, or in part the effect or reward of steady temperance of the passions, kept so, perhaps, by constitution as much as morality. A neat, comely, almost ruddy cheek, coolly fresh, like the red clover blossom at coolish dawn, the color of warmth preserved by the virtue of chill. Toning the whole man was one knows not what of shrewdness and mithiness, strangely jumbled. In that way he seemed a kind of cross between a Yankee peddler and a Tartar priest, though it seemed as if, at a pinch, the first would not, in all probability, play second fiddle to the last. "Sir," said the cosmopolitan, rising and bowing with slow dignity, "if I cannot with unmixed satisfaction hail a hint pointed at one who has just been clinking the social glass with me, on the other hand, I am not disposed to underrate the motive which, in the present case, could alone have prompted such an intimation. My friend, whose seat is still warm, has retired for the night, leaving more or less in his bottle here. Pray sit down in his seat and partake with me. And then, if you choose to hint aught further unfavorable to the man, the genial warmth of whose person in part passes into yours, and whose genial hospitality meanders through you, be it so." "Quite beautiful conceits," said the stranger, now scholastically and artistically eyeing the picturesque speaker as if he were a statue in the Pitti Palace. "Very beautiful." Then, with the gravest interest, "Yours, sir, if I mistake not, must be a beautiful soul, one full of all love and truth, for where beauty is, there must those be." "A pleasing belief," rejoined the cosmopolitan, beginning with an even air, "and to confess, long ago it pleased me. Yes, with you and Schiller I am pleased to believe that beauty is at bottom incompatible with ill, and therefore am so eccentric as to have confidence in the latent benignity of that beautiful creature the rattlesnake, whose lithe neck and burnished maze of tawny gold, as he sleekly curls aloft in the sun, who on the prairie can behold without wonder?" As he breathed these words, he seemed so to enter into their spirit, as some earnest descriptive speakers will, as unconsciously to wreathe his form and sidelong crest his head, till he all but seemed the creature described. Meantime, the stranger regarded him with little surprise, apparently, though with much contemplativeness of a mystical sort, and presently said, "When charmed by the beauty of that viper, did it never occur to you to change personalities with him? To feel what it was to be a snake, to glide unsuspected in grass, to sting, to kill at a touch, your whole beautiful body one iridescent scabbard of death? In short, did the wish never occur to you to feel yourself exempt from knowledge and conscience, and revel for a while in the carefree, joyous life of a perfectly instinctive, unscrupulous, and irresponsible creature?" "Such a wish," replied the other, not perceptibly disturbed, "I must confess, never consciously was mine. Such a wish, indeed, could hardly occur to ordinary imaginations, and mine I cannot think much above the average." "But now that the idea is suggested," said the stranger, with infantile intellectuality, "does it not raise the desire?" "Hardly. For though I do not think I have any uncharitable prejudice against the rattlesnake, still I should not like to be one. If I were a rattlesnake, now, there would be no such thing as being genial with men. Men would be afraid of me, and then I should be a very lonesome and miserable rattlesnake." "True, men would be afraid of you. And why? Because of your rattle, your hollow rattle, a sound, as I have been told, like the shaking together of small dry skulls in a tune of the waltz of death. And here we have another beautiful truth. When any creature is by its make inimical to other creatures, nature in effect labels that creature, much as an apothecary does a poison; so that whoever is destroyed by a rattlesnake or other harmful agent, it is his own fault. He should have respected the label. Hence that significant passage in Scripture, 'Who will pity the charmer that is bitten with a serpent?'" "I would pity him," said the cosmopolitan, a little bluntly, perhaps. "But don't you think," rejoined the other, still maintaining his passionless air, "don't you think that for a man to pity where nature is pitiless, is a little presuming?" "Let casuists decide the casuistry, but the compassion the heart decides for itself. But, sir," deepening in seriousness, "as I now for the first realize, you but a moment since introduced the word irresponsible in a way I am not used to. Now, sir, though out of a tolerant spirit, as I hope, I try my best never to be frightened at any speculation, so long as it is pursued in honesty, yet, for once, I must acknowledge that you do really, in the point cited, cause me uneasiness; because a proper view of the universe, that view which is suited to breed a proper confidence, teaches, if I err not, that since all things are justly presided over, not very many living agents but must be some way accountable." Is a rattlesnake accountable? Asked the stranger, with such a preternaturally cold, gemmy glance out of his pellucid blue eye, that he seemed more a metaphysical merman than a feeling man. Is a rattlesnake accountable? If I will not affirm that it is, returned the other, with the caution of no inexperienced thinker, neither will I deny it. But if we suppose it so, I need not say that such accountability is neither to you, nor me, nor the court of common pleas, but to something superior. He was proceeding, when the stranger would have interrupted him, but as reading his argument in his eye, the cosmopolitan, without waiting for it to be put into words, at once spoke to it. You object to my supposition, for but such it is, that the rattlesnake's accountability is not by nature manifest. But might not much the same thing be urged against man's? A reductio ad absurdum, proving the objection vain. But if now, he continued, you consider what capacity for mischief there is in a rattlesnake, observe, I do not charge it with being mischievous, but I say it has the capacity. Could you well avoid admitting that it would be no symmetrical view of the universe which should maintain that, while to man it is forbidden to kill, without judicial cause, his fellow, yet the rattlesnake has an implied permit of unaccountability to murder any creature it takes capricious umbrage at, man included? But, with a wearied air, this is no genial talk, at least it is not so to me. Zeal at unawares embarked me in it. I regret it. Pray sit down and take some of this wine. Your suggestions are new to me, said the other, with a kind of condescending appreciativeness, as of one who, out of devotion to knowledge, disdains not to appropriate the least crumb of it, even from a pauper's board. And, as I am a very Athenian in hailing a new thought, I cannot consent to let it drop so abruptly. Now, the rattlesnake. Nothing more about rattlesnakes, I beseech, in distress. I must positively decline to re-enter upon that subject. Sit down, sir, I beg, and take some of this wine. To invite me to sit down with you is hospitable, collectedly acquiescing now in the change of topics. And hospitality being fabled to be of oriental origin, and forming, as it does, the subject of a pleasing Arabian romance, as well as being a very romantic thing in itself. Hence, I always hear the expressions of hospitality with pleasure. But as for the wine, my regard for that beverage is so extreme, and I am so fearful of letting it sate me, that I keep my love for it in the lasting condition of untried abstraction. Briefly, I quaff immense draughts of wine from the page of Hafiz, but wine from a cup I seldom as much as sip. The cosmopolitan turned a mild glance upon the speaker, who, now occupying the chair opposite him, sat there purely and coldly radiant as a prism. It seemed as if one could almost hear him vitreously chime and ring. That moment a waiter passed, whom, arresting with a sign, the cosmopolitan bid go bring a goblet of ice water. Ice it well, waiter, he said. And now, turning to the stranger, will you, if you please, give me your reason for the warning words you first addressed to me? I hope they were not such warnings as most warnings are, said the stranger, warnings which do not forewarn, but in mockery come after the fact. And yet, something in you bids me think now, that whatever latent design your impostor friend might have had upon you, it as yet remains unaccomplished. You read his label. And what did it say? This is a genial soul. So you see you must either give up your doctrine of labels, or else your prejudice against my friend. But tell me, with renewed earnestness, what do you take him for? What is he? What are you? What am I? Nobody knows who anybody is. The data which life furnishes towards forming a true estimate of any being are as insufficient to that end as in geometry one side given would be to determine the triangle. But is not this doctrine of triangles some way inconsistent with your doctrine of labels? Yes, but what of that? I seldom care to be consistent. In a philosophical view, consistency is a certain level at all times, maintained in all the thoughts of one's mind. But, since nature is nearly all hill and dale, how can one keep naturally progressing in knowledge without submitting to the natural inequalities in the progress? Advance into knowledge is just like advance into the Grand Erie Canal, where, from the character of the country, change of level is inevitable. You are locked up and locked down with perpetual inconsistencies, and yet all the time you get on, while the dullest part of the whole route is what the boatmen call the long level, a consistently flat surface of 60 miles through stagnant swamps. In one particular, rejoined the cosmopolitan, your simile is, perhaps, unfortunate. For, after all these weary lockings up and lockings down, upon how much of a higher plane do you finally stand? Enough to make it an object? Having from youth been taught reverence for knowledge, you must pardon me if, on but this one account, I reject your analogy. But really you some way bewitch me with your tempting discourse, so that I keep straying from my point unawares. You tell me you cannot certainly know who or what my friend is. Pray, what do you conjecture him to be? I conjecture him to be what, among the ancient Egyptians, was called a blank blank, using some unknown word. A blank blank? And what is that? A blank blank is what Proclus, in a little note to his third book on the theology of Plato, defines as coming out with a sentence of Greek. Holding up his glass, and steadily looking through its transparency, the cosmopolitan rejoined, that, in so defining the thing, Proclus set it to modern understandings in the most crystal light it was susceptible of, I will not rashly deny. Still, if you could put the definition in words suited to perceptions like mine, I should take it for a favor. A favor? Slightly lifting his cool eyebrows. A bridal favor, I understand. A knot of white ribbons, a very beautiful type of the purity of true marriage. But of other favors I am yet to learn, and still, in a vague way, the word, as you employ it, strikes me as unpleasingly significant in general of some poor unheroic submission to being done good to. Here the goblet of iced water was brought, and in compliance with a sign from the cosmopolitan was placed before the stranger, who, not before expressing acknowledgments, took a draught, apparently refreshing; its very coldness, as with some is the case, proving not entirely uncongenial. At last, setting down the goblet, and gently wiping from his lips the beads of water freshly clinging there as to the valve of a coral shell upon a reef, he turned upon the cosmopolitan, and, in a manner the most cool, self-possessed, and matter-of-fact possible, said, I hold to the metempsychosis, and whoever I may be now, I feel that I was once the Stoic Arian, and have inklings of having been equally puzzled by a word in the current language of that former time, very probably answering to your word favor. Would you favor me by explaining? Said the cosmopolitan blandly. Sir, responded the stranger, with a very slight degree of severity, I like lucidity of all things, and am afraid I shall hardly be able to converse satisfactorily with you, unless you bear it in mind. The cosmopolitan ruminatingly eyed him awhile, then said, The best way, as I have heard, to get out of a labyrinth, is to retrace one's steps. I will accordingly retrace mine, and beg you will accompany me. In short, once again to return to the point, for what reason did you warn me against my friend? Briefly, then, and clearly, because, as I said before, I conjecture him to be what, among the ancient Egyptians, pray now, deprecated the cosmopolitan, pray now, why disturb the repose of those ancient Egyptians? What to us are their words or their thoughts? Are we pauper Arabs without a house of our own, that with the mummies we must turn squatters among the dust of the catacombs? Pharaoh's poorest brickmaker lies proudlier in his rags than the emperor of all the Russias in his Hollands, oracularly said the stranger. For death, though in a worm, is majestic, while life, though in a king, is contemptible. So talk not against mummies. It is a part of my mission to teach mankind a due reverence for mummies. Fortunately, to arrest these incoherencies, or rather to vary them, a haggard, inspired-looking man now approached, a crazy beggar, asking alms under the form of peddling a rhapsodical tract composed by himself, and setting forth his claims to some rhapsodical apostleship. Though ragged and dirty, there was about him no touch of vulgarity, for, by his nature, his manner was not unrefined, his frame slender, and appeared the more so from the deep, untanned frontlet of his brow, tangled over with a disheveled mass of raven curls, throwing a still deeper tinge upon a complexion like that of a shriveled berry. Nothing could exceed his look of picturesque Italian ruin and dethronement, heightened by what seemed just one glimmering peep of reason, insufficient to do him any lasting good, but enough, perhaps, to suggest a torment of latent doubt at times, whether his addled dream of glory were true. Accepting the tract offered him, the cosmopolitan glanced over it, and seeming to see just what it was, closed it, put it in his pocket, eyed the man a moment, then, leaning over and presenting him with a shilling, said to him, in tones kind and considerate, "I am sorry, my friend, that I happen to be engaged just now, but, having purchased your work, I promise myself much satisfaction in its perusal at my earliest leisure." In his tattered, single-breasted frock-coat, buttoned meagerly up to his chin, the shutter-brain made him a bow which, for courtesy, would not have misbecome a viscount, then turned with silent appeal to the stranger. But the stranger sat more like a cold prism than ever, while an expression of keen Yankee cuteness, now replacing his former mystical one, lent added icicles to his aspect. His whole air said, "Nothing from me." The repulsed petitioner threw a look full of resentful pride and cracked disdain upon him, and went his way. "Come, now," said the cosmopolitan, a little reproachfully, "you ought to have sympathized with that man. Tell me, did you feel no fellow feeling? Look at this tract here, quite in the transcendental vein." "Excuse me," said the stranger, declining the tract, "I never patronize scoundrels." "Scoundrels?" "I detected in him, sir, a damning peep of sense. Damning, I say, for sense in a seeming madman is scoundrelism. I take him for a cunning vagabond, who picks up a vagabond living by adroitly playing the madman. Did you not remark how he flinched under my eye?" "Really," drawing a long, astonished breath, "I could hardly have divined in you a temper so subtly distrustful. Flinched? To be sure he did, poor fellow. You received him with so lame a welcome. As for his adroitly playing the madman, invidious critics might object the same to some one or two strolling magi of these days, but that is a matter I know nothing about. But once more, and for the last time, to return to the point, why, sir, did you warn me against my friend? I shall rejoice if, as I think it will prove, your want of confidence in my friend rests upon a basis equally slender with your distrust of the lunatic. Come, why did you warn me? Put it, I beseech, in few words, and those English." "I warned you against him, because he is suspected for what on these boats is known, so they tell me, as a Mississippi operator." "An operator, eh? He operates, does he? My friend, then, is something like what the Indians call a great medicine, is he? He operates, he purges, he drains off the repletions." "I perceive, sir," said the stranger, constitutionally obtuse to the pleasant drollery, "that your notion of what is called a great medicine needs correction. The great medicine among the Indians is less a bolus than a man in grave esteem for his politic sagacity." "And is not my friend politic? Is not my friend sagacious? By your own definition, is not my friend a great medicine?" "No, he is an operator, a Mississippi operator, an equivocal character. That he is such, I little doubt, having had him pointed out to me as such by one desirous of initiating me into the little novelty of this western region, where I never before traveled. And, sir, if I am not mistaken, you also are a stranger here. But, indeed, wherein this strange universe is not one a stranger. And that is a reason why I felt moved to warn you against the companion who could not be otherwise than perilous to one of a free and trustful disposition. But I repeat the hope that thus far at least he has not succeeded with you, and trust that for the future he will not. Thank you for your concern, but hardly can I equally thank you for so steadily maintaining the hypothesis of my friend's objectionableness. True, I but made his acquaintance for the first to-day, and know little of his antecedents, but that would seem no just reason why a nature like his should not of itself inspire confidence. And since your own knowledge of the gentleman is not, by your account, so exact as it might be, you will pardon me if I decline to welcome any further suggestions unflattering to him. Indeed, sir," with friendly decision, "let us change the subject." End of section 15. Section 16 of The Confidence Man. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by M.B. The Confidence Man, His Masquerade, by Herman Melville. Chapter 37. The mystical master introduces the practical disciple. "Both the subject and the interlocutor," replied the stranger, rising, and waiting the return towards him of a promenader, that moment turning at the further end of his walk. "Egbert," said he, calling. Egbert, a well-dressed, commercial-looking gentleman of about 30, responded in a way strikingly deferential, and in a moment stood near, in the attitude less of an equal companion, apparently, than a confidential follower. "This," said the stranger, taking Egbert by the hand, and leading him to the cosmopolitan, "this is Egbert, a disciple. I wish you to know Egbert. Egbert was the first among mankind to reduce to practice the principles of Mark Winsome, principles previously accounted as less adapted to life than the closet. Egbert," turning to the disciple, who, with seeming modesty, a little shrank under these compliments, "Egbert, this," with a salute towards the cosmopolitan, "is, like all of us, a stranger. I wish you, Egbert, to know this brother stranger. Be communicative with him, particularly if, by anything hitherto dropped, his curiosity has been roused as to the precise nature of my philosophy. I trust you will not leave such curiosity ungratified. You, Egbert, by simply setting forth your practice, can do more to enlighten one as to my theory than I myself can by mere speech. Indeed, it is by you that I myself best understand myself. For to every philosophy are certain rear parts, very important parts, and these, like the rear of one's head, are best seen by reflection. Now, as in a glass, you, Egbert, in your life, reflect to me the more important part of my system. He who approves you approves the philosophy of Mark Winsome." Though portions of this harangue may perhaps in the phraseology seem self-complacent, yet no trace of self-complacency was perceptible in the speaker's manner, which throughout was plain, unassuming, dignified, and manly. The teacher and prophet seemed to lurk more in the idea, so to speak, than in the mere bearing of him who was the vehicle of it. "Sir," said the cosmopolitan, who seemed not a little interested in this new aspect of matters, "you speak of a certain philosophy, and a more or less occult one it may be, and hint of its bearing upon practical life. Pray tell me if the study of this philosophy tends to the same formation of character with the experiences of the world." "It does, and that is the test of its truth, for any philosophy that, being in operation contradictory to the ways of the world, tends to produce a character at odds with it, such a philosophy must necessarily be but a cheat and a dream." "You a little surprise me," answered the cosmopolitan, "for, from an occasional profundity in you, and also from your allusions to a profound work on the theology of Plato, it would seem but natural to surmise that, if you are the originator of any philosophy, it must needs so partake of the abstruse, as to exalt it above the comparatively vile uses of life." "No uncommon mistake with regard to me," rejoined the other. Then, meekly standing like a Raphael, "If still in golden accents old Memnon murmurs his riddle, none the less does the balance sheet of every man's ledger unriddle the profit or loss of life. Sir," with calm energy, "man came into the world, not to sit down and muse, not to befog himself with vain subtleties, but to gird up his loins and go to work. Mystery is in the morning, and mystery in the night, and the beauty of mystery is everywhere. But still the plain truth remains, that mouth and purse must be filled. If hitherto you have supposed me a visionary, be undeceived. I am no one-idea'd one either, no more than the seers before me. Was not Seneca a usurer? Bacon a courtier? And Swedenborg, though with one eye on the invisible, did he not keep the other on the main chance? Along with whatever else it may be given to me to be, I am a man of serviceable knowledge, and a man of the world. Know me for such. And as for my disciple here," turning towards him, "if you look to find any soft utopianisms and last year's sunsets in him, I smile to think how he will set you right. The doctrines I have taught him will, I trust, lead him neither to the madhouse nor the poorhouse, as so many other doctrines have served credulous sticklers. Furthermore," glancing upon him paternally, "Egbert is both my disciple and my poet. For poetry is not a thing of ink and rhyme, but of thought and act, and, in the latter way, is by any one to be found anywhere, when in useful action sought. In a word, my disciple here is a thriving young merchant, a practical poet in the West India trade. There," presenting Egbert's hand to the cosmopolitan, "I join you and leave you." With which words, and without bowing, the master withdrew. CHAPTER 38. The disciple unbends, and consents to act a social part. In the master's presence the disciple had stood as one not ignorant of his place. Modesty was in his expression, with a sort of reverential depression. But, the presence of the superior withdrawn, he seemed lithely to shoot up erect from beneath it, like one of those wire men from a toy snuff–box. He was, as before said, a young man of about 30. His countenance was of that neuter sort which in repose is neither prepossessing nor disagreeable, so that it seemed quite uncertain how he would turn out. His dress was neat, with just enough of the mode to save it from the reproach of originality, in which general respect, though with a readjustment of details, his costume seemed modeled upon his master's. But, upon the whole, he was, to all appearances, the last person in the world that one would take for the disciple of any transcendental philosophy; though, indeed, something about his sharp nose and shaved chin seemed to hint that if mysticism, as a lesson, ever came his way, he might, with the characteristic knack of a true New Englander, turn even so profitless a thing to some profitable account. "Well," said he, now familiarly seating himself in the vacated chair, "what do you think of Mark? Sublime fellow, ain't he?" "That each member of the human guild is worthy respect, my friend," rejoined the cosmopolitan, "is a fact which no admirer of that guild will question; but that, in view of higher natures, the word sublime, so frequently applied to them, can, without confusion, be also applied to man, is a point which man will decide for himself, though, indeed, if he decide it in the affirmative, it is not for me to object. But I am curious to know more of that philosophy of which, at present, I have but inklings. You, its first disciple among men, it seems, are peculiarly qualified to expound it. Have you any objections to begin now?" "None at all," squaring himself to the table. "Where shall I begin? At first principles?" "You remember that it was in a practical way that you were represented as being fitted for the clear exposition. Now, what you call first principles, I have in some things found to be more or less vague. Permit me, then, in a plain way, to suppose some common case in real life, and that done, I would like you to tell me how you, the practical disciple of the philosophy I wish to know about, would, in that case, conduct." "A business-like view? Propose the case." "Not only the case, but the persons. The case is this. There are two friends from childhood, bosom friends, one of whom, for the first time being in need, for the first time seeks a loan from the other, who, so far as fortune goes, is more than competent to grant it. And the persons are to be you and I. You, the friend from whom the loan is sought; I, the friend who seeks it. You, the disciple of the philosophy in question; I, a common man with no more philosophy than to know that when I am comfortably warm I don't feel cold, and when I have the ague I shake. Mind, now, you must work up your imagination, and as much as possible talk and behave just as if the case supposed were a fact. For brevity, you shall call me Frank, and I will call you Charlie. Are you agreed?" "Perfectly. You begin." The cosmopolitan paused a moment, then, assuming a serious and careworn air, suitable to the part to be enacted, addressed his hypothesized friend. CHAPTER 39. The Hypothetical Friends. "Charlie, I am going to put confidence in you." "You always have, and with reason. What is it, Frank?" "Charlie, I am in want, urgent want, of money." "Well, that's not well." "But it will be well, Charlie, if you loan me $100. I would not ask this of you, only my need is sore, and you and I have so long shared hearts and minds together, however unequally on my side, that nothing remains to prove our friendship than, with some inequality on my side, to share purses. You will do me the favor, won't you?" "Favor? What do you mean by asking me to do you a favor?" "Why, Charlie, you never used to talk so." "Because, Frank, you, on your side, never used to talk so." "But won't you loan me the money?" "No, Frank." "Why?" "Because my rule forbids. I give away money, but never loan it, and, of course, the man who calls himself my friend is above receiving alms. The negotiation of a loan is a business transaction, and I will transact no business with a friend. What a friend is, he is socially and intellectually, and I rate social and intellectual friendship too high to degrade it on either side into a pecuniary makeshift. To be sure, there are, and I have, what is called business friends, that is, commercial acquaintances, very convenient persons, but I draw a red ink line between them and my friends in the true sense, my friends social and intellectual. In brief, a true friend has nothing to do with loans. He should have a soul above loans. Loans are such unfriendly accommodations as are to be had from the soulless corporation of a bank, by giving the regular security and paying the regular discount." "An unfriendly accommodation? Do those words go together handsomely?" "Like the poor farmer's team of an old man and a cow, not handsomely, but to the purpose. Look, Frank, a loan of money on interest is a sale of money on credit. To sell a thing on credit may be an accommodation, but where is the friendliness? Few men in their senses, except operators, borrow money on interest, except upon a necessity akin to starvation. Well, now, where is the friendliness of my letting a starving man have, say, the money's worth of a barrel of flour, upon the condition that, on a given day, he shall let me have the money's worth of a barrel and a half of flour? Especially if I add this further proviso, that if he fail to do so, I shall then, to secure to myself the money's worth of my barrel and his half barrel, put his heart up at public auction, and, as it is cruel to part families, throw in his wife's and children's." "I understand," with a pathetic shudder. "But even did it come to that, such a step on the creditor's part, let us for the honor of human nature hope, were less the intention than the contingency." "But, Frank, a contingency not unprovided for in the taking beforehand of due securities." "Still, Charlie, was not the loan in the first place a friend's act?" and the auction in the last place an enemy's act. Don't you see, the enmity lies couched in the friendship, just as the ruin in the relief. I must be very stupid today, Charlie, but really I can't understand this. Excuse me, my dear friend, but it strikes me that in going into the philosophy of the subject, you go somewhat out of your depth. So said the incautious wader out to the ocean, but the ocean replied, "It is just the other way, my wet friend," and drowned him. That, Charlie, is a fable about as unjust to the ocean as some of Aesop's are to the animals. The ocean is a magnanimous element, and would scorn to assassinate a poor fellow, let alone taunting him in the act. But I don't understand what you say about enmity couched in friendship, and ruin in relief. I will illustrate, Frank. The needy man is a train slipped off the rail. He who loans him money on interest is the one who, by way of accommodation, helps get the train back to where it belongs, but then, by way of making all square, and a little more, telegraphs to an agent 30 miles ahead by a precipice to throw just there on his account a beam across the track. Your needy man's principal and interest friend is, I say again, a friend with an enmity in reserve. No, no, my dear friend, no interest from me. I scorn interest. Well, Charlie, none need you charge. Loan me without interest. That would be alms again. Alms if the sum borrowed is returned? Yes, an alms not of the principal, but the interest. Well, I am in sore need, so I will not decline the alms. Seeing that it is you, Charlie, gratefully will I accept the alms of the interest. No humiliation between friends. Now, how in the refined view of friendship can you suffer yourself to talk so, my dear Frank? It pains me. For though I am not of the sour mind of Solomon, that, in the hour of need, a stranger is better than a brother, yet I entirely agree with my sublime master, who, in his essay on friendship, says so nobly, that if he want a terrestrial convenience, not to his friend celestial, or friend social or intellectual would he go. No, for his terrestrial convenience, to his friend terrestrial, or humbler business friend, he goes. Very lucidly he adds the reason, because for the superior nature, which on no account can ever descend to do good, to be annoyed with requests to do it, when the inferior one, which by no instruction can ever rise above that capacity, stands always inclined to it. This is unsuitable. Then I will not consider you as my friend celestial, but as the other. It racks me to come to that. But, to oblige you, I'll do it. We are business friends. Business is business. You want to negotiate a loan? Very good. On what paper? Will you pay 3% a month? Where is your security? Surely you will not exact those formalities from your old schoolmate, him with whom you have so often sauntered down the groves of Academe, discoursing of the beauty of virtue and the grace that is in kindliness, and all for so paltry a sum. Security? Our being fellow academics and friends from childhood up is security. Pardon me, my dear Frank, our being fellow academics is the worst of securities, while our having been friends from childhood up is just no security at all. You forget we are now business friends. And you, on your side, forget, Charlie, that as your business friend I can give you no security, my need being so sore that I cannot get an endorser. No endorser, then? No business loan. Since then, Charlie, neither as the one nor the other sort of friend you have defined can I prevail with you, how if, combining the two, I see you as both? Are you centaur? Well, when all is said, then, what good have I of your friendship? Regard it in what light you will. The good which is in the philosophy of Mark Winsome, as reduced to practice by a practical disciple. And why don't you add, much good may the philosophy of Mark Winsome do me? Ah, turning invokingly, what is friendship, if it be not the helping hand and the feeling heart, The good Samaritan pouring out at need the purse as the vial. Now, my dear Frank, don't be childish. Through tears never did man see his way in the dark. I should hold you unworthy that sincere friendship I bear you, could I think that friendship in the ideal is too lofty for you to conceive. And let me tell you, my dear Frank, that you would seriously shake the foundations of our love, if ever again you should repeat the present scene. The philosophy which is mine in the strongest way, teaches plain dealing. Let me then now, as at the most suitable time, candidly disclose certain circumstances you seem in ignorance of. Though our friendship began in boyhood, think not that, on my side at least, it began injudiciously. Boys are little men, it is said. You I juvenilely picked out for my friend, for your favorable points at the time, not the least of which were your good manners, handsome dress, and your parents' rank and repute of wealth. In short, like any grown man, boy though I was, I went into the market and chose me my mutton, not for its leanness, but its fatness. In other words, there seemed in you, the schoolboy who always had silver in his pocket, a reasonable probability that you would never stand in lean need of fat succor. And if my early impression has not been verified by the event, it is only because of the caprice of fortune producing a fallibility of human expectations, however discreet. Oh, that I should listen to this cold-blooded disclosure. A little cold blood in your ardent veins, my dear Frank, wouldn't do you any harm, let me tell you. Cold-blooded? You say that because my disclosure seems to involve a vile prudence on my side. But not so. My reason for choosing you in part for the points I have mentioned was solely with a view of preserving inviolate the delicacy of the connection. For, do but think of it, what more distressing to delicate friendship formed early, than your friend's eventually in manhood dropping in of a rainy night for his little loan of $5 or so? Can delicate friendship stand that? And on the other side, would delicate friendship, so long as it retained its delicacy, do that? Would you not instinctively say of your dripping friend in the entry, I have been deceived, fraudulently deceived in this man. He is no true friend, that, in platonic love, to demand love rights? And rights, doubly rights, they are, cruel Charlie. Now, take it how you will, heed well how, by too importunately claiming those rights, as you call them, you shake those foundations I hinted of. For though, as it turns out, I in my early friendship built me a fair house on a poor site, yet such pains and costs have I lavished on that house, that, after all, it is dear to me. No, I would not lose the sweet boon of your friendship, Frank. But beware. And of what? Of being in need? Oh, Charlie, you talk not to a god, a being who in himself holds his own estate, but to a man who, being a man, is the sport of fate's wind and wave, and who mounts towards heaven or sinks towards hell, as the billows roll him in trough or on crest. Tut, Frank, man is no such poor devil as that comes to, no poor drifting seaweed of the universe. Man has a soul, which, if he will, puts him beyond fortune's finger and the future's spite. Don't whine like fortune's whipped dog, Frank, or by the heart of a true friend, I will cut ye. Cut me you have already, cruel Charlie, and to the quick. Call to mind the days we went nutting, the times we walked in the woods, arms wreathed about each other, showing trunks envined like the trees. Oh, Charlie. Pish, we were boys. Then lucky the fate of the firstborn of Egypt, cold in the grave ere maturity struck them with a sharper frost. Charlie. Fie, you're a girl. Help, help, Charlie. I want help. Help? To say nothing of the friend, there is something wrong about the man who wants help. There is somewhere a defect, a want, in brief, a need, a crying need somewhere about that man. So there is, Charlie. Help, help. How foolish a cry. when to implore help is itself the proof of undesert of it. Oh, this all along is not you, Charlie, but some ventriloquist who usurps your larynx. It is Mark Winsome that speaks, not Charlie. If so, thank heaven, the voice of Mark Winsome is not alien, but congenial to my larynx. If the philosophy of that illustrious teacher find little response among mankind at large, it is less that they do not possess teachable tempers, than because they are so unfortunate as not to have natures predisposed to accord with him. Welcome that compliment to humanity, exclaimed Frank with energy, the truer because unintended, and long in this respect may humanity remain what you affirm it. And long it will, since humanity, inwardly feeling how subject it is to straits, and hence how precious is help, will, for selfishness' sake, if no other, long postpone ratifying a philosophy that banishes help from the world. But Charlie, speak as you used to, tell me you will help me. Were the case reversed, not less freely would I loan you the money than you would ask me to loan it. I ask? I ask a loan? Frank, by this hand, under no circumstances would I accept a loan, though without asking pressed on me. The experience of China Aster might warn me. And what was that? Not very unlike the experience of the man that built himself a palace of moonbeams, and when the moon set, was surprised that his palace vanished with it. I will tell you about China Aster. I wish I could do so in my own words, but unhappily the original storyteller has so tyrannized over me, that it is quite impossible for me to repeat his incidents without sliding into his style. I forewarn you of this, that you may not think me so maudlin as in some parts the story would seem to make its narrator. It is too bad that any intellect, especially in so small a matter, should have such power to impose itself upon another, against its best exerted will, too. However, it is satisfaction to know that the main moral, to which all tends, I fully approve. But to begin. End of section 16. Section 17 of The Confidence Man. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by M.B. The Confidence Man, His Masquerade, by Herman Melville. Chapter 40, in which the story of China Aster is at second hand told by one who, while not disapproving the moral, disclaims the spirit of the style. China Aster was a young candle-maker of Marietta, at the mouth of the Muskingum, one whose trade would seem a kind of subordinate branch of that parent craft and mystery of the hosts of heaven, to be the means, effectively or otherwise, of shedding some light through the darkness of a planet benighted. But he made little money by the business. Much ado had poor China Aster and his family to live. He could, if he chose, light up from his stores a whole street, but not so easily could he light up with prosperity the hearts of his household. Now, China Aster, it so happened, had a friend, Orchis, a shoemaker, one whose calling it is to defend the understandings of men from naked contact with the substance of things. A very useful vocation, and which, spite of all the wiseacres may prophesy, will hardly go out of fashion so long as rocks are hard and flints will gall. All at once, by a capital prize in a lottery, this useful shoemaker was raised from a bench to a sofa. A small nabob was the shoemaker now, and the understandings of men, let them shift for themselves. Not that Orchis was, by prosperity, elated into heartlessness. Not at all. Because, in his fine apparel, strolling one morning into the candlery, and gaily switching about at the candle-boxes with his gold-headed cane, while poor China Aster, with his greasy paper cap and leather apron, was selling one candle for 1 penny to a poor orange woman, who, with the patronizing coolness of a liberal customer, required it to be carefully rolled up and tied in a half-sheet of paper. Lively Orchis, the woman being gone, discontinued his gay switchings, and said, "This is poor business for you, friend China Aster. Your capital is too small. You must drop this vile tallow, and hold up pure spermaceti to the world. I tell you what it is. You shall have $1,000 to extend with. In fact, you must make money, China Aster. I don't like to see your little boy paddling about without shoes as he does." "Heaven bless your goodness, friend Orchis," replied the candlemaker, "but don't take it illy if I call to mind the word of my uncle, the blacksmith, who, when a loan was offered him, declined it, saying, 'To ply my own hammer, light though it be, I think best, rather than piece it out heavier by welding to it a bit off a neighbor's hammer, though that may have some weight to spare. Otherwise, were the borrowed bit suddenly wanted again, it might not split off at the welding, but too much to one side or the other.'" "Nonsense, friend China Aster, don't be so honest. Your boy is barefoot. Besides, a rich man lose by a poor man? Or the friend be the worse by a friend? China Aster, I am afraid that, in leaning over into your vats here this morning, you have spilled out your wisdom. Hush, I won't hear any more. Where's your desk? Oh, here." With that, Orchis dashed off a check on his bank, and offhandedly presenting it, said, "There, friend China Aster, is your $1,000. When you make it 10,000, as you soon enough will, for experience, the only true knowledge, teaches me that, for every one, good luck is in store. Then, China Aster, why, then you can return me the money, or not, just as you please. But, in any event, give yourself no concern, for I shall never demand payment." Now, as kind heaven will so have it that to a hungry man bread is a great temptation, and therefore he is not too harshly to be blamed if, when freely offered, he take it, even though it be uncertain whether he shall ever be able to reciprocate, so to a poor man proffered money is equally enticing, and the worst that can be said of him, if he accept it, is just what can be said in the other case of the hungry man. In short, the poor candlemaker's scrupulous morality succumbed to his unscrupulous necessity, as is now and then apt to be the case. He took the check, and was about carefully putting it away for the present, when Orchis, switching about again with his gold-headed cane, said, "By the way, China Aster, it don't mean anything, but suppose you make a little memorandum of this. Won't do any harm, you know." So China Aster gave Orchis his note for $1,000 on demand. Orchis took it and looked at it a moment. "Pooh, I told you, friend China Aster, I wasn't ever going to make any demand." Then, tearing up the note, and switching away again at the candle boxes, said carelessly, "Put it at 4 years." So China Aster gave Orchis his note for $1,000 at 4 years. "You see, I'll never trouble you about this," said Orchis, slipping it in his pocket-book. "Give yourself no further thought, friend China Aster, than how best to invest your money. And don't forget my hint about spermaceti. Go into that, and I'll buy all my light of you." With which encouraging words, he, with wonted rattling kindness, took leave. China Aster remained standing just where Orchis had left him, when, suddenly, 2 elderly friends, having nothing better to do, dropped in for a chat. The chat over, China Aster, in greasy cap and apron, ran after Orchis, and said, "Friend Orchis, heaven will reward you for your good intentions, but here is your check, and now give me my note." "Your honesty is a bore, China Aster," said Orchis, not without displeasure. "I won't take the check from you." "Then you must take it from the pavement, Orchis," said China Aster, and, picking up a stone, he placed the check under it on the walk. "China Aster," said Orchis, inquisitively eyeing him, "after my leaving the candlery just now, what asses dropped in there to advise with you, that you now hurry after me, and act so like a fool? Shouldn't wonder if it was those 2 old asses that the boys nickname Old Plain Talk and Old Prudence." "Yes, it was those 2, Orchis, but don't call them names." "A brace of spavined old croakers. Old Plain Talk had a shrew for a wife, and that's made him shrewish. And Old Prudence, when a boy, broke down in an apple stall, and that discouraged him for life. No better sport for a knowing spark like me than to hear old Plain Talk wheeze out his sour old saws, while old Prudence stands by leaning on his staff, wagging his frosty old paw, and chiming in at every clause. How can you speak so, friend Orchis, of those who were my father's friends? Save me from my friends, if those old croakers were old Honesty's friends. I call your father so, for every one used to. Why did they let him go in his old age on the town? Why, China Aster, I've often heard it from my mother, the chronicler, that those two old fellows with old Conscience, as the boys called the crabbed old Quaker that's dead now, they three used to go to the poorhouse when your father was there, and get round his bed and talk to him for all the world as Eliphaz, Bildad, and Zophar did to poor old pauper Job. Yes, Job's comforters were old Plain Talk and old Prudence and old Conscience to your poor old father. Friends, I should like to know who you call foes. With their everlasting croaking and reproaching, they tormented poor old Honesty, your father, to death. At these words, recalling the sad end of his worthy parent, China Aster could not restrain some tears. Upon which Orchis said, Why, China Aster, you are the dolefullest creature. Why don't you, China Aster, take a bright view of life? You will never get on in your business or anything else if you don't take the bright view of life. It's the ruination of a man to take the dismal one. Then, gaily poking at him with his gold-headed cane, Why don't you, then? Why don't you be bright and hopeful like me? Why don't you have confidence, China Aster? I'm sure I don't know, friend Orchis, soberly replied China Aster. But maybe my not having drawn a lottery prize like you may make some difference. Nonsense! Before I knew anything about the prize, I was gay as a lark, just as gay as I am now. In fact, it has always been a principle with me to hold to the bright view. Upon this, China Aster looked a little hard at Orchis, because the truth was, that until the lucky prize came to him, Orchis had gone under the nickname of Doleful Dumps, he having been beforetimes of a hypochondriac turn, so much so as to save up and put by a few dollars of his scanty earnings against that rainy day he used to groan so much about. I tell you what it is now, friend China Aster, said Orchis, pointing down to the check under the stone, and then slapping his pocket. The check shall lie there if you say so, but your note shan't keep it company. In fact, China Aster, I am too sincerely your friend to take advantage of a passing fit of the blues in you. You shall reap the benefit of my friendship. With which, buttoning up his coat in a jiffy, away he ran, leaving the check behind. At first, China Aster was going to tear it up, but thinking that this ought not to be done except in the presence of the drawer of the check, he mused awhile, and, picking it up, trudged back to the candlery, fully resolved to call upon Orchis soon as his day's work was over, and destroy the check before his eyes. But it so happened that when China Aster called, Orchis was out, and having waited for him a weary time in vain, China Aster went home, still with the check, but resolved not to keep it another day. Bright and early the next morning he would a second time go after Orchis, and would, no doubt, make a sure thing of it by finding him in his bed. For since the lottery prize came to him, Orchis, besides becoming more cheery, had also grown a little lazy. But, as destiny would have it, that same night, China Aster had a dream, in which a being in the guise of a smiling angel, and holding a kind of cornucopia in her hand, hovered over him, pouring down showers of small gold dollars thick as kernels of corn. I am bright future, friend China Aster, said the angel, and if you do what friend Orchis would have you do, just see what will become of it. With which bright future, with another swing of her cornucopia, poured such another shower of small gold coins upon him, that it seemed to bank him up all round, and he waded about in it like a maltster in malt. Now, dreams are wonderful things, as everybody knows. So wonderful, indeed, that some people stop not short of ascribing them directly to heaven. And China Aster, who was of a proper turn of mind in everything, thought that, in consideration of the dream, it would be well to wait a little, ere seeking Orchis again. During the day, China Aster's mind dwelling continually upon the dream, he was so full of it, that when Old Plain Talk dropped in to see him, just before dinner time, as he often did, out of the interest he took in Old Honesty's son, China Aster told all about his vision, adding that he could not think that so radiant an angel could deceive, and indeed talked at such a rate that one would have thought he believed the angel some beautiful human philanthropist. Something in this sort Old Plain Talk understood him, and accordingly, in his plain way, said, "China Aster, you tell me that an angel appeared to you in a dream. Now, what does that amount to but this, that you dreamed an angel appeared to you? Go right away, China Aster, and return the check, as I advised you before. If friend Prudence were here, he would say just the same thing." With which words, Old Plain Talk went off to find friend Prudence, but not succeeding, was returning to the candlery himself, when, at distance making him for a dun who had long annoyed him, China Aster in a panic barred all his doors, and ran to the back part of the candlery where no knock could be heard. By this sad mistake, being left with no friend to argue the other side of the question, China Aster was so worked upon at last by musing over his dream, that nothing would do but he must get the check cashed, and lay out the money the very same day in buying a good lot of spermaceti to make into candles, by which operation he counted upon turning a better penny than he ever had before in his life. In fact, this he believed would prove the foundation of that famous fortune which the angel had promised him. Now, in using the money, China Aster was resolved punctually to pay the interest every 6 months, till the principal should be returned, howbeit not a word about such a thing had been breathed by Orchis; though, indeed, according to custom as well as law, in such matters interest would legitimately accrue on the loan, nothing to the contrary having been put in the bond. Whether Orchis at the time had this in mind or not, there is no telling, but, to all appearance, he never so much as cared to think about the matter one way or other. Though the spermaceti venture rather disappointed China Aster's sanguine expectations, yet he made out to pay the first 6 months' interest. And though his next venture turned out still less prosperously, yet by pinching his family in the matter of fresh meat, and, what pained him still more, his boy's schooling, he contrived to pay the second 6 months' interest, sincerely grieved that integrity as well as its opposite, though not in an equal degree, cost something sometimes. Meanwhile, Orchis had gone on a trip to Europe, by advice of a physician, it so happening that, since the lottery prize came to him, it had been discovered to Orchis that his health was not very firm, though he had never complained of anything before but a slight ailing of the spleen, scarce worth talking about at the time. So Orchis, being abroad, could not help China Aster's paying his interest as he did, however much he might have been opposed to it; for China Aster paid it to Orchis's agent, who was of too businesslike a turn to decline interest regularly paid in on a loan. But overmuch to trouble the agent on that score was not again to be the fate of China Aster, for not being of that skeptical spirit which refuses to trust customers, his third venture resulted, through bad debts, in almost a total loss, a bad blow for the candle-maker. Neither did Old Plain Talk and Old Prudence neglect the opportunity to read him an uncheerful enough lesson upon the consequences of his disregarding their advice in the matter of having nothing to do with borrowed money. "It's all just as I predicted," said Old Plain Talk, blowing his old nose with his old bandana. "Yea, indeed it is," chimed in Old Prudence, rapping his staff on the floor, and then leaning upon it, looking with solemn forebodings upon China Aster. Low-spirited enough felt the poor candle-maker. Till all at once, who should come with a bright face to him but his bright friend, the angel, in another dream? Again the cornucopia poured out its treasure, and promised still more. Revived by the vision, he resolved not to be downhearted, but up and at it once more. Contrary to the advice of old Plain Talk, backed as usual by his crony, which was to the effect that, under present circumstances, the best thing China Aster could do would be to wind up his business, settle if he could all his liabilities, and then go to work as a journeyman, by which he could earn good wages, and give up for that time henceforth all thoughts of rising above being a paid subordinate to men more able than himself. For China Aster's career thus far plainly proved him the legitimate son of Old Honesty, who, as every one knew, had never shown much business talent; so little, in fact, that many said of him that he had no business to be in business. And just this plain saying, Plain Talk, now plainly applied to China Aster, and Old Prudence never disagreed with him. But the angel in the dream did, and Moger Plain Talk put quite other notions into the candle-maker. He considered what he should do towards re-establishing himself. Doubtless, had Orchis been in the country, he would have aided him in this strait. As it was, he applied to others; and as in the world, much as some may hint to the contrary, an honest man in misfortune can still find friends to stay by him and help him, even so it proved with China Aster, who at last succeeded in borrowing from a rich old farmer the sum of $600, at the usual interest of money-lenders, upon the security of a secret bond signed by China Aster's wife and himself, to the effect that all such right and title to any property that should be left her by a well-to-do childless uncle, an invalid tanner, such property should, in the event of China Aster's failing to return the borrowed sum on the given day, be the lawful possession of the money-lender. True, it was just as much as China Aster could possibly do to induce his wife, a careful woman, to sign this bond, because she had always regarded her promised share in her uncle's estate as an anchor well to windward of the hard times in which China Aster had always been more or less involved, and from which, in her bosom, she never had seen much chance of his freeing himself. Some notion may be had of China Aster's standing in the heart and head of his wife by a short sentence commonly used in reply to such persons as happened to sound her on the point. China Aster, she would say, is a good husband, but a bad business man. Indeed, she was a connection on the maternal side of old Plain Talk's. But had not China Aster taken good care not to let old Plain Talk and old Prudence hear of his dealings with the old farmer, 10 to 1 they would, in some way, have interfered with his success in that quarter. It has been hinted that the honesty of China Aster was what mainly induced the money-lender to befriend him in his misfortune, and this must be apparent; for, had China Aster been a different man, the money-lender might have dreaded lest, in the event of his failing to meet his note, he might some way prove slippery, more especially as, in the hour of distress, worked upon by remorse for so jeopardizing his wife's money, his heart might prove a traitor to his bond; not to hint that it was more than doubtful how such a secret security and claim, as in the last resort would be the old farmer's, would stand in a court of law. But though one inference from this all may be that had China Aster been something else than what he was, he would not have been trusted, and therefore he would have been effectually shut out from running his own and wife's head into the usurer's noose, yet those who, when everything at last came out, maintained that, in this view and to this extent, the honesty of the candle-maker was no advantage to him, in so saying, such persons said what every good heart must deplore, and no prudent tongue will admit. It may be mentioned, that the old farmer made China Aster take part of his loan in 3 old dried-up cows and 1 lame horse, not improved by the glanders. These were thrown in at a pretty high figure, the old money-lender having a singular prejudice in regard to the high value of any sort of stock raised on his farm. With a great deal of difficulty, and at more loss, China Aster disposed of his cattle at public auction, no private purchaser being found who could be prevailed upon to invest. And now, raking and scraping in every way, and working early and late, China Aster at last started afresh, not without largely and confidently extending himself. However, he did not try his hand at the spermaceti again, but, admonished by experience, returned to tallow. But, having bought a good lot of it, by the time he got it into candles, tallow fell so low, and candles with it, that his candles per pound barely sold for what he had paid for the tallow. Meantime, a year's unpaid interest had accrued on Orchis's loan. But China Aster gave himself not so much concern about that as about the interest now due to the old farmer. But he was glad that the principal there had yet some time to run. However, the skinny old fellow gave him some trouble by coming after him every day or two on a scraggy old white horse, furnished with a musty old saddle, and goaded into his shambling old paces with a withered old rawhide. All the neighbors said that surely Death himself on the pale horse was after poor China Aster now. And something so it proved, for ere long China Aster found himself involved in troubles mortal enough. At this juncture Orchis was heard of. Orchis, it seemed, had returned from his travels, and clandestinely married, and in a kind of queer way was living in Pennsylvania among his wife's relations, who, among other things, had induced him to join a church, or rather semi-religious school, of come-outers. And what was still more, Orchis, without coming to the spot himself, had sent word to his agent to dispose of some of his property in Marietta, and remit him the proceeds. Within a year after, China Aster received a letter from Orchis, commending him for his punctuality in paying the first year's interest, and regretting the necessity that he, Orchis, was now under, of using all his dividends. So he relied upon China Aster's paying the next 6 months' interest, and of course with the back interest. Not more surprised than alarmed, China Aster thought of taking steamboat to go and see Orchis, but he was saved that expense by the unexpected arrival in Marietta of Orchis in person, suddenly called there by that strange kind of capriciousness lately characterizing him. No sooner did China Aster hear of his old friend's arrival than he hurried to call upon him. He found him curiously rusty in dress, sallow in cheek, and decidedly less gay and cordial in manner, which the more surprised China Aster because, in former days, he had more than once heard Orchis, in his light, rattling way, declare that all he, Orchis, wanted to make him a perfectly happy, hilarious, and benignant man was a voyage to Europe and a wife, with a free development of his inmost nature. Upon China Aster's stating his case, his trusted friend was silent for a time. Then, in an odd way, said that he would not crowd China Aster, but still his, Orchis's, necessities were urgent. Could not China Aster mortgage the candlery? He was honest, and must have moneyed friends. And could he not press his sales of candles? Could not the market be forced a little in that particular? The profits on the candles must be very great. Seeing, now, that Orchis had the notion that the candle-making business was a very profitable one, and knowing sorely enough what an error was here, China Aster tried to undeceive him. But he could not drive the truth into Orchis, Orchis being very obtuse here, and at the same time, strange to say, very melancholy. Finally, Orchis glanced off from so unpleasing a subject into the most unexpected reflections, taken from a religious point of view, upon the unstableness and deceitfulness of the human heart. But having, as he thought, experienced something of that sort of thing, China Aster did not take exception to his friend's observations, but still refrained from so doing, almost as much for the sake of sympathetic sociality as anything else. Presently, Orchis, without much ceremony, rose, and saying he must write a letter to his wife, bade his friend good-bye, but without warmly shaking him by the hand as of old. In much concern at the change, China Aster made earnest inquiries in suitable quarters, as to what things as yet unheard of had befallen Orchis, to bring about such a revolution, and learned at last that, besides traveling and getting married, and joining the sect of come-outers, Orchis had somehow got a bad dyspepsia, and lost considerable property through a breach of trust on the part of a factor in New York. Telling these things to old Plain Talk, that man of some knowledge of the world shook his old head, and told China Aster that though he hoped it might prove otherwise, yet it seemed to him that all he had communicated about Orchis worked together for bad omens as to his future forbearance. Especially, he added, with a grim sort of smile, in view of his joining the sect of come-outers. For, if some men knew what was their inmost natures, instead of coming out with it, they would try their best to keep it in, which, indeed, was the way with the prudent sort. In all which sour notions, old Prudence, as usual, chimed in. When interest day came again, China Aster, by the utmost exertions, could only pay Orchis's agent a small part of what was due, and a part of that was made up by his children's gift money, bright 10-penny pieces and new quarters, kept in their little money boxes, and pawning his best clothes, with those of his wife and children, so that all were subjected to the hardship of staying away from church. And the old usurer, too, now beginning to be obstreperous, China Aster paid him interest and other passing debts with money got by, at last, mortgaging the candlery. When next interest day came round for Orchis, not a penny could be raised. With much grief of heart, China Aster so informed Orchis's agent. Meantime, the note to the old usurer fell due, and nothing from China Aster was ready to meet it. Yet, as heaven sends its rain on the just and unjust alike, by a coincidence not unfavorable to the old farmer, the well-to-do uncle, the tanner, having died, the usurer entered upon possession of such part of his property left by will to the wife of China Aster. When still the next interest day from Orchis came round, it found China Aster worse off than ever, for, besides his other troubles, he was now weak with sickness. Feebly dragging himself to Orchis's agent, he met him in the street, told him just how it was, upon which the agent, with a grave enough face, said that he had had instructions from his employer not to crowd him about the interest at present, but to say to him that about the time the note would mature, Orchis would have heavy liabilities to meet, and therefore the note must at that time be certainly paid, and of course the back interest with it. And not only so, but, as Orchis had had to allow the interest for good part of the time, he hoped that, for the back interest, China Aster would, in reciprocation, have no objections to allowing interest on the interest, annually. To be sure, this was not the law, but between friends who accommodate each other, it was the custom. Just then, old Plain Talk, with old Prudence, turned the corner, coming plump upon China Aster as the agent left him. And whether it was sunstroke, or whether they accidentally ran against him, or whether it was him being so weak, or whether it was everything together, or how it was exactly, there is no telling, but poor China Aster fell to the earth, and, striking his head sharply, was picked up senseless. It was a day in July, such a light and heat as only the midsummer banks of the inland Ohio know. China Aster was taken home on a door, lingered a few days with a wandering mind, and kept wandering on, till at last, in the dead of night, when nobody was aware, his spirit wandered away into the other world. Old Plain Talk and old Prudence, neither of whom ever omitted attending any funeral, which indeed was their chief exercise, these two were among the sincerest mourners who followed the remains of the son of their ancient friend to the grave. It is needless to tell of the executions that followed, how that the candlery was sold by the mortgagee, how Orchis never got a penny for his loan, and how, in the case of the poor widow, chastisement was tempered with mercy, for though she was left penniless, she was not left childless. Yet, unmindful of the alleviation, a spirit of complaint at what she impatiently called the bitterness of her lot and the hardness of the world, so preyed upon her as ere long to hurry her from the obscurity of indigence to the deeper shades of the tomb. But though the straits in which China Aster had left his family had, besides apparently dimming the world's regard, likewise seemed to dim its sense of probity of its deceased head, and though this, as some thought, did not speak well for the world, Yet it happened in this case, as in others, that, though the world may for a time seem insensible to that merit which lies under a cloud, yet, sooner or later, it always renders honor where honor is due. For, upon the death of the widow, the freemen of Marietta, as a tribute of respect for China Aster, and an expression of their conviction of his high moral worth, passed a resolution that, until they attained maturity, his children should be considered the town's guests. No mere verbal compliment, like those of some public bodies; for, on the same day, the orphans were officially installed in that hospitable edifice where their worthy grandfather, the town's guest before them, had breathed his last breath. But sometimes honor may be paid to the memory of an honest man, and still his mound remain without a monument. Not so, however, with the candle-maker. At an early day, Plain Talk had procured a plain stone, and was digesting in his mind what pithy word or two to place upon it, when there was discovered, in China Aster's otherwise empty wallet, an epitaph, written probably in one of those disconsolate hours, attended with more or less mental aberration, perhaps, so frequent with him for some months prior to his end. A memorandum on the back expressed the wish that it might be placed over his grave. Though with the sentiment of the epitaph, Plain Talk did not disagree, he himself being at times of a hypochondriac turn, at least so many said, yet the language struck him as too much drawn out, so, after consultation with old Prudence, he decided upon making use of the epitaph, yet not without verbal retrenchments. And though, when these were made, the thing still appeared wordy to him, nevertheless, thinking that, since a dead man was to be spoken about, it was but just to let him speak for himself, especially when he spoke sincerely, and when, by so doing, the more salutary lesson would be given, he had the retrenched inscription chiseled as follows upon the stone: "Here lie the remains of China Aster, the candle-maker, whose career was an example of the truth of Scripture, as found in the sober philosophy of Solomon the Wise, for he was ruined by allowing himself to be persuaded, against his better sense, into the free indulgence of confidence, and an ardently bright view of life, to the exclusion of that counsel which comes by heeding the opposite view." This inscription raised some talk in the town, and was rather severely criticized by the capitalist, one of a very cheerful turn, who had secured his loan to China Aster by the mortgage; and though it also proved obnoxious to the man who, in the town meeting, had first moved for the compliment to China Aster's memory, and, indeed, was deemed by him a sort of slur upon the candle-maker, to that degree that he refused to believe that the candle-maker himself had composed it, charging old Plain Talk with the authorship, alleging that the internal evidence showed that none but that veteran old croaker could have penned such a jeremiad. Yet, for all this, the stone stood. In everything, of course, old Plain Talk was seconded by old Prudence, who, one day going to the graveyard in great coat and overshoes, for though it was a sunshiny morning, he thought that, owing to heavy dews, dampness might lurk in the ground, long stood before the stone, sharply leaning over on his staff, spectacles on nose, spelling out the epitaph word by word, and afterwards, meeting old Plain Talk in the street, gave a great rap with his stick, and said, "Friend Plain Talk, that epitaph will do very well. Nevertheless, one short sentence is wrong." Upon which, Plain Talk said it was too late, the chiseled words being so arranged, after the usual manner of such inscriptions, that nothing could be interlined. "Then," said old Prudence, "I will put it in the shape of a postscript." Accordingly, with the approbation of old Plain Talk, he had the following words chiseled at the left-hand corner of the stone, and pretty low down: "The root of all was a friendly loan." Chapter 41. Ending with a rupture of the hypothesis. "With what heart," cried Frank, still in character, "have you told me this story? A story I can no way approve. for its moral, if accepted, would drain me of all reliance upon my last stay, and therefore of my last courage in life. For what was that bright view of China Aster but a cheerful trust that, if he but kept up a brave heart, worked hard, and ever hoped for the best, all at last would go well? If your purpose, Charlie, in telling me this story was to pain me, and keenly, you have succeeded. But if it was to destroy my last confidence, I praise God you have not." "Confidence?" cried Charlie, who, on his side, seemed with his whole heart to enter into the spirit of the thing. "What has confidence to do with the matter? That moral of the story, which I am for commending to you, is this: the folly, on both sides, of a friend's helping a friend. For was not that loan of Orchis to China Aster the first step towards their estrangement? And did it not bring about what in effect was the enmity of Orchis? I tell you, Frank, true friendship, like other precious things, is not rashly to be meddled with. And what more meddlesome between friends than a loan? A regular marplot. For how can you help that helper who must turn out a creditor? And creditor and friend, can they ever be one? No, not in the most lenient case, since, out of lenity to forego one's claim, is less to be a friendly creditor than to cease to be a creditor at all. But it will not do to rely upon this lenity, no, not in the best man, for the best man, as the worst, is subject to all mortal contingencies. He may travel, he may marry, he may join the come-outers or some equally untoward school or sect, not to speak of other things that more or less tend to new-cast the character. And were there nothing else, who shall answer for his digestion, upon which so much depends? But Charlie, dear Charlie, nay, wait. You have hearkened to my story in vain if you do not see that, however indulgent and right-minded I may seem to you now, that is no guarantee for the future. And into the power of that uncertain personality which, through the mutability of my humanity, I may hereafter become, should not common sense dissuade you, my dear Frank, from putting yourself? Consider. Would you, in your present need, be willing to accept a loan from a friend, securing him by a mortgage on your homestead, and do so, knowing that you had no reason to feel satisfied that the mortgage might not eventually be transferred into the hands of a foe? Yet the difference between this man and that man is not so great as the difference between what the same man be today, and what he may be in days to come. For there is no bent of heart or turn of thought which any man holds by virtue of an unalterable nature or will. Even those feelings and opinions deemed most identical with eternal right and truth, is it not impossible that, as personal persuasions, they may in reality be but the result of some chance tip of Fate's elbow in throwing her dice? For, not to go into the first seeds of things, and passing by the accident of parentage predisposing to this or that habit of mind, descend below these, and tell me, if you change this man's experiences or that man's books, will wisdom go surety for his unchanged convictions? As particular food begets particular dreams, so particular experiences or books, particular feelings or beliefs. And I will hear nothing of that fine babble about development and its laws. There is no development in opinion and feeling, but the developments of time and tide. You may deem all this talk idle, Frank, but conscience bids me show you how fundamental the reasons for treating you as I do." "But Charlie, dear Charlie, what new notions are these? I thought that man was no poor drifting weed of the universe, as you phrased it; that, if so minded, he could have a will, a way, a thought, and a heart of his own. But now you have turned everything upside down again, with an inconsistency that amazes and shocks me." "Inconsistency? Bah!" "There speaks the ventriloquist again," sighed Frank in bitterness. Illy pleased, it may be, by the repetition of an allusion little flattering to his originality, however much so to his docility, the disciple sought to carry it off by exclaiming, "Yes, I turn over day and night with indefatigable pains the sublime pages of my master, and unfortunately for you, my dear friend, I find nothing there that leads me to think otherwise than I do. But enough. In this matter, the experience of China Aster teaches a moral more to the point than anything Mark Winsome can offer, or I either." "I cannot think so, Charlie. For neither am I China Aster, nor do I stand in his position. The loan to China Aster was to extend his business with. The loan I seek is to relieve my necessities." "Your dress, my dear Frank, is respectable. Your cheek is not gaunt. Why talk of necessities when nakedness and starvation beget the only real necessities?" "But I need relief, Charlie, and so sorely that I now conjure you to forget that I was ever your friend, while I apply to you only as a fellow being, whom surely you will not turn away." "That I will not. Take off your hat, bow over to the ground, and supplicate an alms of me in the way of London streets, and you shall not be a sturdy beggar in vain. But no man drops pennies into the hat of a friend, let me tell you. If you turn beggar, then, for the honor of noble friendship, I turn stranger." "Enough," cried the other, rising, and with a toss of his shoulders seeming disdainfully to throw off the character he had assumed. "Enough. I have had my fill of the philosophy of Mark Winsome as put into action. And moonshiny as it in theory may be, yet a very practical philosophy it turns out in effect, as he himself engaged I should find. But miserable for my race should I be, if I thought he spoke truth when he claimed, for proof of the soundness of his system, that the study of it tended to much the same formation of character with the experiences of the world. Apt disciple! Why wrinkle the brow and waste the oil both of life and the lamp, only to turn out a head kept cool by the under ice of the heart? What your illustrious magician has taught you, any poor old broken down, heart shrunken dandy might have lisped. Pray leave me, and with you take the last dregs of your inhuman philosophy. And here, take this shilling, and at the first wood landing buy yourself a few chips to warm the frozen natures of you and your philosopher by." With these words and a grand scorn, the cosmopolitan turned on his heel, leaving his companion at a loss to determine where exactly the fictitious character had been dropped, and the real one, if any, resumed. If any, because, with pointed meaning, there occurred to him, as he gazed after the cosmopolitan, these familiar lines: "All the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players, who have their exits and their entrances, and one man in his time plays many parts." End of section 17. Section 18 of The Confidence Man. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by M.B. The Confidence Man, His Masquerade, by Herman Melville. Chapter 42. Upon the heel of the last scene, the cosmopolitan enters the barber's shop, a benediction on his lips. "Bless you, barber." Now, owing to the lateness of the hour, the barber had been all alone until within the 10 minutes last past, when, finding himself rather dullish company to himself, he thought he would have a good time with Souter John and Tam O'Shanter, otherwise called Somnus and Morpheus, two very good fellows, though one was not very bright, and the other an arrant rattlebrain, who, though much listened to by some, no wise man would believe under oath. In short, with back presented to the glare of his lamps, and so to the door, the honest barber was taking what are called cat naps, and dreaming in his chair, so that, upon suddenly hearing the benediction above, pronounced in tones not unangelic, starting up half awake, he stared before him, but saw nothing, for the stranger stood behind. What with cat naps, dreams, and bewilderments, therefore, the voice seemed a sort of spiritual manifestation to him, so that, for the moment, he stood all agape, eyes fixed, and one arm in the air. Why, barber, are you reaching up to catch birds there with salt? Ah!" turning round, disenchanted, "it is only a man, then." "Only a man? As if to be but a man were nothing. Don't be too sure what I am. You call me man, just as the townsfolk called the angels who, in man's form, came to Lot's house, just as the Jew rustics called the devils who, in man's form, haunted the tombs. You can conclude nothing absolute from the human form, barber." "But I can conclude something from that sort of talk, with that sort of dress," shrewdly thought the barber, eyeing him with regained self-possession, and not without some latent touch of apprehension at being alone with him. What was passing in his mind seemed divined by the other, who now, more rationally and gravely, and as if he expected it should be attended to, said, "Whatever else you may conclude upon, it is my desire that you conclude to give me a good shave," at the same time loosening his neckcloth. "Are you competent to a good shave, barber?" "No broker more so, sir," answered the barber, whom the business-like proposition instinctively made confine to business ends his views of the visitor. "Broker? What has a broker to do with lather? A broker I have always understood to be a worthy dealer in certain papers and metals." "He, he," taking him now for some dry sort of joker, whose jokes, he being a customer, it might be well to appreciate. "He, he, you understand me well enough, sir. Take this seat, sir," laying his hand on a great stuffed chair, high backed and high armed, crimson covered and raised on a sort of dais, and which seemed but to lack a canopy and quarterings to make it, in aspect, quite a throne. "Take this seat, sir." "Thank you," sitting down. "And now, pray, explain that about the broker. But look, look! What's this?" suddenly rising and pointing with his long pipe towards a gilt notification, swinging amongst colored fly papers from the ceiling, like a tavern sign. "No trust? No trust means distrust. Distrust means no confidence. Barber," turning upon him excitedly, "what fell suspiciousness prompts this scandalous confession? My life," stamping his foot, "if but to tell a dog that you have no confidence in him be matter for affront to the dog, what an insult to take that way the whole haughty race of man, by the beard. By my heart, sir! But at least you are valiant, backing up the spleen of Thersites with the pluck of Agamemnon." "Your sort of talk, sir, is not exactly in my line," said the barber, rather ruefully, being now again hopeless of his customer, and not without return of uneasiness. "Not in my line, sir," he emphatically repeated. "But the taking of mankind by the nose is a habit, barber, which I sadly fear has insensibly bred in you a disrespect for man. For how, indeed, may respectful conceptions of him coexist with the perpetual habit of taking him by the nose? But tell me, though I too clearly see the import of your notification, I do not as yet perceive the object. What is it?" "Now you speak a little in my line, sir," said the barber, not unrelieved at this return to plain talk. "That notification I find very useful, sparing me much work which would not pay. Yes, I lost a good deal, off and on, before putting that up," gratefully glancing towards it. "But what is its object? Surely, you don't mean to say, in so many words, that you have no confidence? For instance, now, suppose I say to you, 'Barber, my dear barber, unhappily, I have no small change by me to night, but shave me, and depend upon your money to morrow.' Suppose I should say that, now, you would put trust in me, wouldn't you? You would have confidence." "Seeing that it is you, sir," with complacence replied the barber, now mixing the lather, "seeing that it is you, sir, I won't answer that question. No need to." Of course, in that view. But, as a supposition, you would have confidence in me, wouldn't you?" Why, yes, yes. Then why that sign? Ah, sir, all people ain't like you, was the smooth reply, at the same time, as if smoothly to close the debate, beginning smoothly to apply the lather; which operation, however, was, by a motion, protested against by the subject, but only out of a desire to rejoin, which was done in these words: all people ain't like me. That I must be either better or worse than most people. Worse you could not mean. No, barber, you could not mean that. It remains, then, that you think me better than most people, but that I ain't vain enough to believe, though from vanity I confess I could never yet, by my best wrestlings, entirely free myself. Nor, indeed, to be frank, am I at bottom over anxious to. This same vanity, barber, being so harmless, so useful, so comfortable, so pleasingly preposterous a passion. Very true, sir, and upon my honor, sir, you talk very well. But the lather is getting a little cold, sir. Better cold lather, barber, than a cold heart. Why that cold sign? Ah, I don't wonder you try to shirk the confession. I feel in your soul how ungenerous a hint is there. And yet, barber, now that I look into your eyes, which somehow speak to me of the mother that must so often have looked into them before me, I dare say, though you may not think it, that the spirit of that notification is not one with your nature. For look now, setting business views aside, regarding the thing in an abstract light, in short, supposing a case, barber, supposing, I say, you see a stranger, his face accidentally averted, but his visible part very respectable looking, what now, barber, I put it to your conscience, to your charity, what would be your impression of that man in a moral point of view? Being in a signal sense a stranger, would you for that signally set him down for a knave? Certainly not, sir. By no means, cried the barber, humanely resentful. You would upon the face of him. Hold, sir, said the barber, nothing about the face, you remember, sir, that is out of sight. I forgot that. Well, then, you would, upon the back of him, conclude him to be, not improbably, some worthy sort of person. In short, an honest man, wouldn't you? Not unlikely I should, sir. Well, now, don't be so impatient with your brush, barber. Suppose that honest man meet you by night in some dark corner of the boat, where his face would still remain unseen, asking you to trust him for a shave. How then? Wouldn't trust him, sir. But is not an honest man to be trusted? Why, yes, sir. There, don't you see now? See what? Asked the disconcerted barber, rather vexedly. Why, you stand self-contradicted, barber, don't you? No, doggedly. Barber, gravely, and after a pause of concern, the enemies of our race have a saying that insincerity is the most universal and inveterate vice of man, the lasting bar to real amelioration, whether of individuals or of the world. Don't you now, barber, by your stubbornness on this occasion, give color to such a calumny? Highty-tighty, cried the barber, losing patience, and with it respect. Stubbornness? Then, clattering round the brush in the cup, will you be shaved or won't you? Barber, I will be shaved, and with pleasure, but pray don't raise your voice that way. Why, now, if you go through life gritting your teeth in that fashion, what a comfortless time you will have. I'd take as much comfort in this world as you or any other man, cried the barber, whom the other's sweetness of temper seemed rather to exasperate than soothe. To resent the imputation of anything like unhappiness, I have often observed to be peculiar to certain orders of men, said the other pensively and half to himself, just as to be indifferent to that imputation, from holding happiness but for a secondary good and inferior grace, I have observed to be equally peculiar to other kinds of men. Pray, barber," innocently looking up, "which think you is the superior creature?" "All this sort of talk," cried the barber, still unmollified, "is, as I told you once before, not in my line. In a few minutes I shall shut up this shop. Will you be shaved?" "Shave away, barber. What hinders?" turning up his face like a flower. The shaving began, and proceeded in silence, till at length it became necessary to prepare to relather a little, affording an opportunity for resuming the subject, which, on one side, was not let slip. "Barber," with a kind of cautious kindliness feeling his way, "barber, now have a little patience with me, do. Trust me, I wish not to offend. I have been thinking over that supposed case of the man with the averted face, and I cannot rid my mind of the impression that, by your opposite replies to my questions at the time, you showed yourself much of a piece with a good many other men. That is, you have confidence, and then again, you have none. Now, what I would ask is, do you think it sensible standing for a sensible man, one foot on confidence and the other on suspicion? Don't you think, barber, that you ought to elect? Don't you think consistency requires that you should either say, I have confidence in all men, and take down your notification, or else say, I suspect all men, and keep it up? This dispassionate, if not deferential way of putting the case, did not fail to impress the barber, and proportionately conciliate him. Likewise, from its pointedness, it served to make him thoughtful; for, instead of going to the copper vessel for more water, as he had purposed, he halted half way towards it, and after a pause, cup in hand, said: "Sir, I hope you would not do me injustice. I don't say, and can't say, and wouldn't say that I suspect all men, but I do say that strangers are not to be trusted; and so," pointing up to the sign, "no trust." "But look now, I beg, barber," rejoined the other deprecatingly, not presuming too much upon the barber's changed temper, "look now, to say that strangers are not to be trusted, does not that imply something like saying that mankind is not to be trusted? For the mass of mankind, are they not necessarily strangers to each individual man? Come, come, my friend," winningly, "you are no Timon, to hold the mass of mankind untrustworthy. Take down your notification. It is misanthropical; much the same sign that Timon traced with charcoal on the forehead of a skull stuck over his cave. Take it down, barber, take it down to night. Trust men. Just try the experiment of trusting men for this one little trip. Come now, I'm a philanthropist, and will insure you against losing a cent." The barber shook his head dryly, and answered: "Sir, you must excuse me. I have a family." CHAPTER XLIII. VERY CHARMING. "So you are a philanthropist, sir," added the barber with an illuminated look. "That accounts then for all. Very odd sort of man, the philanthropist. You are the second one, sir, I have seen. Very odd sort of man, indeed, the philanthropist. Ah, sir," again meditatively stirring in the shaving cup, "I sadly fear lest you philanthropists know better what goodness is than what men are." Then, eyeing him as if he were some strange creature behind cage bars, "So you are a philanthropist, sir?" "I am philanthropos, and love mankind; and, what is more than you do, barber, I trust them." Here the barber, casually recalled to his business, would have replenished his shaving cup, but finding now that on his last visit to the water vessel he had not replaced it over the lamp, he did so now; and, while waiting for it to heat again, became almost as sociable as if the heating water were meant for whiskey punch, and almost as pleasantly garrulous as the pleasant barbers in romances. "Sir," said he, taking a throne beside his customer, for in a row there were 3 thrones on the dais, as for the 3 kings of Cologne, those patron saints of the barber. "Sir, you say you trust men. Well, I suppose I might share some of your trust, were it not for this trade that I follow too much letting me in behind the scenes." "I think I understand," with a saddened look, "and much the same thing I have heard from persons in pursuits different from yours, from the lawyer, from the congressman, from the editor, not to mention others, each, with a strange kind of melancholy vanity, claiming for his vocation the distinction of affording the surest inlets to the conviction that man is no better than he should be. All of which testimony, if reliable, would, by mutual corroboration, justify some disturbance in a good man's mind. But no, no, it is a mistake, all a mistake." "True, sir, very true," assented the barber. "Glad to hear that," brightening up. "Not so fast, sir," said the barber. "I agree with you in thinking that the lawyer, and the congressman, and the editor are in error, but only in so far as each claims peculiar facilities for the sort of knowledge in question. Because, you see, sir, the truth is, that every trade or pursuit which brings one into contact with the facts, sir, such trade or pursuit is equally an avenue to those facts." "How, exactly, is that?" "Why, sir, in my opinion, and for the last 20 years I have at odd times turned the matter over some in my mind, he who comes to know man will not remain in ignorance of man. I think I am not rash in saying that. Am I, sir?" "Barber, you talk like an oracle." "Obscurely, barber, obscurely." "Well, sir," with some self-complacency, "the barber has always been held an oracle. But as for the obscurity, that I don't admit." "But pray now, by your account, what precisely may be this mysterious knowledge gained in your trade? I grant you, indeed, as before hinted, that your trade, imposing on you the necessity of functionally tweaking the noses of mankind, is, in that respect, unfortunate, very much so. Nevertheless, a well-regulated imagination should be proof even to such a provocation to improper conceits. But what I want to learn from you, barber, is, how does the mere handling of the outside of men's heads lead you to distrust the inside of their hearts?" "What, sir, to say nothing more, can one be forever dealing in macassar oil, hair dyes, cosmetics, false mustaches, wigs, and toupees, and still believe that men are wholly what they look to be? What think you, sir, are a thoughtful barber's reflections, when, behind a careful curtain, he shaves the thin dead stubble off a head, and then dismisses it to the world, radiant in curling auburn? To contrast the shamefaced air behind the curtain, the fearful looking forward to being possibly discovered there by a prying acquaintance, with the cheerful assurance and challenging pride with which the same man steps forth again, a gay deception, into the street, while some honest, shock-headed fellow humbly gives him the wall. Ah, sir, they may talk of the courage of truth, but my trade teaches me that truth sometimes is sheepish. Lies, lies, sir, brave lies are the lions." "You twist the moral, barber. You sadly twist it. Look now, take it this way. A modest man thrust out naked into the street, would he not be abashed? Take him in and clothe him, would not his confidence be restored? And in either case, is any reproach involved? Now, what is true to the whole, holds proportionably true of the part. The bald head is a nakedness which the wig is a coat to. To feel uneasy at the possibility of the exposure of one's nakedness at top, and to feel comforted by the consciousness of having it clothed, these feelings, instead of being dishonorable to a bald man, do but attest proper respect for himself and his fellows. And as for the deception, you may as well call the fine roof of a fine chateau a deception, since, like a fine wig, it also is an artificial cover to the head, and equally in the common eye decorates the wearer. I have confuted you, my dear barber, I have confounded you." "Pardon," said the barber, "but I do not see that you have. His coat and his roof no man pretends to palm off as a part of himself. But the bald man palms off hair not his for his own." "Not his, barber? If he have fairly purchased his hair, the law will protect him in its ownership, even against the claims of the head on which it grew. But it cannot be that you believe what you say, barber, you talk merely for the humor. I could not think of you so as to suppose that you would contentedly deal in the impostures you condemn." "Ah, sir, I must live." "And can't you do that without sinning against your conscience, as you believe? Take up some other calling." "Wouldn't mend the matter much, sir." "Do you think, then, barber, that, in a certain point, all the trades and callings of men are much on a par? Fatal, indeed," raising his hand, "irrepressibly dreadful, the trade of the barber, if to such conclusions it necessarily leads. Barber," eyeing him not without emotion, "you appear to me not so much a misbeliever as a man misled. Now, let me set you on the right track. Let me restore you to trust in human nature, and by no other means than the very trade that has brought you to suspect it." "You mean, sir, that you would have me try the experiment of taking down that notification?" again pointing to it with his brush. "But, dear me, while I sit chatting here, the water boils over." With which words, and such a well-pleased, sly, snug expression, as they say some men have when they think their little stratagem has succeeded, he hurried to the copper vessel, and soon had his cup foaming up with white bubbles, as if it were a mug of new ale. Meantime, the other would have fain gone on with the discourse, but the cunning barber lathered him with so generous a brush, so piled up the foam on him, that his face looked like the yeasty crest of a billow, and vain to think of talking under it, as for a drowning priest in the sea to exhort his fellow sinners on a raft. Nothing would do but he must keep his mouth shut. Doubtless the interval was not, in a meditative way, unimproved; for, upon the traces of the operation being at last removed, the cosmopolitan rose, and, for added refreshment, washed his face and hands, and having generally readjusted himself, began, at last, addressing the barber in a manner different, singularly so, from his previous one. Hard to say exactly what the manner was, any more than to hint that it was a sort of magical. In a benign way, not wholly unlike the manner, fabled or otherwise, of certain creatures in nature, which have the power of persuasive fascination; the power of holding another creature by the button of the eye, as it were, despite the serious disinclination, and indeed earnest protest, of the victim. With this manner the conclusion of the matter was not out of keeping; for, in the end, all argument and expostulation proved vain, the barber being irresistibly persuaded to agree to try, for the remainder of the present trip, the experiment of trusting men, as both phrased it. True, to save his credit as a free agent, he was loud in averring that it was only for the novelty of the thing that he so agreed; and he required the other, as before volunteered, to go security to him against any loss he might ensue. But still the fact remained that he engaged to trust men, a thing he had before said he would not do, at least not unreservedly. Still the more to save his credit, he now insisted upon it, as a last point, that the agreement should be put in black and white, especially the security part. The other made no demur. Pen, ink, and paper were provided, and, grave as any notary, the cosmopolitan sat down; but, ere taking the pen, glanced up at the notification, and said, "First, down with that sign, barber. Timon's sign there. Down with it." This, being in the agreement, was done, though a little reluctantly; with an eye to the future, the sign being carefully put away in a drawer. "Now, then, for the writing," said the cosmopolitan, squaring himself. "Ah," with a sigh, "I shall make a poor lawyer, I fear. Ain't used, you see, barber, to a business which, ignoring the principle of honor, makes no nail fast till clinched. Strange, barber," taking up the blank paper, "that such flimsy stuff as this should make such strong hawsers. Vile hawsers, too, barber," starting up. "I won't put it in black and white. It were a reflection on our joint honor. I will take your word, and you shall take mine." "But your memory may be none of the best, sir. Well for you, on your side, to have it in black and white, just for a memorandum like, you know." "That, indeed. Yes, and it would help your memory, too, wouldn't it, barber? Yours, on your side, being a little weak, too, I dare say. Ah, barber, how ingenious we human beings are, and how kindly we reciprocate each other's little delicacies, don't we? What better proof, now, that we are kind, considerate fellows, with responsive fellow feelings, barber? But to business. Let me see. What's your name, barber?" "William Cream, sir." Pondering a moment, he began to write, and, after some corrections, leaned back and read aloud the following: "Agreement between Frank Goodman, philanthropist and citizen of the world, and William Cream, barber of the Mississippi steamer Fidèle. The first hereby agrees to make good to the last any loss that may come from his trusting mankind in the way of his vocation for the residue of the present trip, provided that William Cream keep out of sight for the given term his notification of no trust, and by no other mode convey any, the least hint or intimation, tending to discourage men from soliciting trust from him in the way of his vocation for the time above specified; but, on the contrary, he do, by all proper and reasonable words, gestures, manners, and looks, evince a perfect confidence in all men, especially strangers. Otherwise, this agreement to be void. Done in good faith this 1st day of April, 18 , at 11:45 P.M., in the shop of said William Cream, on board the said boat Fidèle. There, barber, will that do?" "That will do," said the barber, "only now put down your name." Both signatures being affixed, the question was started by the barber, who should have custody of the instrument, which point, however, he settled for himself by proposing that both should go together to the captain, and give the document into his hands, the barber hinting that this would be a safe proceeding, because the captain was necessarily a party disinterested, and, what was more, could not, from the nature of the present case, make anything by a breach of trust. All of which was listened to with some surprise and concern. "Why, barber," said the cosmopolitan, "this don't show the right spirit. For me, I have confidence in the captain purely because he is a man. But he shall have nothing to do with our affair. For if you have no confidence in me, barber, I have in you. Therefore, keep the paper yourself," handing it magnanimously. "Very good," said the barber, "and now nothing remains for me but to receive the cash." Though the mention of that word, or any of its singularly numerous equivalents, in serious neighborhood to a requisition upon one's purse, is attended with a more or less noteworthy effect upon the human countenance, producing in many an abrupt fall of it; in other words, a writhing and screwing up of the features to a point not undistressing to behold in some, attended with a blank pallor and fatal consternation, yet no trace of any of these symptoms was visible upon the countenance of the cosmopolitan, notwithstanding nothing could be more sudden and unexpected than the barber's demand. You speak of cash, barber? Pray, in what connection?" "In a nearer one, sir," answered the barber, less blandly, "than I thought the man with the sweet voice stood, who wanted me to trust him once for a shave, on the score of being a sort of 13th cousin." "Indeed? And what did you say to him?" "I said, 'Thank you, sir, but I don't see the connection.'" "How could you so unsweetly answer one with a sweet voice?" "Because I recalled what the son of Sirach says in the true book, 'An enemy speaketh sweetly with his lips,' and so I did what the son of Sirach advises in such cases. I believed not his many words." "What, barber, do you say that such cynical sort of things are in the true book? By which, of course, you mean the Bible." "Yes, and plenty more to the same effect. Read the book of Proverbs." "That's strange now, barber, for I never happen to have met with those passages you cite. Before I go to bed this night, I'll inspect the Bible I saw on the cabin table to day. But mind, you mustn't quote the true book that way to people coming in here. It would be impliedly a violation of the contract. But you don't know how glad I feel that you have for one while signed off all that sort of thing." "No, sir, not unless you down with the cash." "Cash again? What do you mean?" "Why, in this paper here, you engage, sir, to insure me against a certain loss, and—" "Certain? Is it so certain you are going to lose?" "Why, that way of taking the word may not be amiss, but I didn't mean it so. I meant a certain loss. You understand, a certain loss, that is to say, a certain loss. Now then, sir, what use your mere writing and saying you will insure me, unless beforehand you place in my hands a money pledge sufficient to that end?" "I see, the material pledge." "Yes, and I will put it low. Say $50. Now, what sort of a beginning is this? You, barber, for a given time engage to trust man, to put confidence in men, and, for your first step, make a demand implying no confidence in the very man you engage with. But $50 is nothing, and I would let you have it cheerfully, only I unfortunately happen to have but little change with me just now." "But you have money in your trunk, though." "To be sure. But, you see, in fact, barber, you must be consistent. No, I won't let you have the money now. I won't let you violate the inmost spirit of our contract that way. So good night, and I will see you again. Stay, sir," humming and hawing, "you have forgotten something." "Handkerchief? Gloves? No, forgotten nothing. Good night." "Stay, sir, the shaving." "Ah, I did forget that. But, now that it strikes me, I shan't pay you at present. Look at your agreement. You must trust. Tut, against loss you hold the guarantee. Good night, my dear barber." With which words he sauntered off, leaving the barber in a maze, staring after. But it holding true in fascination, as in natural philosophy, that nothing can act where it is not, so the barber was not long now in being restored to his self possession and senses, the first evidence of which, perhaps, was, that, drawing forth his notification from the drawer, he put it back where it belonged, while, as for the agreement, that he tore up; which he felt the more free to do from the impression that in all human probability he would never again see the person who had drawn it. Whether that impression proved well founded or not, does not appear. But, in after days, telling the night's adventure to his friends, the worthy barber always spoke of his queer customer as the man charmer, as certain East Indians are called snake charmers, and all his friends united in thinking him quite an original. End of section 18. Section 19 of The Confidence Man. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by M.B. The Confidence Man, His Masquerade, by Herman Melville. Chapter 44, in which the last 3 words of the last chapter are made the text of discourse, which will be sure of receiving more or less attention from those readers who do not skip it. Quite an original. A phrase, we fancy, rather oftener used by the young, or the unlearned, or the untraveled, than by the old, or the well-read, or the man who has made the grand tour. Certainly the sense of originality exists at its highest in an infant, and probably at its lowest in him who has completed the circle of the sciences. As for original characters in fiction, a grateful reader will, on meeting with one, keep the anniversary of that day. True, we sometimes hear of an author who, at one creation, produces some 2 or 3 score such characters. It may be possible. But they can hardly be original in the sense that Hamlet is, or Don Quixote, or Milton's Satan. That is to say, they are not, in a thorough sense, original at all. They are novel, or singular, or striking, or captivating, or all 4 at once. More likely, they are what is called odd characters. But for that, are no more original than what is called an odd genius in his way is. But, if original, whence came they, or where did the novelist pick them up? Where does any novelist pick up any character? For the most part, in town, to be sure. Every great town is a kind of man-show, where the novelist goes for his stock, just as the agriculturalist goes to the cattle show for his. But in the one fair, new species of quadrupeds are hardly more rare than in the other are new species of characters, that is, original ones. Their rarity may still the more appear from this, that, while characters merely singular imply but singular forms, so to speak, original ones, truly so, imply original instincts. In short, a due conception of what is to be held for this sort of personage in fiction would make him almost as much of a prodigy there, as in real history is a new lawgiver, a revolutionizing philosopher, or the founder of a new religion. In nearly all the original characters, loosely accounted such in works of invention, there is discernible something prevailingly local or of the age, which circumstance, of itself, would seem to invalidate the claim, judged by the principles here suggested. Furthermore, if we consider what is popularly held to entitle characters in fiction to being deemed original, it is but something personal, confined to itself. The character sheds not its characteristic on its surroundings, whereas the original character, essentially such, is like a revolving Drummond light, raying away from itself all round it. Everything is lit by it. Everything starts up to it. Mark how it is with Hamlet. So that, in certain minds, there follows upon the adequate conception of such a character an effect in its way akin to that which in Genesis attends upon the beginning of things. For much the same reason that there is but one planet to one orbit, so can there be but one original character to one work of invention. 2 would conflict to chaos. In this view, to say that there are more than one to a book, is good presumption that there is none at all. But for new, singular, striking, odd, eccentric, and all sorts of entertaining and instructive characters, a good fiction may be full of them. To produce such characters, an author, besides other things, must have seen much, and seen through much. To produce but one original character, he must have had much luck. There would seem but one point in common between this sort of phenomenon in fiction and all other sorts. It cannot be born in the author's imagination. It being as true in literature as in zoology, that all life is from the egg. In the endeavor to show, if possible, the impropriety of the phrase, quite an original, as applied by the barber's friends, we have, at unawares, been led into a dissertation bordering upon the prosy, perhaps upon the smoky. If so, the best use the smoke can be turned to will be, by retiring under cover of it, in good trim as may be, to the story. Chapter 45. The Cosmopolitan increases in seriousness. In the middle of the gentleman's cabin burned a solar lamp, swung from the ceiling, and whose shade of ground glass was all round fancifully variegated, in transparency, with the image of a horned altar, from which flames rose, alternate with the figure of a robed man, his head encircled by a halo. The light of this lamp, after dazzlingly striking on marble, snow white and round, the slab of a centre table beneath, on all sides went rippling off with ever diminishing distinctness, till, like circles from a stone dropped in water, the rays died dimly away in the furthest nook of the place. Here and there, true to their place, but not to their function, swung other lamps, barren planets, which had either gone out from exhaustion, or been extinguished by such occupants of berths as the light annoyed, or who wanted to sleep, not see. By a perverse man, in a berth not remote, the remaining lamp would have been extinguished as well, had not a steward forbade, saying that the commands of the captain required it to be kept burning till the natural light of day should come to relieve it. This steward, who, like many in his vocation, was apt to be a little free spoken at times, had been provoked by the man's pertinacity to remind him, not only of the sad consequences which might, upon occasion, ensue from the cabin being left in darkness, but also of the circumstance that, in a place full of strangers, to show one's self anxious to produce darkness there, such an anxiety was, to say the least, not becoming. So the lamp, last survivor of many, burned on, inwardly blessed by those in some berths, and inwardly execrated by those in others. Keeping his lone vigils beneath his lone lamp, which lighted his book on the table, sat a clean, comely, old man, his head snowy as the marble, and a countenance like that which imagination ascribes to good Simeon, when, having at last beheld the master of faith, he blessed him and departed in peace. From his hale look of greenness in winter, and his hands engrained with the tan, less, apparently, of the present summer than of accumulated ones past, the old man seemed a well-to-do farmer, happily dismissed, after a thrifty life of activity, from the fields to the fireside. One of those who, at 80, are fresh-hearted as at 15; to whom seclusion gives a boon more blessed than knowledge, and at last sends them to heaven untainted by the world, because ignorant of it, just as a countryman putting up at a London inn, and never stirring out of it as a sight-seer, will leave London at last without once being lost in its fog, or soiled by its mud. Redolent from the barber's shop, as any bridegroom tripping to the bridal chamber might come, and by his look of cheeriness seeming to dispense a sort of mourning through the night, in came the Cosmopolitan. But marking the old man, and how he was occupied, he toned himself down, and trod softly, and took a seat on the other side of the table, and said nothing. Still, there was a kind of waiting expression about him. "Sir," said the old man, after looking up, puzzled at him a moment, "Sir," said he, "one would think this was a coffee–house, and it was war–time, and I had a newspaper here with great news, and the only copy to be had, you sit there looking at me so eager." And so you have great news there, sir, the very best of good news." "Too good to be true," here came from one of the curtained berths. "Hark!" said the cosmopolitan, "some one talks in his sleep." "Yes," said the old man, "and you seem to be talking in a dream. Why speak you, sir, of news and all that, when you must see that this is a book I have here, the Bible, not a newspaper?" "I know that, and when you are through with it, but not a moment sooner. I will thank you for it. It belongs to the boat, I believe, a present from a society." "Oh, take it, take it." "Nay, sir, I did not mean to touch you at all. I simply stated the fact in explanation of my waiting here. Nothing more. Read on, sir, or you will distress me." This courtesy was not without effect. Removing his spectacles, and saying he had about finished his chapter, the old man kindly presented the volume, which was received with thanks equally kind. After reading for some minutes, until his expression merged from attentiveness into seriousness, and from that into a kind of pain, the cosmopolitan slowly laid down the book, and turning to the old man, who thus far had been watching him with benign curiosity, said, "Can you, my aged friend, resolve me a doubt? A disturbing doubt?" "There are doubts, sir," replied the old man with a changed countenance, "there are doubts, sir, which, if man have them, it is not man can solve them." "True. But look now, what my doubt is. I am one who thinks well of man. I love man. I have confidence in man. But what was told me not a half hour since? I was told that I would find it written, 'Believe not his many words, an enemy speaketh sweetly with his lips.' And also I was told that I would find a good deal more to the same effect, and all in this book. I could not think it. And coming here to look for myself, what do I read? Not only just what was quoted, but also, as was engaged, more to the same purpose, such as this: 'With much communication will he tempt thee. He will smile upon thee, and speak thee fair, and say, What wantest thou? If thou be for his profit, he will use thee. He will make thee bear, and will not be sorry for it. Observe, and take good heed. When thou hearest these things, awake in thy sleep.'" "Who's that describing the confidence man?" here came from the berth again. "Awake in his sleep, sure enough, ain't he?" said the cosmopolitan, again looking off in surprise. "Same voice as before, ain't it? Strange sort of dreamy man, that. Which is his berth, pray?" "Never mind him, sir," said the old man anxiously, "but tell me, truly, did you indeed read from the book just now?" "I did," with changed air, "and gall and wormwood it is to me, a truster in man; to me, a philanthropist." "Why?" moved. "You don't mean to say that what you repeated is really down there?" "Man and boy, I have read the good book this 70 years, and don't remember seeing anything like that. Let me see it," rising earnestly, and going round to him. "There it is, and there, and there," turning over the leaves, and pointing to the sentences one by one. "There, all down in the wisdom of Jesus, the son of Sirach." "Ah," cried the old man, brightening up, "now I know. Look," turning the leaves forward and back, till all the Old Testament lay flat on one side, and all the New Testament flat on the other, while in his fingers he supported vertically the portion between. "Look, sir, all this to the right is certain truth, and all this to the left is certain truth, but all I hold in my hand here is apocrypha." "Apocrypha?" "Yes, And there's the word in black and white," pointing to it. "And what says the word? It says as much as 'not warranted.' For what do college men say of anything of that sort? They say it is apocryphal. The word itself, I've heard from the pulpit, implies something of uncertain credit. So if your disturbance be raised from aught in this apocrypha," again taking up the pages, "in that case, think no more of it, for it's apocrypha." "What's that about the apocalypse?" here a third time came from the berth. "He's seeing visions now, ain't he?" said the cosmopolitan, once more looking in the direction of the interruption. "But, sir," resuming, "I cannot tell you how thankful I am for your reminding me about the apocrypha here. For the moment, its being such escaped me. Fact is, when all is bound up together, it's sometimes confusing. The uncanonical part should be bound distinct. And now that I think of it, how well did those learned doctors who rejected for us this whole book of Sirach. I never read anything so calculated to destroy man's confidence in man. This son of Sirach even says, I saw it but just now, 'Take heed of thy friends.' Not, observe, thy seeming friends, thy hypocritical friends, thy false friends, but thy friends, thy real friends. That is to say, not the truest friend in the world is to be implicitly trusted. Can Rochefoucauld equal that? I should not wonder if his view of human nature, like Machiavelli's, was taken from this son of Sirach. And to call it wisdom, the wisdom of the son of Sirach, wisdom indeed. What an ugly thing wisdom must be. Give me the folly that dimples the cheek, say I, rather than the wisdom that curdles the blood. But no, it ain't wisdom. It's apocrypha, as you say, sir. For how can that be trustworthy that teaches distrust?" "I tell you what it is," here cried the same voice as before, only more in less of mockery, "if you two don't know enough to sleep, don't be keeping wiser men awake. And if you want to know what wisdom is, go find it under your blankets." "Wisdom!" cried another voice with a brogue. "Our handest wisdom the two geese are gabbling about all this while. To bed with you, ye devils, and don't be after burning your fingers with the likes of wisdom." "We must talk lower," said the old man. "I fear we have annoyed these good people." "I should be sorry if wisdom annoyed any one," said the other. "But we will lower our voices, as you say. To resume. Taking the thing as I did, can you be surprised at my uneasiness in reading passages so charged with the spirit of distrust?" "No, sir, I am not surprised," said the old man. Then added, "From what you say, I see you are something of my way of thinking. You think that to distrust the creature is a kind of distrusting of the Creator. Well, my young friend, what is it? This is rather late for you to be about. What do you want of me?" These questions were put to a boy, in the fragment of an old linen coat bedraggled and yellow, who, coming in from the deck barefooted on the soft carpet, had been unheard. All pointed and fluttering, the rags of the little fellow's red flannel shirt, mixed with those of his yellow coat, flamed about him like the painted flames in the robes of a victim in auto da fe. His face, too, wore such a polish of seasoned grime, that his sloe eyes sparkled from out it like lustrous sparks in fresh coal. He was a juvenile peddler or marchand, as the polite French might have called him, of travelers' conveniences, and having no allotted sleeping place, had, in his wanderings about the boat, spied through glass doors the two in the cabin, and, late though it was, thought it might never be too much so for turning a penny. Among other things, he carried a curious affair, a miniature mahogany door hinged to its frame, and suitably furnished in all respects but one, which will shortly appear. This little door he now meaningly held before the old man, who, after staring at it a while, said, "Go thy ways with thy toys, child." "Now, may I never get so old and wise as that comes to," laughed the boy through his grime, and, by so doing disclosing leopard-like teeth, like those of Murillo's wild beggar boys. "The devils are laughing now, are they?" Here came the brogue from the berth. "What do the devils find to laugh about in wisdom, begorra? To bed with ye devils, and no more of ye." "You see, child, you have disturbed that person," said the old man. "You mustn't laugh any more." "Ah, now," said the cosmopolitan, "don't pray say that. Don't let him think that poor laughter is persecuted for a fool in this world." "Well," said the old man to the boy, "you must, at any rate, speak very low." "Yes, that wouldn't be amiss, perhaps," said the cosmopolitan. "But, my fine fellow, you were about saying something to my aged friend here. What was it?" "Oh," with a lowered voice, coolly opening and shutting his little door, "only this. When I kept a toy stand at the fair in Cincinnati last month, I sold more than one old man a child's rattle." "No doubt of it," said the old man. "I myself often buy such things for my little grandchildren. But these old men I talk of were old bachelors." The old man stared at him a moment, then, whispering to the cosmopolitan, "Strange boy this. Sort of simple, ain't he? Don't know much, hey?" "Not much," said the boy, "or I wouldn't be so ragged." "Why, child, what sharp ears you have!" exclaimed the old man. "If they were duller, I would hear less ill of myself," said the boy. "You seem pretty wise, my lad," said the cosmopolitan. "Why don't you sell your wisdom and buy a coat?" "Faith," said the boy, "that's what I did to day, and this is the coat that the price of my wisdom bought. But won't you trade? See now, it is not the door I want to sell. I only carry the door round for a specimen like. Look now, sir," standing the thing up on the table, "supposing this little door is your stateroom door, well," opening it, "you go in for the night, you close the door behind you, thus. Now, is all safe?" "I suppose so, child," said the old man. "Of course it is, my fine fellow," said the cosmopolitan. "All safe, all safe. Well, now about 2:00 in the morning, say, a soft–handed gentleman comes softly and tries the knob here, thus. In creeps my soft–handed gentleman, and, hey presto, how comes on the soft cash?" I see, child," said the old man. "Your fine gentleman is a fine thief, and there's no lock to your little door to keep him out." With which words he peered at it more closely than before. "Well, now," again showing his white teeth, "well, now, some of you old folks are knowing uns, sure enough. But here comes the great invention," producing a small steel contrivance, very simple but ingenious, and which, being clapped on the inside of the little door, secured it as with a bolt. "There now," admiringly holding it off at arm's length, "there now, let that soft–handed gentleman come now and softly trying this little knob here, and let him keep a trying till he finds his head as soft as his hand. Buy the traveler's patent lock, sir, only 25 cents." "Dear me," cried the old man, "this beats printing. Yes, child, I will have one, and use it this very night." With the phlegm of an old banker pouching the change, the boy now turned to the other. "Sell you one, sir?" "Excuse me, my fine fellow, but I never use such blacksmith's things." "Those who give the blacksmith most work seldom do," said the boy, tipping him a wink expressive of a degree of indefinite knowingness, not uninteresting to consider in one of his years. Nor, to all appearances, by him for whom it was intended. "Now then," said the boy, again addressing the old man, "with your traveler's lock on your door to night, you will think yourself all safe, won't you?" "I think I will, child." "But how about the window?" "Dear me, the window, child, I never thought of that. I must see to that." "Never you mind about the window," said the boy, "nor, to be honor bright, about the traveler's lock either, though I ain't sorry for selling one. Do you just buy one of these little jokers," producing a number of suspender-like objects which he dangled before the old man. "Money belts, sir, only 50 cents. "Money belt? Never heard of such a thing." "A sort of pocket book," said the boy. "Only a safer sort, very good for travelers." "Oh, a pocket book. Queer looking pocket books, though, seems to me. Ain't they rather long and narrow for pocket books?" "They go round the waist, sir, inside," said the boy. "Door open or locked, wide awake on your feet or fast asleep in your chair, impossible to be robbed with a money belt." "I see, I see. It would be hard to rob one's money belt. And I was told to day the Mississippi is a bad river for pickpockets. How much are they?" "Only 50 cents, sir." "I'll take one. There." "Thank ye. And now there's a present for ye," with which, drawing from his breast a batch of little papers, he threw one before the old man, who, looking at it, read, "Counterfeit Detector." "Very good thing," said the boy. "I give it to all my customers who trade 75 cents worth. Best present can be made them. Sell you a money belt, sir?" turning to the cosmopolitan. "Excuse me, my fine fellow, but I never use that sort of thing. My money I carry loose." "Loose bait ain't bad," said the boy. "Look a lie and find the truth. Don't care about a counterfeit detector, do ye? Or is the wind east, d'ye think?" "Child," said the old man in some concern, "you mustn't sit up any longer. It affects your mind. There, go away, go to bed." "If I had some people's brains to lie on, I would," said the boy. "But planks is hard, you know." "Go, child, go, go." "Yes, child, yes, yes," said the boy, with which roguish parody, by way of congé, he scraped back his hard foot on the woven flowers of the carpet, much as a mischievous steer in May scrapes back his horny hoof in the pasture; and then, with a flourish of his hat, which, like the rest of his tatters, was, thanks to hard times, a belonging beyond his years, though not beyond his experience, being a grown man's cast-off beaver, turned, and with the air of a young Caffre, quitted the place. "That's a strange boy," said the old man, looking after him. "I wonder who's his mother, and whether she knows what late hours he keeps." "The probability is," observed the other, "that his mother does not know. But if you remember, sir, you were saying something, when the boy interrupted you with his door." "So I was. Let me see," unmindful of his purchases for the moment. "What now was it? What was that I was saying? Do you remember?" "Not perfectly, sir. But, if I am not mistaken, it was something like this. You hoped you did not distrust the creature, because that would imply distrust of the Creator." "Yes, that was something like it," mechanically and unintelligently letting his eye fall now on his purchases. "Pray, will you put your money in your belt to night?" "It's best, ain't it?" with a slight start. "Never too late to be cautious. Beware of pickpockets is all over the boat." "Yes, and it must have been the son of Sirach, or some other morbid cynic, who put them there. But that's not to the purpose. Since you are minded to it, pray, sir, let me help you about the belt. I think that, between us, we can make a secure thing of it." "Oh, no, no, no," said the old man, not unperturbed. "No, no, I wouldn't trouble you for the world." Then, nervously folding up the belt, "And I won't be so impolite as to do it for myself, before you either. But, now that I think of it," after a pause, carefully taking a little wad from a remote corner of his vest pocket, "here are 2 bills they gave me at St. Louis yesterday. No doubt they are all right. But, just to pass the time, I'll compare them with the detector here. Blessed boy to make me such a present. Public benefactor, that little boy." Laying the detector square before him on the table, he then, with something of the air of an officer bringing by the collar a brace of culprits to the bar, placed the 2 bills opposite the detector, upon which the examination began, lasting some time, persecuted with no small research and vigilance, the forefinger of the right hand proving of lawyer-like efficacy in tracing out and pointing the evidence, whichever way it might go. After watching him a while, the cosmopolitan said in a formal voice, "Well, what say you, Mr. Foreman? Guilty or not guilty? Not guilty, ain't it?" "I don't know," returned the old man, perplexed. "There's so many marks of all sorts to go by, it makes it a kind of uncertain. Here now is this bill," touching one. "It looks to be a $3 bill on the Vicksburg Trust and Insurance Banking Company. Well, the detector says—" "But why in this case care what it says? Trust and insurance, what more would you have?" "No, but the detector says, among 50 other things, that, if a good bill, it must have, thickened here and there into the substance of the paper, little wavy spots of red. And it says they must have a kind of silky feel, being made by the lint of a red silk handkerchief stirred up in the paper-maker's vat, the paper being made to order for the company." "Well, and is—" "Stay. But then it adds, that sign is not always to be relied on, for some good bills get so worn, the red marks get rubbed out, and that's the case with my bill here. See how old it is. Or else it's a counterfeit, or else I don't see right, or else, dear, dear me, I don't know what else to think." "What a peck of trouble that detector makes for you now. Believe me, the bill is good. Don't be so distrustful. Proves what I've always thought, that much of the want of confidence in these days is owing to these counterfeit detectors you see on every desk and counter. Puts people up to suspecting good bills. Throw it away, I beg, if only because of the trouble it breeds you." "No, it's troublesome, but I think I'll keep it. Stay now, here's another sign. It says that, if the bill is good, it must have in one corner, mixed in with the vignette, the figure of a goose, very small indeed, all but microscopic, and, for added precaution, like the figure of Napoleon outlined by the tree, not observable even if magnified, unless the attention is drawn to it. Now, pore over it as I will, I can't see this goose." "Can't see the goose? Why, I can, and a famous goose it is. There," reaching over and pointing to a spot in the vignette. "I don't see it. Dear me, I don't see the goose. Is it a real goose?" "A perfect goose, beautiful goose." "Dear, dear, I don't see it." "Then throw that detector away, I say again. It only makes you purblind. Don't you see what a wild goose chase it has led you? The bill is good. Throw the detector away." "No, it ain't so satisfactory as I thought for. But I must examine this other bill." "As you please, but I can't in conscience assist you any more. Pray, then, excuse me." So, while the old man with much painstakings resumed his work, the cosmopolitan, to allow him every facility, resumed his reading. At length, seeing that he had given up his undertaking as hopeless, and was at leisure again, the cosmopolitan addressed some gravely interesting remarks to him about the book before him, and presently, becoming more and more grave, said, as he turned the large volume slowly over on the table, and with much difficulty traced the faded remains of the gilt inscription giving the name of the society who had presented it to the boat, "Ah, sir, though every one must be pleased at the thought of the presence in public places of such a book, yet there is something that abates the satisfaction. Look at this volume. On the outside, battered as any old valise in the baggage room, and inside, white and virgin as the hearts of lilies in bud." "So it is, so it is," said the old man sadly, his attention for the first directed to the circumstance. "Nor is this the only time," continued the other, "that I have observed these public Bibles in boats and hotels. All much like this, old without and new within. True, this aptly typifies that internal freshness, the best mark of truth, however ancient. But then it speaks not so well as could be wished for the good book's esteem in the minds of the traveling public. I may err, but it seems to me that if more confidence was put in it by the traveling public, it would hardly be so." With an expression very unlike that with which he had bent over the Detector, the old man sat meditating upon his companion's remarks awhile, and at last, with a rapt look, said, "And yet, of all people, the traveling public most need to put trust in that guardianship which is made known in this book." "True, true," thoughtfully assented the other. "And one would think they would want to, and be glad to," continued the old man, kindling. "For in all our wanderings through this vale, how pleasant, not less than obligatory, to feel that we need start at no wild alarms, provide for no wild perils, trusting in that power which is alike able and willing to protect us when we cannot ourselves." His manner produced something answering in the cosmopolitan, who, leaning over towards him, said sadly, "Though this is a theme on which travelers seldom talk to each other, yet to you, sir, I will say, that I share something of your sense of security. I have moved much about the world, and still keep at it. Nevertheless, though in this land, and especially in these parts of it, some stories are told about steamboats and railroads fitted to make one a little apprehensive, yet I may say that neither by land nor by water am I ever seriously disquieted, however at times transiently uneasy. Since with you, sir, I believe in a committee of safety, holding silent sessions over all, in an invisible patrol, most alert when we soundest sleep, and whose beat lies as much through forests as towns, along rivers as streets. In short, I never forget that passage of Scripture which says, 'Jehovah shall be thy confidence.' The traveler who has not this trust, what miserable misgivings must be his, or what vain, short–sighted care he must take of himself." "Even so," said the old man lowly. "There is a chapter," continued the other, again taking the book, "which, as not amiss, I must read you. But this lamp, solar lamp as it is, begins to burn dimly." "So it does," said the old man with changed air. "Dear me, it must be very late. I must to bed. Let me see," rising and looking wistfully all round, first on the stools and settees, and then on the carpet. Let me see. Is there anything I have forgot? Something I a sort of dimly remember. Something my son, careful man, told me at starting this morning, this very morning. Something about seeing to something before I got into my berth. What could it be? Something for safety. Oh, my poor old memory." "Let me give a little guess, sir. Life preserver?" "So it was. He told me not to omit seeing I had a life preserver in my stateroom. Said the boat supplied them, too. But where are they? I don't see any. What are they like?" "They are something like this, sir, I believe," lifting a brown stool with a curved tin compartment underneath. "Yes, this, I think, is a life preserver, sir. And a very good one, I should say, though I don't pretend to know much about such things, never using them myself." "Why, indeed, now, who would have thought it? That a life preserver? That's the very stool I was sitting on, ain't it?" "It is. And that shows that one's life is looked out for, when he ain't looking out for it himself. In fact, any one of these stools here will float you, sir, should the boat hit a snag, and go down in the dark. But, since you want one in your room, pray take this one," handing it to him. "I think I can recommend this one. The tin part," rapping it with his knuckles, "seems so perfect, sounds so very hollow." "Sure it's quite perfect, though?" Then, anxiously putting on his spectacles, he scrutinized it pretty closely. "Well soldered? Quite tight?" "I should say so, sir. Though, indeed, as I said, I never use this sort of thing myself. Still, I think that in case of a wreck, barring sharp-pointed timbers, you should have confidence in that stool for a special providence." "Then, good night, and Providence have both of us in its good keeping." "Be sure it will," eyeing the old man with sympathy, as for the moment he stood, money belt in hand, and life preserver under arm. "Be sure it will, sir, since in Providence, as in man, you and I equally put trust. But bless me, we are being left in the dark here. Pah, what a smell, too." "Ah, my way now," cried the old man, peering before him. "Where lies my way to my stateroom?" "I have indifferent eyes, and will show you. But first, for the good of all lungs, let me extinguish this lamp." The next moment the waning light expired, and with it the waning flames of the horned altar, and the waning halo round the robed man's brow; while in the darkness which ensued, the cosmopolitan kindly led the old man away. Something further may follow of this masquerade. End of section 19. End of The Confidence Man, His Masquerade, by Herman Melville.